Yo, what's up, everybody? It's me, Weeb, back with a new episode of some Naruto What Ifery. If you happen to read the title card, then you already know what's up, but this what if that's brand new is what if Naruto was the Avatar? I'm a fan of both the series Naruto and Avatar The Last Airbender, but just in case you don't know which Avatar is, or you've just watched Naruto, or vice versa, the Avatar is a person who has the abilities to control air, fire, water, and air. Air, fire, water, and earth. So that's the four abilities of the Avatar. And so I found a way to take the two series of Naruto and Avatar and force them together. And but I digress. The way this will happen is after Korra from the Legend of Korra is disconnected from the Avatar state, our story will begin there. Cue the intro. As Kushina gives birth to a baby Naruto, Obito tries to take the Kyuubi as well as him. Minato stops him and begins his battle with Obito just like in canon. As we fast forward to the moment Minato uses his Reaper Death Seal jutsu, Korra is stabbed in the Avatar universe and is disconnected with the Avatar state. The spirit of the Avatar state is then pushed through the Reaper Death Seal dimension and is then forced through the Reaper Death Seal along with the Kyuubi inside of Naruto. Hiruzen the Third Hokage comes and finds Naruto wrapped in his blanket still, while the Kyuubi's gone and Minato and Kushina are lying on the ground, dead. When Naruto's a child, he's still treated like a monster by the people in the village. So his personality is basically the same, and he still is his rambunctious self that wants attention from the villagers. Inside the seal, the Avatar spirit is battling with the Kyuubi, fighting for control over who will break out of the seal first. So, Naruto is still the same until he's enrolled into the academy. When he first starts with Sasuke, Naruto pushes his hand out in defense of one of Sasuke's blows to protect himself, and the Avatar spirit is forced out of the seal and into his main consciousness. This protects him, and a wall of earth shoots up from the ground to block Sasuke's attack. All the girls in their class are super surprised that Sasuke didn't just completely destroy Naruto in one attack. Naruto himself is so shocked that he didn't get hit that he forgot to continue the fight and is then previously knocked out by Sasuke with a swift kick. Naruto is naturally gifted at Earth-style bending due to the way that the Avatar state works. After that same day at school, Naruto starts experimenting with his new jutsu, and to his delight, he learns that he can make pillars of stones, as well as levitate and throw rocks at high velocity speeds. So he trains with this ability a little bit by little every day, using rocks and stones to throw at trees and targets, very similar to how he throws kunai in the original. So his skills with his rock and stone jutsu, as he calls it, is much higher. Due to his higher focus on practicing with his bending skills, he's less of a troublemaker in the village. Fast forward a few years to when everyone is taking the graduation test. Naruto still fails in the making a clone that isn't trash because he doesn't realize his bending skills aren't chakra based, which is the energy in Naruto that lets ninja use chakra moves with like ninjutsu and genjutsu. So his chakra control is still garbage. Mizuki tells Naruto that he can still become a genin, however, if he steals the scroll of sealing and gives it to him. Naruto easily can use his earth-style bending to climb up and steal the scroll, even better than in the original. He goes out into the woods and practices learning the Shadow Clone Jutsu because Naruto still is just as rambunctious and wants to be better than Sasuke. Mitsuki throws a massive shuriken at the real Naruto, and just in time, Iruka gets in the way. This makes Naruto angry, and he makes 100 Shadow Clones to defend Iruka and himself, who all use Earth Style to absolutely destroy Mizuki. A lot of his bones are broken by the time Naruto deactivates the jutsu. Iruka then gives Naruto his Ninja Genin, headband, and proclaims him that he's the rank of Genin. After this, the next day at the academy, when they're assigned their teams, Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto are placed on the same team as Team 7. So the other teams have the same leaders, and Kakashi comes in late on the path of life. And Kakashi has a prank pulled on him by Naruto and falls on him, which he finds is kind of disappointing. Naruto hasn't shown any of his skills, so none of the Jonin in the village know that he can do earthbending yet. So they climb up to the roof, and Kakashi asks them what their dislikes are, what their goals and aspirations are, and what they dislike. So Sasuke says he doesn't really have any likes or dislikes, but or a goal, but he does have a vision to kill a certain someone. And then Kakashi asks Sakura the same question, and she says some stupid, idiot, useless thing about trying to get Sasuke to love her, and that's her goal, and that she doesn't like Naruto because he's annoying. Then Naruto says that he likes to eat ramen, and that he dislikes being disrespected by the villagers, which makes Kakashi raise his eye a bit. And then Naruto says that his aspiration ultimately is to become the Hokage of Konoha. So Kakashi laughs a little bit because he thinks of Minato. And then they ask Kakashi what his are, and he says that it's all classified information, which makes them sigh. He then tells them about what we know as the bell test. Tomorrow, he says, don't eat breakfast and head over to the training grounds. So the next day, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto head over to the training grounds where the 3 logs are, where Kakashi's waiting for them. When they show up, they're all hungry because they hadn't eaten anything, and Kakashi tells them what the test is going to be. You're going to have to take 2 bells off of my waist, and if you can, then you pass. Then Sakura complains about how if there's only 2 bells, then how all 3 of them pass. And then Kakashi says that's exactly why it's a test. So Sasuke and Sakura jump into the forest and begin hiding to get a better attack vantage point, just like in the original. Naruto, however, is super confident in his skills, as he thinks that he can take down Kakashi. So he makes 3 shadow clones who all run to the side, 1 to the right, 1 to the left, and 1 directly in front of him. Naruto jumps off the back of the one in front of him, which then poofs and disappears, while the other 2 run on the sides of Kakashi. Kakashi's reading his book right now, but then all 3 Narutos use earthbending, and they wave their arms in a circle, which causes a wave of earth to crash towards Kakashi. Kakashi barely uses the substitution jutsu in time for him to escape out of the way into the forest. He's surprised and his eyes are wide that Naruto has such a jutsu. He thinks about maybe using the Sharingan to see what he's doing, because he didn't see Naruto weave any hand seals, which was surprising to him. But he decides that it's not serious enough yet, so he leaves it. He sets a trap for Naruto with a bell to see if he can get him using his smarts, which works, and Naruto is trapped. Sasuke and Sakura, on the other hand, are still trying to find an opening at Kakashi. When Kakashi finds where they are, then Sasuke knows where he is and jumps out and uses a fire-style fireball jutsu directly at Kakashi. Kakashi barely reacts in time because he's surprised, again, that a Genin has enough chakra to make such an attack. However, he easily uses another substitution and then kicks Sasuke in the back, forcing him to the ground. He then leaves to go find Sakura because she's still hiding, and he puts her under a genjutsu that it leaves her basically suspended for the rest of the fight. Naruto finally figures out how he can use his earthbending to push himself out of the trap. He makes a pillar of stone that goes up to his hands, which he then can push himself off of to untie his own rope. When he falls back down to the ground, he lands on his face, gets up, and Kakashi says that they failed. And he says that Sakura did not do any good, and neither did Naruto. But Sakura at least tried to use teamwork with Sasuke. So Naruto is then tied to a pole, because he didn't try to hide or use his presence like a ninja. And Sasuke and Sakura decide to feed him, even though Kakashi told them not to. When they do this, Kakashi comes running out of the woods and says that people who break the rules are scum, but people who don't help their friends are worse than scum. And so that's how Team 7 passes the bell test, just like in the original. Sasuke, however, is very intrigued in Naruto's skills with earthbending, as he still had seen them when they had fought before, and he hasn't seen Naruto use them since then. So he wants to learn about Naruto's power and if it's anything comparable to his own, because Sasuke sees himself as the best, and still wants to kill Itachi. Naruto and Team 7 go to Hiruzen to ask for another mission. Naruto's complaining about how the missions are so easy for him and that it's no trouble at all. So Hiruzen decides to humor him and brings Tazuna into the room for a sea rink mission. So Tazuna sees the kids and thinks that they're not going to be very good at protecting him, especially Naruto because he's the shortest and he looks goofy, which really pisses Naruto off. So he thinks he's going to prove to him that he's wrong. And Hiruzen assigns the task for the mission, and they head out of the Hidden Leaf Village. The team's walking out of the village when, after a while, they see a puddle. Kakashi notices a puddle on the ground of water. And then the demon brothers climb out of the forest and kill Kakashi, it seems. Sasuke and Naruto are both shocked, and Sasuke leaps forward and takes out both of the ninja at once. And Naruto's scared, so he doesn't do anything. And he makes his blood oath like he did in the original when he stabs his hand and says that he'll never be afraid again. And Sasuke calls him a scaredy cat. They keep on going, and Naruto promises to himself that in order to become the Hokage, he'll never be scared again. So, they're walking with Tazuna when suddenly Tazuna is, the Demon Brothers came, and then Kakashi comes back and is alive because he used the substitution jutsu, and he's impressed with Sasuke and Naruto, and now he's asking Tazuna about why they got attacked by a fairly high up Chunin level ninja, which then he doesn't know what to tell them about, so he's trying to hide the fact that the village is under attack in the Land of Waves by Gato. So they keep walking, and Kakashi knows that Tazuna's hiding something from them, when suddenly a sword comes flying out of nowhere, and Kakashi tells everyone to duck. When Naruto sees the sword coming, he instantly dives down to avoid it, and the sword slashes right over and into a tree. Suddenly, a man appears on top of it, and it's Zabuza from the Demon Swordsman of the Mist. Kakashi instantly recognizes who he is based on his outfit and the sword, the Executioner Blade. Naruto and Sasuke are scared of the guy because of how much bloodlust he's showing to them. Kakashi tells him that he'll take care of this, and Naruto thinks that he can help assist Kakashi. And the fight between Zabuza and Kakashi Part 1 happens. So, while they're fighting, everything goes as normal until the point where Kakashi is thrown into the water prison. At that point, Naruto decides that him and Sasuke need to step in to rescue Kakashi. Naruto instantly clasps his hands together and begins to wave them into different patterns. Sasuke has no idea what he's doing when suddenly huge blocks of earth come crashing out of the ground and out of the water and shoot towards Zabuza. Zabuza wasn't expecting this since Naruto wasn't using any hand seals, and so he gets smashed into, but he holds his ground. Sasuke then uses a fireball jutsu and shoots it directly at Zabuza, which he blocks with his other hand. Naruto then suddenly shoots one stone wall directly at his hand, which if Zabuza didn't move, his hand would be completely crushed by the stone wall on each side. So he has to pull his hand out and Kakashi escapes. Kakashi uses the Sharingan finally and recognized as the copy ninja of the leaf. He then begins copying Zabuza's Water Dragon Jutsu, which Naruto actually helps block Kakashi from when he uses a mud wall and pulls it out of the ground to protect Kakashi. Kakashi hits Zabuza with his Water Dragon Jutsu and Zabuza gets wiped out. Just as Zabuza is about to retreat, he gets hit by the neck by some Senbon, and then an Anbu member with the mask and long hair comes out and says that he'll take care of the rest of it. So Kakashi falls to his knees and passes out, while Haku, who we know as Haku, takes Zabuza and walks away to take care of him and heal him. Tazuna takes Kakashi back to his house, where he, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura try to nurse him back to health after his fight. Naruto is scared for his master and Sensei, hoping that he doesn't die, and so he begins to train really hard for the next 3 days until Kakashi wakes up. He uses his Earth-style jutsu and tries to... He uses his earthbending and tries to get as high as he can, use it to create towers of rock, and he also helps Sasuke and Sakura by creating kind of like jump courses and almost in different types of dummies out of stone that they can fight against. When this happens, eventually Kakashi wakes up and starts telling him about the tree walking exercise. Naruto's chakra control is pretty terrible in this timeline because he's pretty much relied on his avatar powers his entire life for only bending earth. So when he has to use his chakra, which he still has massive amounts of chakra, since he's an Uzumaki, it takes him a little bit longer to do since he doesn't use his shadow clones as much in this timeline either. So he's not used to using as much chakra. So Sasuke gets it first, of course, after Sakura, and Naruto asks Sakura for help on how to do the tree walking exercise. She tries to explain to him how you fold chakra into your feet and use it to stick to the tree. Naruto spends all night working on this, but he eventually passes out. When he wakes up, he finds a boy, girl, we don't know. You know who Haku is. If you know, you know. Haku asked him he knows that he's strong and that he could be way stronger if he had someone to protect. And they have the same conversation as the original timeline, where Naruto and Haku talk about how their dreams and their goal to protect someone. So Naruto takes that to heart and he goes back to Kakashi. So the trio is about to head out to the bridge. When they go to the bridge, they get a large mist rolls onto the bridge and surrounds everyone. Naruto and Sasuke and Kakashi and Sakura and Tazuna all instantly realize that Zabuza had to survive. So they don't know what to do. As the mist rolls in on our heroes, Kakashi wonders if he has to use the Sharingan again. And Naruto is preparing to use his ultimate power that he's been training over the past few days. Combining his earth style with his tree walking, he's going to find a way to walk on the earth. Kakashi and Zabuza have a stare down, and they instantly rush into battle against each other. Kakashi pulls out his lightning blade and is about to use it, but he misses. Zabuza uses his sword and they begin clashing. Haku immediately pulls Sasuke into it as he sees him as the biggest threat. When he pulls Sasuke into his Demon Ice Mirrors jutsu, Naruto jumps in, following him. He uses his earthbending to create a sort of wall around him and Sasuke so that the ice mirrors can't penetrate it. But then, Haku uses his light speed jumping between the mirrors and breaks through the rock. Naruto tries to use as fast as he can to pull Earth out from the bridge and push it right into Haku and hit him off course. But it's not working as Naruto can't react fast enough. He can, however, block him and Sasuke from attacks, so they take a lot less damage in this timeline. In fact, they take so much less damage that when Naruto finally gets a really good hit on Haku, it pushes Haku, and he is only bloodied up a little bit. Haku is pushed back into one of his mirrors and has to immediately jump to the next one. Now Sasuke and Naruto have a few cuts and are beginning to bleed. Haku's throwing Senbon left and right. They're cutting them everywhere. Blood is gushing, and Naruto and Sasuke are back to back. When suddenly, all of the Senbon come shooting at Naruto, and they hit him. Sasuke couldn't make it in time. And when this happens, Sasuke finally awakens his Sharingan again. And this is, instead of Naruto awakening the Kibi chakra, this is what's going to happen. And that's what does. He awakens his Sharingan, and him and Haku begin fighting for the next few minutes. Inside the Naruto seal, Naruto finally meets the Avatar Spirit and the Kyuubi for the first time. In this version, there's two cages. One on his right, where the seal of Mito, and one to the left with markings of earth, fire, water, and wind. When he goes and he's in the middle, he opens his eyes and he sees onto his right a terrifying fur beast that is known as the Nine Tails. And he doesn't know what it is, and it's humongous. Its tails lashing throughout inside of its cage. He turns to the left and to run away, and he sees a beautiful white spirit floating there, waiting for him. When he comes to the gate, it reaches out to him, and they touch hands. Immediately, he sees a vision of a boy with a bald head who's sitting on a cloud of air, and he has a staff with him. He says that his name's Aang, and that he's here to help him because he's in a near-death situation, and that what he's gonna put him in is called the Avatar state. In the real world, Sasuke is about to fall to his knees when suddenly a blue light covers the entire bridge. Naruto gets up, and wind, the water, the earth, and fire begin to envelop him. He sees Haku, and he pushes his hand out, and a wall of flames pushes towards him, melting all of Haku's ice mirrors instantly. His flames are way hotter than Sasuke's fireball jutsu ever could have been. When this happens, Haku is immediately pushed out, and they begin fighting hand-to-hand combat. Naruto pulls waves out of the ocean directly to the bridge and crashes them into Haku, bending them into waves of whips and pulling him, slashing his legs and pushing him back. Haku's on the defense now, and Naruto's ultimate attacks that he's using with all four bending styles is shocking Sasuke. Sasuke can see Naruto's eyes are bright blue, with a bit of red chakra, just an inch inside, mixed with the blue, creating this purple mask around Naruto. Naruto finally steps forward and clashes two hands together. Wind and earth shoot from the top of the sky and the ground, and they push Haku back in an extreme burst of power. Haku is shot flying backwards into the fight between Kakashi and Zabuza as he does a black backflip to brace himself. Sasuke finally lands down, and Tazuna and Sakura run over to Sasuke to see if he's alright. Sakura begins pulling bandages out of her pockets to try and help Sasuke. Sasuke says he's fine, but that you need to watch out for Naruto. Something's wrong. And Naruto, who's used all of his energy from the Avatar state pushing Haku, begins to fall. Sakura in this timeline begins to throw some kunai towards Haku. I know, right? Not useless. And then Naruto, with the last of his strength, jumps as Haku's about to stab him and punches him in the face. Haku flies backwards and sees what's about to happen to Zabuza, the lightning blade in Kakashi's hand aimed directly at Zabuza's heart. He jumps in front of the way, and it pierces between Haku and Zabuza. He's finally saved him, and when this happens, he feels glad, and that he could save Zabuza one last time. Naruto's sad that he had to go, but what happened was Naruto passes out instantly. Zabuza goes into a rage and sees Gato's men and Gato about to kill him and Haku for not doing their jobs. He rushes at them with the executioner blade and begins lopping their heads, arms, and legs off as fast as he can. His strength is undeniable, and he's in a rage. His eyes are red with bloodlust, and as he pushes through the crowd, a spirit of blood wherever he trails. This is the last act he ever does as the demon swordsman of the Hidden Mist. As he lies down next to Haku and he touches his face one last time, a snowy breeze begins to fall upon the bridge as they die together. Naruto wakes up back at Tazuna's house with Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi there waiting for him. He's so happy to see that Sasuke's alright, and Sasuke's especially happy because his one Tomo Sharingan has awakened, and he saw that Naruto has some crazy power inside of him too. So they smile at each other and say that they're both pretty strong. When this happens, they laugh, and that's the end of the arc. Naruto, before he leaves, actually helps Tazuna build the bridge. He uses his earth style to make the construction process way faster and pull stone and materials that he needs out of the dirt, which only takes a little bit more time. By the time they get back to the village, though, they notice that Konohamaru comes to say hi to Naruto, because they're still friends in this timeline the same. When Naruto sees him, some sand ninja come, who he's never seen before, and he's only seen the village hidden in the sand. We just started the beginning of the training exams when Team 7 runs into Gaara and the sand ninja. Konohamaru runs into the Kankuro and is picked up. At this point, Naruto's eyes open wide when he sees Gaara, and he looks at them and says that that's the third Hokage's grandson, and that they shouldn't touch him and to leave him alone, or he'll make them. When he looks at them, his eyes get more angry and they narrow. Gaara can see in his eyes that he has many lives behind him, though it's not quite the same as his. When he challenges him, Naruto immediately puts his hands together, but then he stops because he realizes that if they're here, then there must be something important going on, which he feels from the Avatar spirits inside of him directing him and helping him. After his engagement with the Avatar spirit in the last episode, he's gained a lot of the memories from Aang and some of the past avatars, who have given him assistance and guided him since those days passed after he got back to the village. Naruto's intelligence has gone up by quite an amount, even to the point where he's decided that he learned that he can do other elements besides just rock and earth, and he'll get back to that. Anyway, moving on back to the point. Naruto stops and says to give him back. When he doesn't comply, Naruto just pushes his foot off the ground, and a wave of earth pushes him forward where he can grab Konohamaru and he's on the other side. He looks back towards them and says that if they ever try to hurt anyone in the Leaf Village, then he'll have to answer to him or the third Hokage. Gaara, still looking apathetic as usual, looks at him and says whatever. So he looks back up and Sasuke is still spying on him in the tree. He says that he should come out and that his skills of stealth are actually really well done compared to some of the assassins who tried to kill him. Sasuke jumps down, introduces himself as Sasuke Uchiha. Gaara says that he is Gaara of the Sand. He leaves with Kankuro and Temari, and they go walking away. Later that day, they all meet up with Kakashi, and Kakashi lets them know about the Chunin exams being held at the Leaf Village this year. When they all are asked about it, Naruto and Sasuke are raring to go. Naruto especially wanting to test out his new skills that he learned from the last battle of Zabuza and Haku. Sakura is pretty hyped to do it as well, as she really wants to test her kunai and her skills as a kunoichi. When they all agree to do it, Kakashi says that there'll be some tough competition, but he believes that they can do it. When they say that, they all smile. A few days later, after Naruto's been training with his earth style bending and Sasuke has been continuously practicing with the Sharingan, and Sakura's just been doing Sakura things. They all meet up where the Chunin exams are supposed to be held. When they walk up the floors, there's two Chunin who are tricking the floor levels using Genjutsu. Sakura and Naruto and Sasuke, however, are all able to see through it this time, due to Naruto's intelligence having a high increase due to Aang's assistance in training. After that happened, they pushed the Chunin out of the way and beat them just like in the original, and then Rock Lee confronts them. Rock Lee talks however, to Naruto and Sasuke this time and says he wants to fight both of them, as word had spread around the Leaf Village that Naruto has some stores of strange jutsu that allows him to do pretty much anything with earth and rocks. Naruto smiles and says that he's ready for him to come at him anytime. Sasuke, however, says that he wants to try this guy first, which Naruto says whatever. Rock Lee and Sasuke immediately get into a fighting stance, and they begin. Sasuke dashes at Rock Lee, and Rock Lee easily can outspeed him. He kicks Sasuke into the air and then kicks him down, showing that his speed difference. He then uses the primary Lotus, just like he did, and he pushes him down in the barrage. Sasuke is defeated very easily, just like the original, and then Mike God comes out of nowhere and says that Lee should never use that technique on people, and not to show all his cards before the exams. Lee cries and says he'll take that to heart. Then they all enter into the Chunin exam room. Naruto, still being Naruto, looks at all the Chunin and all of the Chunin, the Genin who want to be Chunin, and smiles. He then looks up with all of the seriousness in his eyes he can muster and says, "I'm going to defeat every single one of you." And he looks at them, and they feel kind of intimidated, and his power is almost glowing with his confidence. He then sits down, and all the other Genin of his same year are basically facepalming, saying that he just turned himself into the biggest target. Kabuto tries to narrow the fight down, but Naruto doesn't need any help at this point. When suddenly the Chunin exams first starts to begin, Naruto realizes it's a test, and Naruto, being Naruto, doesn't know how to do anything on the test, so he immediately goes into the Avatar mind state and tries to contact his previous avatars. He goes to Avatar Kyoshi and Avatar Aang, and pretty much all of the previous avatars, and asks them if they know anything about this stuff. Luckily, Avatar Kyoshi did know a few things about it, and he got to answer a few questions on the test. Thank the Avatar for him. So he thanked him very much and said that he will pass the test for him and all the other guys who are waiting and counting on him. He goes back to the real world and answers the questions, and he gets some of them right. Then, when the exam is pretty much over and they ask the question, Naruto stays in, and so does everyone else on Team 7. The other Genin who leave, and the rest are still in. Then, Anko comes in and starts the Forest of Death, where they all are teamed up and given scrolls and are told what they're going to have to do. Naruto thinks this is going to be super easy, and it does actually have a very big effect. This time, Naruto, when they get into the Forest of Death and are looking for scrolls, Naruto says he's got this, and he uses his earthbending to do the biggest feat he has done in the show so far. He pushes his hand out and he raises it up, and it's like he's struggling as if he's lifting a weight. And suddenly, all the trees in a straight line in front of them all rip out of the ground and press to the side, and there's a clear road down right to the tower. They're all kind of, even Naruto's surprised at his strength, and Sasuke and Sakura are impressed. They begin walking down the road, looking to see if they can find any other people. And suddenly, as they're walking faster and getting there faster than the original, they realize they need to find the scrolls, so they look to the right and left to see if they can find anyone. Orochimaru jumps out of the brush with all of his strength and pushes Sasuke into the forest behind them. Naruto immediately uses earthbending and pushes Orochimaru off of Sasuke before he can inflict the curse mark. Sakura jumps along with Naruto, and they dive after Orochimaru. Sasuke activates his Sharingan, uses the Flame Dragon Jutsu, the Phoenix Fire Jutsu, and shoots it directly at Orochimaru, who gets burned and then regenerates. Naruto, who he hasn't been eaten yet, is then eaten by the snake and taken into the forest. He uses earthbending and literally explodes the snake with shards of rock. He then runs back to the fight, and then that's when the QB takes over. At this point, the Avatar state hasn't been activated yet because he's not in a near-death scenario, but the QB's chakra has. When Naruto's Kyuubi chakra is activated, his strength is almost doubled or even tripled. He realizes that his bending skills will be way more efficient now. He creates 3 shadow clones to assist him with bending, and Orochimaru doesn't stand a chance at this point because he's not expecting it and his guard's down. Naruto pushes Earth out of all 3 sides of where all the shadow clones are, and it creates a big giant Earth hand that punches into Orochimaru and punts him off the tree. Sasuke then connects with his Phoenix Flower Jutsu, but Orochimaru uses his neck and curves it around and is able to barely bite Sasuke and inflict the curse mark on him. Sasuke, in a panic, falls to the ground in pain, and Orochimaru escapes as they think he's dead. And Orochimaru meets up with Anko, and everything happens just like in the original. Sasuke and Naruto and Sakura are still together, and Naruto isn't passed out yet because he didn't use any chakra when he was doing the bending and those 2 shadow clones. He is still in the Kyuubi state though, so however he doesn't know what to do, and he tells Sakura that they should need to find a place to protect Sasuke. So they go walking off into the forest, where they're going to try and find a way to heal Sasuke. Naruto, hearing the sound ninja outside, walking around looking for Sasuke. Naruto tells Sakura that he's going to go out to go protect them, and that if they want to fight, then he'll give them one. Sakura tells him to be careful and to not get hurt. Naruto bends the side of the cave open just a little bit so he can get out, and then reseal it before he goes up to fight them. He stands over the hill and looks down on them and asks what they're looking for over here. They see him and ask if they know where Sasuke. They ask him if he knows where Sasuke Uchiha is. Naruto replies with he has no idea, but that he's going to take them out anyway. Then he jumps down, and they smile, and they think that he's playing coy. Naruto, smiling back, knowing exactly what he's going to do, thinks in his mind, "Alright, I'm going to bend the earth and use water style to make a muddy pond. That way their legs are stuck. Then I can, bam." A air of sound is just blasted towards him. He wasn't expecting this, as he didn't see any of them make hand signs. The guy with the pipe sticking out of his hand shot a blast of sound at him, and it made his right and left ear start to completely bleed. Naruto, coughing, finally gets up and says, What is that? What are you doing?" Thinking this could be some sort of airbending. He then notices that it's sound. He knows how you can block this. He uses water bending and pulls water out of the nearby grass as well as the trees, just to borrow, to create a wall of water that can reflect the sound. As water is not reflect the sound, that can block the sound, as water doesn't take sound from air too kindly as sound waves. He then uses this water to create cushioning protectors against their sound attacks. Then, when they try to get close in for combat, Naruto uses wind bending and then forcefully pushes wind to push them back into the water. He does this for several minutes until Rock Lee arrives. One of them gets behind Naruto and is about to take him out when Rock Lee kicks him out of the way. Naruto says thanks for the assist, and then Naruto pushes the wall of water on top of the remaining 2, causing him to fall and be all wet and sputtering. He pushes the water back into the trees and grass so it doesn't die, and then he uses earthbending to pull up the earth right beneath them, push them up into the sky, and then he pulls the earth down fast so they can react, dropping them and knocking them out instantly. Once they're knocked out, Sasuke begins to awake soon, hearing that Naruto and Rock Lee's battle. He begins to wake up, and a curse-marked Sasuke sees Naruto and Rock Lee. He thinks that he in his new curse-marked state, he thinks of them as a threat, and instantly goes to attack Naruto. Lee, thinking that Sasuke is trying to kill his teammate, tries to defend the block, but Sasuke is way faster, and Lee wasn't expecting this at the time. Sasuke leaps toward Naruto, telling in his curse-marked state, just like the original, trying to kill him. Naruto has now activated the Avatar state, as the Avatar before him, Korra and Aang, forcefully turned it on so that he can protect himself. Naruto turns around with Avatar state eyes on, and then uses full wind power that he has access to push Sasuke back, knocking him into a nearby tree, and Sasuke knocks back out into his fever. Naruto falls out of the Avatar state, and then immediately falls to the ground, breathing heavily, and his eyes fluttering as he feels he's about to black out. He blacks out. As he wakes up in a room, he can see that there's mist everywhere. He sees mist for endless and endless miles. Mist, and darkness. Later, he wakes up and he realizes that Sakura is there with Rock Lee and Sasuke. Rock Lee says that he's glad he could help, and then he goes away. Naruto, seeing Sakura and Sasuke there, smiles and says that he protected them. They then proceed to wake Sasuke up, who's now actually back to normal, and apologizes to Naruto for attacking him. Naruto says the same, and then they get up and begin to head towards the main center. Rock Lee heads back to his team with Neji and Tenten. Naruto's team makes it to the center not first, but after Gaara, and Gaara can see Naruto's there. They look each other in the eyes, and the cold bond between them almost makes the air feel heavy. The trio walk upstairs, where they meet Iruka, just as the same in the original, and Iruka begins to tell them about the next stage of the Chunin exams. In the next stage of Chunin exams, once everyone had arrived in the Forest of Death, the teams are pretty much the same as the original. As the re-roll thing, I'm not really going to change. So Ino and Sakura are still fighting. Sakura's actually going to win, like, barely, because she's stronger due to Naruto being stronger and Sasuke being stronger for trying to compete with Naruto. So Ino will actually lose due to the story and how the strength has increased in the gap. And Naruto will beat Kiba fairly easily, as Kiba is not really a match for his powers at this point. Naruto can pretty easily just use his standard earthbending to push the walls together and beat Kiba. Kiba is swiftly defeated by Naruto, who then continues on to the end of the match. When Hinata is actually about to be attacked by Neji and is hurt, Naruto begins to clench his fists as he sees Neji is talking about destiny and hurting others. When he sees this, he clenches his fist and it makes him upset, just as he's about to kill Hinata. Then Naruto actually basically body flickers, and it looks like he teleports in front of the way between Neji and Hinata with his arms out. Neji's about to hit into Naruto, and Naruto stares into Neji's eyes. Neji feels all of his instincts telling him to not do it, as he feels it about to, just as wind starts to settle around the ground. Naruto would have used a spiraling tornado attack, the same kind of attack Aang uses to blow people into the air, and he would have probably thrown Neji Hyuga out of the building. He now falls to the ground, and Naruto catches her with wind. He then tells them that she's heavily hurt and that they need to get her help. Hinata barely just sees that she passes out. Then Sasuke's match continues onward with the same Sound Ninja, and he actually wins much faster, as his chakra is a little bit higher than the original because of the Land of Waves training with Naruto. Then Kakashi, seeing the cursed seal from Orochimaru, places the seal on top of that seal so that Sasuke can control it. Kakashi is scared of Orochimaru and tries not to avoid the fight. Then Gaara and Rock Lee fight. Rock Lee goes into his first gate form, then his second gate form, then his third gate form. Him and Gaara have a battle almost as grand as the original, and just as Lee's about to use the third gate, he jumps in front and Gaara hits his leg and crushes it with the sand barrier, just like he did originally. Naruto says no and extremely loudly and pushes his hand forward, and just as the sand crushes his leg, wind actually rips through the sand and pulls it off. And then Kakashi, seeing this, knows that Naruto was basically saved his life. Mike Guy's impressed that Naruto's quick reaction speed to save him. Naruto was doing that all on instinct, but he takes the praise. Afterwards, Naruto and the gang, now knowing that they have a month left and who will be in the participation for the Chunin exams for the final stage. Gaara will be fighting Naruto in this event, and Neji will be fighting Sasuke, as I kind of want that to happen because of certain reasons, as Gaara has the element of sand and Naruto has all the elements, and Neji has the Byakugan, Sasuke has the Sharingan. So, oh, what's up everybody, it's me, That One Weeb here, back with another episode of a What If Naruto video. For this What If you haven't read the title, is What If Naruto Was the Avatar, Part 6. So, awesome. Yeah, this is my first Part 6 ever for a video, I'm pretty sure. And it's gonna be great, so here we go. Last time, Naruto and everyone made it through the first and second phases of the Chunin exams and know who they're fighting against at this point. Naruto will be fighting Gaara, and Sasuke will be fighting Neji. Those are the two important fights currently. And they begin their 1 month training. Naruto is officially dropped off on Ibisu before he ditches him and then begins trying to get with Jiraiya. Jiraiya eventually accepts him and then says that it's cool if he tags along. Jiraiya begins to train him on using his Kyuubi side when he realizes that Naruto has a special ability that he's never seen before for any Jinchuriki to have. This impressed Jiraiya immensely when Naruto shows his power to him firsthand. He tries to get Naruto to use the Kyuubi chakra by throwing him into that ravine and summoning Gamabunto like he did in the original. However, when he's thrown into the pit, instead of using the Kyuubi's chakra, he goes into the avatar state and then pulls rock out of the bottom of the cavern and fills up the cavern to rock to the top. When Jiraiya sees him moving his arms in a wave-like pattern and he rises up, he then sees Naruto's blue eyes and the blue images, his seal turning blue on his stomach that can glow through his shirt. Jiraiya is shocked, openly gasps as he sees Naruto's ability. Naruto falls to the avatar state and then falls to one knee. He starts breathing heavily and then explains to Jiraiya Sensei what that was. He tells Jiraiya about all of the avatars and his ability and what his mission to defend all of the great nations of wind, fire, the water, and earth nations. When he explains this, Jiraiya is confused and then tells him that there's other nations too, like the Cloud Nation and the Land of Waves. Naruto is thinking how to explain to him he's talking about a different world, but then decides to forget it. He explains to Jiraiya how his abilities work and how he can command the four elements, supposedly, of earth, water, wind, and fire with most ease without using chakra. Jiraiya, impressed with his ability, tells Naruto that if an ability like that really did exist, then he must be extremely valuable, and Jiraiya internally thinks he can't let Orochimaru take him for his experiments. Naruto then begins showing Jiraiya his earth abilities. Jiraiya is impressed and then asks him to show him a fire or wind ability. Naruto can't really do that yet. Jiraiya says that they're going to switch his training a little bit. As the Kyuubi's chakra, he thinks can wait for a little bit. We should probably work on this power that you have more of a control over for the tuning exams, and we can work on your Kyuubi power, your other powers and abilities later on. Naruto agrees and then begins working on his avatar training. Jiraiya actually interprets a form of Sage Mode training with his ability, as he analyzes Naruto and then realizes that he's using purely nature energy, and a lot of it. Naruto innately has more nature energy than any normal person should have, like hundreds of people's amount of nature energy. It's as if if he had a condensed version of hundreds of people's energy. Instead of having ninjutsu energy or taijutsu physical energy, they just have nature energy. And all of this massive amount of nature energy doesn't take any toll on Naruto. In fact, the elements seem to bend for his will. When Jiraiya discovers this, they begin focusing his training. Naruto does meditation and is trying to work on a type of Sage Mode. Jiraiya thinks that if Naruto could unlock Sage Mode, then Naruto's abilities to control the elements might increase way farther. It's going to be able to sense the actual nature energy that he's bending, and this way it'll make it far easier for him to use his bending powers. Naruto and Jiraiya actually coined the word bending for this ability, as Naruto innately uses these wavy sort of taijutsu, like Tai Chi forms of combat when he's moving them, instead of forming hand seals, which it looks like he's bending his arms and waving. So they call him it bending. Naruto meditates on for quite a few weeks when he almost has a grasp on Sage Mode. He thinks that Jiraiya tells Naruto that he has a natural affinity for the sage arts, and that if Naruto had enough time, they'd go to Mount Miyaboku and actually get him into a perfect sage. Jiraiya says he'll tell him more about it later on. Naruto, being frustrated, complains that he never tells him anything cool. He then tells Naruto for the next 2 weeks to train on meditation to try and tap into his powers at will. Naruto meditates for 2 weeks straight, and in the second week, the day before the tuning exam part 2, Naruto finally has a breakthrough. He falls into the spirit realm. When he wakes up in his spirit form, he looks around and begins talking to Avatar Aang. Avatar Aang waves him and tells Naruto that he knows all about what's going on through his eyes. He tells Naruto that he's going to help him learn how to use the wind bending technique and how to use it to help him win this tuning exam thing to make him a real ninja. Naruto and Aang begin training for that day, and Naruto's exhausted by the time he gets out of the spirit realm. Avatar Aang had taught him how to use his own technique, a traveling technique called the wind air ball, and that's what he calls it. Basically, you take wind energy and you form it beneath you into a rotating ball. After using this, you can sit on it and use it to travel anywhere. Naruto found this extremely cool and practiced it most of the day. Then Avatar Aang explained to Naruto how, as the Avatar, you should be able to command wind if you practice it enough. Even though wind is the opposite of your natural affinity for Earth style, with him there, it shouldn't be too hard. He tells Naruto exactly how to do it, what he needs to do, and Naruto learns how to bend wind so he can make wind breezes, weapons, and push people back with it. He's basically gained a basic understanding of the wind element now, and thanks Avatar Aang before he returns to his normal realm. He shows his new skills to Jiraiya, and Jiraiya is impressed with his meditation practice. The next day, Naruto heads to the Chunin exams, where he faces off with Gaara. But in fact, he does not face off with Gaara in the first round. Instead, Sasuke shows up, early and not late this time, and his fight with Neji begins. Sasuke activates his Sharingan, and begins falling down the side of the wall, and looks towards Neji. Neji has his Byakugan activated, and they look into each other's eyes. Sasuke walks towards the Hyuga clan member, and then Neji walks towards the last of the Uchiha. They look each other into the eyes, and then Neji says, "I guess it's time to finish out the rest of your clan." This pisses Sasuke off, and as he grits his teeth, and then tells Neji, "Well, I guess I'll just have to do it the same so you understand my pain." They then rush towards each other after saying such banter, and begin their fight. Sasuke, using his Sharingan to dodge the gentle fist blows, is combating Neji with supreme skill. Then, he surprises Neji. He then falls back, and then uses a Shadow Clone. Naruto's actually surprised by this, as he's never used this before. He's actually never seen Sasuke use this technique. Kakashi had taught it to him as he thought that it might be useful for Sasuke's development, as well as that it would probably be beneficial for him to learn a few more jutsu than just one for fighting someone so versatile like Neji. He then activates his Chidori in both his Shadow Clone and him, taking both of his 2 attacks he can use that day. He then has his Shadow Clone rush towards Neji. Neji says this is child's play and begins using his 360-degree palm rotation. Then Sasuke rushes forward and then pierces right between, grabbing Neji's hand out of midair and then shoving at him his Chidori. The Chidori is about to pierce Neji's shoulder, and when it bursts through, Neji's eyes open wide as the Byakugan deactivates and he coughs up blood. He then falls to one knee and then looks up towards Sasuke. Sasuke then tells him does he understand his power yet, and he kicks Neji back. Neji reactivates his Byakugan and then rushes forward, then activating the 64 trigrams, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He rushes towards Sasuke and then begins hitting some of Sasuke's chakra points. Sasuke, in Sasuke's head, shit, my shoulder, left leg, bottom right shoulder. He can't use jutsu anymore. Sasuke falls back and his Sharingan deactivates. They then begin into a fight as both their chakra levels are supremely drained. Naruto, watching this battle, is quite impressed with Sasuke's skill. As Kakashi watches, he's proud of his student. Sasuke throws a kunai towards Neji. Neji bows his head downwards and blocks it. After he then heads upward and tries to get an uppercut on Sasuke. Sasuke sidekicks this out of the way and then punches Neji into the face, kicking him back and tells Neji, "Destiny won't determine who I'll be able to kill. And once I get you, Itachi, that's gonna be it." He then punches Neji back, and Neji falls to the ground, thinking that Sasuke, who was destined to be a fate of murder and suffering, actually defeated him. Then, later on, it's Naruto versus Gaara. Naruto walks into the ring, and Gaara does the same. As Gaara prepares his sand shield, Naruto then activates his elements. He begins to bend. He forces his hand towards Gaara's sand shield, and then in a loud screaming voice, he says, "I command you, as the Avatar and Lord of this world's elements, I command you, sand, bow before me, bend away from your so-called master, and towards the true leader of the elements." As Naruto pushes his hand forward and says this, his eyes glow a faint blue, and the sand begins to shake. Gaara's eyes open wide as he screams, "What are you doing?" And all of his sand rips off of him and then shoots towards Naruto. Naruto now has all the sand floating above his hand and says, "Well, Gaara, since you so much depend on your weapons of your elements, I suppose I'll take them away from you. Let's have a clean match. Naruto then takes all the sand in the arena and then pushes it upwards and shoots it out of the arena, far from Gaara's reach. Gaara screams and says that he'll kill him. He then runs towards Naruto. Naruto sidesteps this and then uses a wind cut. He slashes his right hand across the air behind next to Gaara, and a slash of wind pierces through through Gaara's shoulder. Blood spurts out of his arm, and everyone in the crowd cheers for Naruto's immense victory. Gaara falls to the ground as almost unconscious, when suddenly he goes into his Shukaku form. Naruto's eyes open wide as he realizes what's going on. Then Gaara runs out of the arena and begins heading to the forest. Naruto and Sasuke look each other across the arena and they nod their heads. Then Naruto rushes out of the arena. He quickly creates an air ball, just as Aang had showed him, and he jumps on top of it. He then, sitting in his pose and his hands clasped together, rushes forward. His speed is crazy fast with using this, by the way. He rushes forward to the point where he actually intercepts Gaara way earlier, so they're much closer to the village now. Naruto then uses an earth drill and shoots a spike of earth out of the ground towards where Gaara is. Gaara drops down to the ground and then roars at Naruto. He then begins using his sand arm, which Naruto tries to deactivate. He realizes that this isn't normal sand and that it's not following him. The sand actually punches Naruto and shoots him back. He hits the back of a tree and coughs up blood. Naruto then, getting up, pulls out 3 shuriken and throws them towards Gaara's arm. Once Gaara gets this attack on his arm, he then is blocked from view. Naruto then goes behind him and uses a burst of air. He pushes his palm forward up from under Gaara and says, "Up!" Then the air rushes down from the sky and pulls Gaara upwards. Once Gaara's in the air, then Naruto clasps his hands together. He clasps his hands and says, "Alright, ground, I need you to do some work." He bends his arms and then shoots it upwards. Once he shoots it upwards, the ground beneath them and the trees all shoot upwards into spikes, creating a tall tower that Gaara is then stuck on. Naruto begins running up the side of this tower, creating footholds with bending as he rushes. As he gets up there, Gaara is in his full form and is beginning to transform into Shukaku. Sasuke arrives with Sakura and the rest of everyone who came to help back up Naruto. Naruto, using both wind and earth, is battling Gaara. And suddenly Naruto is knocked to the ground. As he begins falling and is about to hit contact with the ground, he suddenly falls into his seal. He sees the Nine Tails, as well as the Avatar Spirit near it. The Nine Tails tells him that he'll lend him his strength this time, and then the Avatar Spirit tells Naruto that it's sorry, but he's used a lot of the Avatar state recently, so he has to let the Nine Tails have this one. Then Naruto nods and says that he needs his help. The Nine Tails chakra goes into Naruto's body as his strength increases and his eyes become slit-like. He opens his eyes, and an aura of red envelops him. Sasuke seizes with his Sharingan as Naruto's muscles begin to bulge. He then grabs his hand into the earth and then pulls himself up, lunging up the tower towards the Shukaku. He then jumps with all of his strength towards Shukaku and punches Gaara in the face. As he does this, he then forms his hands together and begins forming hand seals, as he watched Sasuke do exactly in the arena. He forms the Shadow Clone Jutsu and says, "It's time for my ultimate technique. 10,000 shadow clones, Earth style, bend of the rock god." 10,000 shadow clones erupt out of the sky, and they each put their right hand out and begin to grab the tower. The tower begins to fold towards them as they pull it out of the ground and into the air. As they form it into a spear, they jab it downward at all of their strength, as all the shadow clones explode on contact as soon as they do this. Naruto is beginning to run out of all the chakra. He gasps as he's running out. He uses the last of his strength to thrust the spear towards the Shukaku. As the giant Shukaku is impaled by the spear, Naruto falls to the ground, and Sasuke rushes out and catches him. As Naruto sees Gaara falling to the ground, he tells Sasuke to save him. Sasuke leaps out into the air and barely grabs Gaara in time. When Gaara is pulled down to the ground near Naruto, Naruto looks at him and tells him that he knows how he feels to be different, and he understands the burden of carrying others around you, and he understands the need to live. He tells Gaara that this is not the right way, and uses his Taunt no Jutsu to bring Gaara to the light. And let's get right back into the story. So thank you guys for supporting that video. Keep supporting my channel. We're almost at 300 subscribers. Let's get there soon. And for 300 subs, I'll put out my Discord server. So thanks, guys, and let's get right into the video. As the dawn rises for that day, Naruto wakes up and remembers that the Leaf Village is still recovering from the attack on Konoha. He thinks sadly about the third Hokage's death as he sacrificed himself while Naruto is battling Gaara to kill Orochimaru, or at least his arms. Naruto thinks about this and hits his fist on his bedside. He could have been there. If he'd been there, he could have saved the third Hokage, the old man. He thinks back to when he was a child and how Hiruzen was always there for him. And even though he wasn't there all the time when people were making fun of him, he was the only person Naruto could turn to at the time. Naruto sits up and thinks that he'll make the old man proud. He gets up for the day and begins walking around town, looking for Kakashi-sensei, as he has no idea for what their next mission or anything will be. He comes across Jiraiya, the teacher he had when he was training with Avatar Aang during the month before the Chunin exams took place. He says hello to Jiraiya and asks him how he's doing. Jiraiya comes up with an idea. Jiraiya asks Naruto how he feels on coming with him on a mission so that way he can help him find the Lady Tsunade. When Naruto hears about this, his ears perk up, and he decides that might be an excellent idea for training. He tells Jiraiya that he'll come with him to help him find the next Hokage. Naruto tells Kakashi-sensei and leaves a note saying that he'll be back soon. Naruto and Jiraiya begin leaving. Jiraiya comes up with an idea. After seeing what Naruto could do with the avatar powers he has, he thinks that evolving Naruto's chakra and his powers in chakra would perhaps even make his abilities with the avatar state greater, as he already had begun training Sage Mode at the minimum levels with Naruto, and Naruto's avatar strength of his feats has gone up in crazy high. Jiraiya begins training Naruto and begins explaining to him the Rasengan, his father's technique, which he doesn't tell him for now. Jiraiya begins explaining how speed, rotation, and power all work together in shaping the Rasengan. He creates the blue orb in his hand and shoves into that same tree, creating the same hole that we saw in the original show. When Naruto sees this, his eyes open wide and he thinks about all the things he could do, maybe even merging some powers together. He tells Jiraiya he'll train and he'll learn the Rasengan as his first real technique besides the Shadow Clone Jutsu. He begins training on using the Rasengan, and he occasionally has trouble. So instead of using chakra when he runs out of stamina, he begins using his bending styles. He forms the Rasengan, and he actually figures it out far faster than the original timeline, as he already knows how to create a bigger Rasengan using wind. He thinks about what Avatar Aang told him about creating the ball of air beneath him, how he has to fold it and continuously keep it spinning in order to make it travel so he can use it as his device of movement. He thinks if he can only take this and put it on a smaller scale, he'll be able to use the Rasengan. Naruto tries to create the air ball technique that Avatar Aang had shown him to ride on. He creates the large one and then gets on top of it. He then gets back down and analyzes the technique. He tries to make it smaller. It gets half the size. Too big. Smaller. He finally gets to the point where he basically fit into his hand at the size of a basketball. He then throws it at a tree, and the tree gets some damage. He determines that his rotation has to be faster and more condensed. He now tries the same thing with chakra and creates a semi-Rasengan, the same that Jiraiya showed with the spinny circles, the half Rasengan. He actually gets this and shows Jiraiya that he's improved, and Jiraiya moves him on from using the water balloon to the rubber ball. Now that Naruto's training with this, it's much harder for him to use his chakra, as his chakra control is terrible in this timeline. He's been relying on his avatar powers so much and not really using any chakra abilities that when he's using chakra and trying to contain it, it's far harder for him. He figures it out about the time they get to Tsunade, so Naruto barely has a grasp on it. It takes him some time, but he can do it solo-handed without a Shadow Clone. All thanks to Avatar Aang's similar technique that he used. They find Lady Tsunade in a bar. Jiraiya is talking to Naruto when he sees the lady with the blonde hair, and he remembers her. He walks over with Naruto and they sit down, and he begins talking to Tsunade about her taking the position of Hokage. Tsunade begins making fun of the Hokage position and how Hiruzen was an old fool for ever taking up that job in the first place. Naruto grits his teeth and then pounds his fists on the table, and a blue energy surrounds him, which is his chakra as well as his rage. He looks at Tsunade and tells her that if she doesn't want to go back that bad to heal his friends, Kakashi, and as well as Sasuke from not Sasuke, then he's gonna force her to go. By the way, we are gonna have a flashback real quick. While Naruto and Jiraiya were on their way here, just as Naruto was using that airball technique to figure out the Rasengan, they'd stopped by in a small hot spring town. When Naruto was training in his room doing meditation techniques to absorb more nature energy, he hears a knock at the door and then answers the door. He sees immediately he can sense Itachi Uchiha and Kasame. He opens the door and then as Samehara, the sword, springs through the door and is about to pierce Naruto. Naruto easily dives his head back and sees and avoids eye contact with Itachi. He then summons Earth and then pushes it out of the ground. This actually surprises Itachi as he didn't use chakra at all. So when this Earth just randomly shoots out of the ground and is about to spear Itachi in the face, his Sharingan has a split-second reaction and he barely dodges it. He's actually surprised at this and tells Kasami that he might be more than they bargained for. He's not using any chakra when he's using these techniques. Naruto then throws an air slash towards them by crossing his arms and throwing two. The slash goes towards them and Itachi uses a fireball jutsu to counter it. Then, Naruto rushes forward and creates earth steps. He goes higher, and then jumps down with an axe blade kick. This kick goes towards Kisame, and Kisame basically phrases Samehara just in time. As Naruto kicks down with his strength, the actual blow has so much power behind it that it pushes the sword down onto Kisame. Naruto's way stronger in this timeline, needless to say, due to the Avatar state and the training he'd done during the month before. And with his added nature energy strength bonus from the Avatar state, which he hasn't activated yet, it's crazy high. Sasuke comes running in at this point and Itachi sees him. Itachi then does the neck grab meme thing with Sasuke and tells him that he doesn't have enough hate, knocks him out with the Izanagi, or not Izanagi, with his Genjutsu. He then goes back to fighting Naruto. Jiraiya arrives just in time as Naruto's about to wear down. He's been using too much nature energy as the Avatar, and is actually beginning to run out of stamina, like his normal stamina. Naruto then thanks Jiraiya for coming, and says that they can take him down. Jiraiya says it's not worth it, and that they don't have enough time, and he creates a toad stomach surrounding him and Naruto. The two Akatsuki members escape, and Naruto vows that he'll hunt them down and destroy the rest of the Akatsuki someday. Continuing back to the future, he looks towards Tsunade and tells her that he's fought people way stronger than what he thinks she might be, and that he bets that he can take her down right there and now. She tells him that, guess what, if you can beat me, then I'll give you this necklace, and she explains about the necklace of the first Hokage. Naruto agrees and they head outside. Immediately when she hits the ground with her fist and creates the earthquake, Naruto's eyes widen, and then they tighten together as he gets angry. He tells her that ground did nothing to her, and that she just hurt the earth and scarred it. He then slams his hand on the ground and says, and mends it. The earth flows back together as if nothing had ever happened, and then tells Tsunade that what her actions have been won't be forgiven. He then rushes forward and uses an air slash towards Tsunade. Tsunade punches us with her own attack, blocks the air slash of her fist attack, which then causes an air attack to go towards Naruto. Naruto waves his hand and the air blows to the side, harmlessly bouncing off of him. He then forms a Rasengan, which surprises Tsunade, and lunges towards her, about to hit her with the Rasengan. She then blitzes out of the way, and is about to chop Naruto in the neck, when suddenly a pillar of earth shoots out behind Naruto and blocks her blow. The rock is actually steel, like much harder rock that he knew she was going to attack from behind. This hurts her hand and causes red marks to appear on her fist. Naruto then re-pushes that back into the ground, and then lunges towards Tsunade. He then tries to throw the last Rasengan that he made towards her. As he throws the Rasengan, he uses his wind avatar energy to push the Rasengan forward and continuously take the chakra and spin it. As it's about to hit Tsunade, Tsunade then grabs the Rasengan out of the air and crushes it. Naruto's eyes widen as he didn't realize she could be this strong. She then pushes Naruto back and then is breathing heavily. She tells Naruto that for a genin, he's way too strong and asks what Jiraiya had taught him. Naruto tells Tsunade about the Sage Mode training Naruto had done with Jiraiya. She looks towards Jiraiya and tells him that that's way too much for someone his age, and that it could be dangerous. Jiraiya just shakes his shoulders and tells her that it was for the right cause. Later, after Naruto goes to bed, she tells Jiraiya that she'll go back to the village and heal them, Kakashi and Sasuke, Naruto's friends, as well as consider becoming the Hokage. When Jiraiya asked what happened to her change of thought, she said that boy out there, if someone like that level is so strong and determined, then she can help just a bit. Then, the next day, she goes to decline Orochimaru. Jiraiya and Naruto appear on the scene as Orochimaru and Kabuto are about to force her to help them. Jiraiya begins his battle with Orochimaru and summons Gamabunta. Then, Naruto begins to battle with Kabuto. As Tsunade sees blood, her eyes widen and she stops to the ground, as she doesn't want to. She still has that traumatized state from blood, even though she's a medical ninja. Kabuto and Naruto are pretty even in the fight, like in hand-to-hand combat. Naruto's actually at a slight advantage as he's far faster, and he uses a new idea that he came up with for a technique. He uses the air ball and he jumps on top of it. He then spins towards Kabuto, leaps up in the air as the air ball keeps rolling, and Kabuto has to block this. As he's holding back the wrecking ball, like how Choji does the wrecking ball with his air ball, Naruto then goes behind him and has a Rasengan in hand. He tells Kabuto that he shouldn't have picked on this was the wrong fight to pick with him. He then shoves the Rasengan to Kabuto's back, and his arms stretch backwards as he screams. The ball of air disappears and dissipates as Naruto commands it to, and then Kabuto goes slamming forward into a boulder. Is completely knocked out from that strike. Tsunade is impressed and gives Naruto the Hashirama's necklace. When Naruto thanks her and tells her that she has to come back to the village, she said she was going to do it at the start. Naruto smiles and tells her that he's going to help beat Orochimaru with Jiraiya. He then summons a giant stone figure. As he had done with Gaara, he pushes his hands together and creates shadow clones so that he can help control the earth. As he walks forward to the giants of Gamabunta and the snake that Orochimaru is riding, Jiraiya can sense this. Him and Orochimaru turn to see Naruto with about 100 shadow clones, all standing on top of a giant stone golem. This golem Naruto has created is being actually just a ton of earth being bent by his shadow clones. Naruto is commanding his shadow clones to go forward and use strikes. He then forms his own blade. He creates a stone blade out of earth and uses it to slash Orochimaru. He says, "Giants, strike of the giant god, Earth Slash." He then slashes the sword down on top of the snake's head, almost making it disappear instantly back to where it was summoned. Orochimaru begins to fall to the ground. Jiraiya desummons Gamabunta, falling after him. He then grabs Kabuto and escapes. Naruto hot on his heels, and as they disappear, without being able to get him, Naruto slams his fist into the golem, and it begins disappearing back into dust on the ground. His shadow clones disappear, and Naruto falls, his hand bleeding, him bleeding pretty much everywhere. He looks to Jiraiya and tells him he's sorry that he's failed him, and that he'll do better next time. He then proceeds to pass out, and Naruto goes into a dreamlike state, where he can only see a gray void and hear voices. Jiraiya picks him up and tells him that he did good, and then him, Tsunade, and Jiraiya begin to head back to the Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya is proud of Naruto, and Naruto has a long way to go, but he believes that Naruto might be the boy from the prophecy that he thought of long ago. Hey guys, what's up? It's me, Don Weep here, back with another episode of What If Naruto Was the Avatar? Part 8. It's the finale, guys, for part 1 of Naruto. Thank you guys so much for sticking with me these few weeks and this whole series to this point. It's been great. You guys have enjoyed it. It's gonna open up a slot for a new What If in my whole week schedule. I'm gonna put a tab up for the new What Ifs that I have working on for writing. You guys get to pick, so make sure to check it out. If you guys want this What If to continue beyond the finale and into Shippuden, then make sure to hit 100 likes on this video. I know we can do it, and once we hit 100 likes, then I might even do it on an extra Shippuden, or I might post a second video so that we can do all of Shippuden for this. But make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and yeah, become a subscriber for my channel, That One Weeb. And thank you guys so much for sticking with us. I appreciate every single one of you, and I hope you guys had a great day. So let's get right into this. As we recall, last time, Naruto got back with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and everyone was healed. Well, Kakashi and Sasuke were healed from the Itachi incident by Tsunade. After Tsunade had healed them, Sasuke was considering the things that had happened prior and how Itachi had told him his hatred wasn't strong enough. He decided that he might be needing to seek more further power, as unlike him, Naruto had an almost endless well of strength, where he was lacking. He decided that he's gonna find a way to become stronger. But to confirm that his doubts about himself are true, he decides to challenge Naruto to a fight. Kakashi talks to Jiraiya and Tsunade about what's going on, and Tsunade is decided as the next Hokage, and the construction of the 5th Hokage's face monument is being decided now. Naruto and Sasuke are on that roof where the clotheslines blow in the wind, and Sakura watches and awe as well as horror as her two friends, as well as her maybe future lover, fight. As Naruto and Sasuke look at each other, Naruto asks Sasuke if he really wants to do this. Sasuke tells him to go all out and then rushes at him, and tells him if he won't attack, he'll go first. He begins battling Naruto and Taijutsu, and eventually it gets to the point where they're getting a little bit too serious. Naruto begins using his bending, his earth bending, and as well as air bending, in order to push away Sasuke's fireballs, as well as deflect and reflect attacks. Sasuke is amazed by Naruto's defense, and this pushes him more than ever to gain power. As Sasuke activates his Chidori, he tells Naruto to use that move, the move that he knows Naruto has. Naruto obliges and then takes all the chakra he can muster and forces it into his right hand. He then uses his air energy of the avatar and begins to spin it. As he spins this chakra, the chakra begins to mold and form until it becomes a beautiful blue and white Rasengan. As Naruto then pushes more wind bending into it from being the avatar, it begins to take on some wind energy traits, like the Rasen Shuriken. As he does this, it has white tinged edges at it, so it seems to have a blue center, like a frosted pearl. As Naruto takes this back, he then tells Sasuke is he ready for it. Sasuke dives forward at him and says, "Come at me, Chidori!" As he thrusts his thousand bird attack, chiseling and scraping along with sizzling speed across his hands as the electric energy crosses across him. So Naruto then takes his Rasengan and leaps into the air, wind pushing behind him as he thrusts his right hand forward and screams, "Avatar style, Wind Rasengan!" As he says this, he pushes his Rasengan forward and it smashes it into, well, Kakashi's hand. Kakashi grabs Naruto's arm and throws him into the water tower, as well as Sasuke, and throws him into the opposite one. As soon as Naruto's hand with the Rasengan clashes into the water tower, it shatters into a bajillion pieces, all the water splattering over, getting on top of Sakura, who still screamed no as she ran towards them. Sasuke, realizing the destruction that Naruto has capability-wise, is horrified as well as in awe of what his abilities are. He basically decides at this point that he's going to go to Orochimaru's, even if the Sound 4 hadn't shown up, which we get into. Sasuke goes out to be on his own as he contemplates what's going on and thinks about how it'll be okay if he goes, as Naruto will be here to protect the village, and if Itachi ever does show up, the village would be safe, and if he gets stronger, he can kill Itachi himself. Then, Kakashi shows up and talks to Sasuke about why he shouldn't have used that attack against Naruto, and how fighting your comrades with that kind of power isn't supposed to happen, and how things can happen. Kakashi then thinks about Rin as he jabbed her through the heart and worries about what would have happened if Naruto and Sasuke had that same fate with Sakura. He frowns and feels sadness in his heart and can generally see what's going on and empathizes with Sasuke too. A great deal. Sasuke then tells Kakashi to leave him alone, and Kakashi obliges. Sasuke then, sitting alone in his tree, is confronted by the Sound 4. The Sound 4 decimates Sasuke, blow for blow, going back and forth like a tennis ball across the field. Sasuke is bleeding and broken on the ground when they tell him that if he doesn't go, then he's better come with them to leave the village, and that they'll be leaving tonight at dusk. Sasuke agrees, and he then tells him he'll come with. They disappear, and then Sasuke goes back to his home, thinking about what's happening to him and his friends, and if his parents and his family would have approved of this. He thinks back to that night of the Itachi massacre of his clan, the Uchiha massacre, and tears well up in his eyes. He wipes these away, however, and then looks at the picture of him, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi. He then reaches his hand out slowly as it brisks through the air, wind brushing against the picture, dust floating off of the frame. He grabs the frame and tilts it forward, and the picture falls down, putting a close on their chapter for Naruto and Team 7, and especially his friendship with them. He then packs up everything and leaves that night, taking everything important to him besides that picture. As Sakura is walking around that night thinking about what happened to Naruto and Sasuke, she sees Sasuke walking towards her. As he walks towards her, she says his name, "Sasuke!" and Sasuke appears right behind her. He then tells Sakura that he's sorry and that he needs to do this in order to kill that certain man. He tells her that he's sorry for everything and that he hopes that she'll be okay and he'll see her again someday. He then chops her in the back of the neck and she falls to the ground. He then picks her up and puts her on the bench slightly and brushes her hair out of her face. He tells Sakura that if anyone comes after him, then he'll have to fight back, but he doesn't want to hurt anyone in the Leaf Village. He then leaves and thinks about how his new journey with Orochimaru will be. Sasuke is picked up by the Sound 4 and heads out of the village. Naruto wakes up in the morning with an odd sense of melancholy on him, as he wakes up to find that Sakura and, strangely enough, Choji and Shikamaru and Neji, they all keep pounding on the door until eventually it opens on its own. Naruto, getting out, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes, asks what's going on, and they tell him that Sasuke left the village. As soon as this happens, Naruto says, "What? Sasuke left? Like, for real?" They said yeah, and nodded. He then gets up, runs to his jumpsuit, and puts it on faster than anyone could possibly comprehend. He then runs out of the house and says that we have to hurry, and he runs with them. He all tells them to hop on that they can get to him way faster. He creates his air scooter technique, and then creates some for everyone else to ride on. He tells them that he can control them and that they'll get there way breakneck pace, almost as fast as, some certain techniques like speed techniques. Shikamaru is impressed with the skill and decides that Naruto has even more tactical uses. They then speed forward on their air bikes as they head into the forest. They run into Jirobo, the first goal barrier from the Sound 4. As Jirobo stops them and surrounds them with that chakra wall of darkness. Naruto says he's got this, and then he takes his hand and puts it forward onto the wall. As he does this, he then forces his avatar rank above the earth and tells it to move. He pressures this and then bends it, moving his hands as the earth falls away and melts back into the ground. Jirobo's shocked as Naruto blitzes forward and then punches him in the stomach, knocking him out in one hit. Jirobo falls to the ground, and then they tie him up with rope, continuing onward as they have to keep hurry. They get back on their air scooters and continue onward. As they get there, they then run into both the flute girl as well as the spider. The spider guy with the weird ability of the web chakra. Neji fights them, and as well as the rest of the team. They then tell Naruto to hurry onwards, and that Neji and Shikamaru and Choji can handle this. As Naruto leaves, he tells them that he will bring Sasuke back, and he promises he'll be back. He then rushes forward when suddenly he's blitzing across the field, and suddenly a bone slices out of air, and he didn't even sense it, and slices across Naruto's cheek, blood dripping. Naruto quickly pushes his right hand over the cheek and tries to stop the blood flow. As a second bone comes whistling out of the air, he dives off of the air scooter and into the ground, creating a big trench of earth as he pulls himself underground and then seals the hole above him. He then hears an odd crunching sound as the earth begins to shake. He shoots himself out of the ground just in time as a spike of bone appears inside of the ground where he was sitting. There he walks in, Kimimaro. Kimimaro walks towards Naruto, and Naruto's eyes widen as he sees this strange, pale-looking man. This man then tells him that if he wishes to stop the new vessel for Orochimaru from getting to him, then he'll kill him. He then begins to shoot bones as well as creates swords out of his arms of bone and begins to fight Naruto in hand-to-hand combat. Kimimaro and Naruto are about even at this point, and Naruto's fighting for tooth and nail to beat him. They're surprisingly even as Naruto can't bend the bones from Kimimaro as he doesn't know what material they are or if he can even do something like that, due to him only being able to bend, as he knows, earth, wind, fire, and water. Him not knowing about metal bending or lightning bending yet. But, anyway, Naruto then begins to fight even harder, until suddenly his savior, Rock Lee, comes out of nowhere and helps finish off Kimimaro. Kimimaro, using bone and attacks, realizes that he's cornered and decides to hit his final attack. He then says, "Bone Forest, Bone Armor." As he does this, he activates his bones and creates a huge shell around him in the shape of a skeleton. He then rises into the air on this new huge skeleton, and then summons a forest of sharp boneyards, making them forced to jump on top. As he begins shaking them as well as shooting arrows at them, Gaara saves them just in time and protects them with a sand shield, and then Naruto says he can finish this. He then puts his hands together and then summons it, the Earth Rock God. As he summons this massive being of rock, he then, as he knows, sees the shining sword of marble appear in his right hand. He looks down at the puny skeleton who's beneath him and tells Kimimaro it's over. He brings the sword overhead and then says, "Slice of the Rock God." Ha! He then slices downward as the marble sword of darkness slams into the skeleton, crushing Kimimaro beneath it as he dies slowly, thinking that he failed his master. Gaara and Rock Lee, at this point, are pretty much telling Naruto to hurry up and that they'll be right behind him. They go back to help Neji and the others defeat the Sound 4. At this point, Naruto rushes forward as he deactivates the giant. He then finally makes it there, to Sasuke. Sasuke turns and his eyes widen as he sees Naruto. He tells Naruto that he won't let him stop him, no matter what. And even though that they had a strong bond, it's over now. He tells him that he's going to break that bond, and that in order to gain power, he has to go to Orochimaru to beat him, to beat his older brother Itachi. Naruto curses and tells him that he was all he needed, that him and Kakashi and Sakura, why would he do that? Why would he abandon them? There was so much that they could have done together more. He then tells Sasuke he's not going to let him ruin that. He's not going to let him break his bond. He won't let him do that, as it would be a disgrace to Sasuke himself, and that he knows Sasuke's better than that. Sasuke turns him cold and laughs as he tells him that the only thing he needs is power. This makes Naruto grit his teeth as he rushes at Sasuke in his normal power and begins to push himself forward with earth and air bending. He slices an air slice towards Sasuke, who blocks it with his arm, barely getting a scratch. Naruto's eyes widen as he sees this, and then he gets punched into the water. Then Naruto goes flinging off of the top of Madara Uchiha's head into the water of the lake below of the final valley. As Naruto sinks into the murky depths of the water, he thinks about all that has happened until they got to this point. Him learning that he was the Avatar, growing up in the village, growing to help and become a Genin, fighting against Zabuza and helping defend Tazuna with Sasuke and the rest of Team 7, doing the Chunin exams and defending Sasuke from Orochimaru and helping save the whole village from Gaara, as well as saving Gaara and Neji. He thinks about helping Tsunade and helping find the 5th Hokage, as well as meeting Jiraiya, his master. His eyes close as he thinks that this is the end, and then as he hears in his voice, "You're not alone." All the avatars in his head light up, and Naruto realizes that he has to do this. He has to save Sasuke. He flies out of the ground, and all of the elements surround him in blue energy, completely surrounding Naruto. As Naruto then begins to grow a tail. Naruto grows an orange chakra tail, slowly flickering to purple as his entire body is covered with purple chakra from the mixture of the blue and red energies combining. Naruto then has his one-tailed state activated, mixed with his avatar eyes as well as his QBI state. As he floats above, looking like a god above the water, standing between Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, he tells Sasuke that even if he has to break every bone in his body, he's going to bring him back to Konoha, to everyone, and that they'll find another way. Sasuke tells him there is no other way, and then immediately he activates his power-up as well. He powers up into his state, his third curse mark stage, at the point where he has those extra arms and that marking on his face. He flies at Naruto, and Naruto begins to make shadow clones who all summon earth and shoot at Sasuke. Sasuke easily burns this away with his fireball jutsu, and he activates a Chidori. He looks at Naruto and says, "One more time." Naruto closes his eyes and opens them again and says, "No matter what, Sasuke, I will save you." He then tilts his hand back, and then he puts every element he can that he knows, as much as he can, into this attack. The only attack he can use to save his dear friend. He then, as the tail surrounds him and the energy grows even stronger, he then says, "Vermilion Avatar Rasengan." As all of the chakra energy from mixed with the QB chakra, his own chakra, and all 4 elements combine, it creates a pure white Rasengan, the strongest attack Naruto has ever wielded. As Naruto feels the strength, his hand begins shaking as the entire valley begins to vibrate from how much chakra is being condensed. It's becoming even more condensed and is beginning to turn dark, as Naruto knows he has to finish this before he could do something even darker. As inside he thinks of something called the Bijou Bomb that Kurama had told him about a while ago. He then rushes towards Sasuke and tells him that he's going to save him. Then Sasuke, powering every inch of chakra into this Chidori, tells Naruto no matter what, he will win. He dives towards Naruto and his wings flap as Naruto glides towards him on the air. The Rasengan and Chidori clash together one final time, and as a bright light elements over the entire land, something happens deep inside of the Rasengan and Chidori blast. Naruto and Sasuke look at each other, and they then touch hands, and Naruto tells Sasuke that he will save him and that they'll find another way, and that Itachi won't be able to haunt him anymore. Sasuke tears up and tells Naruto that he's a really good friend, and then at that moment, the light breaks, and a large explosion completely destroys the final valley. Both Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha's statue, as well as the waterfall, completely explode, stop, and are pushed backwards. The waterfall stops as Naruto and Sasuke fall to the ground. While Sasuke and Naruto's hands and fingers are burned and hurt quite severely, Naruto in pain and Sasuke in pain. Neither can move, and Kakashi and the rest finally arrive to see Naruto barely conscious, holding his hand over Sasuke to keep him down, and says, as he barely has enough strength to stand. Kakashi rescues the both of them, and Sasuke is taken back to Konoha. Orochimaru at this point is in pain, but finally he actually makes it to that new body from Kabuto. They know something's gone wrong the next day, as Sasuke never made it, and the Sound Four never came back. At that point, Orochimaru curses that damn kid who can control the elements, and says that they're going to find another way, as he thinks about a certain other person who is quite mentally unstable, and he thinks of a person named Gara of the Sand. Oh, what's up, everybody? It's me, Down Weeb here, back with another episode of something I didn't think I'd be posting for a while, but it's happening, so I'm really proud of everyone. Thank you so much for just everything, and we just hit 400 subscribers on the channel, and I said that for 400 subscribers I would post an early viewing, so episode 1, this will be like a 20-minute video, for What If Naruto Was the Avatar, part 1 of Shippuden. Since you guys, well, I didn't think we'd make it this far. I'm just really happy. The new What If for What If Naruto Was a Demigod is absolutely popping. We almost had 100 likes on part 1 for that, and we've gotten so many views and people commenting such nice things. Thank you guys so much for supporting that. I'm really happy. That series is going to be the most like original stuff I've ever done for like Naruto What Ifs, because in that series I'm actually creating my own characters, and there is going to be 2 arcs in the original Naruto where he's a kid still, like 2 arcs extra that weren't in the original show that I'm writing with all the characters and stuff, because I just think that it's really important to the story, and also I think you guys would really enjoy what I'm going to do. So make sure to keep looking forward to that one, and if that video gets as much love and attention as the one I posted last night did, I'll keep posting them daily. This is kind of like similar to Anime X's What If Naruto Was in the Anbu thing. Like, you guys really love it, and I'm so happy that I found and made something that everyone's really appreciating and loving the writing in. The writing for those ones take a little bit longer, though, since, like I said, I'm putting 100% into making those like super unique and creative, as well as like making sure that they have decent scaling. Like, I have to scale up some bad guys and antagonists so that Naruto is, like I said, because Naruto in that one is equal to like Hashirama's chakra. But anyway, that's not what you're here for in this video. So this is the 400 subscriber special. And as with the 300 subscriber special, I made the rest of What If Naruto Was a Hyuga, which you guys seem to like that one too, so thank you. This one won't be going all the way through Shippuden since I have a lot of stuff planned and I can't get it all done in one video. It would take like 10 hours. But we'll get into the Kazekage retrieval arc and stuff. So let's just get right back into the story. So where we left off. Naruto had gotten back after he had saved Sasuke. Sasuke was in the village again, and Kakashi and as well as the other Jonin had him on manual like support the daily 24 hours 7. A Jonin leader or a Jonin in some kind was always overwatching Sasuke so he could not escape again, as he was too valuable of an asset to the Leaf. Kakashi resealed the curse mark on Sasuke, and Sasuke controlled himself after learning that he can gain power, just like Naruto did, and get strong enough to stop Itachi. Orochimaru, in this case, is still looking for a new vessel, and curses luck that Sasuke escaped him. But let's get back to the story here. So, Naruto is picked up by Jiraiya, and Jiraiya tells him that they should go train so he can learn the Kyuubi. When he says this, Naruto's eyes widen, and he asks Jiraiya something very important to him. Jiraiya-sensei, can Sasuke come with us? Jiraiya's eyes widen, and he asks Naruto what does he mean. Naruto looks down and says that if he leaves Sasuke here, he's worried that Sasuke's going to run off again. And also that if Sasuke's not there to see how much stronger that they can become together, then what was the point of him saving him that back then? Jiraiya contemplates this and then asks Tsunade about it. She asks Tsunade if they could take Kakashi and Sasuke out of the village for 3 years along with them to train. Tsunade asks everyone about it, and Asuma says that he can take over Kakashi's missions while he's gone. Kakashi, who didn't really want to go, is crying and on the side of his eye that's open as he grabs all of his Make-Out Paradise books and has to leave. Sasuke is excited to be able to train with Naruto, and they walk out of the Hidden Leaf Village together. As they leave the village, oh yeah, by the way, we're covering the actual 3 years. We're not going to be doing that time skip stuff that the actual show did. So let's get into the 3 years. During the first year, when Naruto and the rest of everyone who went with them, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Sasuke left, they headed immediately to the mountains in the Land of Wind, in the desert. As they were there, Sasuke began training his Chidori even heavier, and he even gained a new sword, a grass blade cutter, similar to the one that he had in the original show of Naruto Shippuden when he was with Orochimaru. Sasuke and Naruto train daily together, and they become best friends and closer together. Sasuke and Naruto have gotten even like a foot taller, and they look closer to themselves in Shippuden. Naruto still is training his Rasengan daily, and already has mastered the giant Rasengan due to having Kakashi and Sasuke's help there to help him train. In fact, Kakashi has actually learned about the Shadow Clones, the secret of the Shadow Clones, and now Kakashi and Sasuke and Jiraiya and Sasuke are all using this, which is making them exponentially stronger. Naruto's training specifically, however, is that his avatar stuff. Because Naruto has the unique capabilities of the avatar, of basically having all the elements, they've been testing something. They've been trying to see if Naruto can use all 4 elements, and even different elements in general. Naruto, at this point, after the 1 year of training, has mastered all 4 elements: wind, fire, water, and earth. He'd been going to the Avatar state and the spiritual mode more frequently and had learned them. But now, Avatar Aang had assigned him a new mission for the next 2 years before he went to go and fight the Akatsuki. Naruto, who knew that he must defend himself because he's a Jinchuriki as well as the Avatar, and help all the nations solve peace and never have war. Naruto knows he has to train hard, and in doing this, he uses all of the 4 elements he has when Avatar Aang tells him about his new mission. Avatar Naruto. Your mission for the next 2 years is for you and your entire Avatar group to travel around the lands and learn the special elements. As Naruto is confused about what he means, Aang explains to him that there's different elements besides the 4. Naruto's eyes wide as he's never been able to use something like that before. Every time he's gone to the Avatar state, he's only used those main 4 elements. Aang proceeds to explain to him, then, that the elements have subcategories underneath them. Fire has a lightning element, and then Naruto thinks of the Chidori. And wind, metal, and there's a metal bending that you can do from earth bending, a subcategory of that. Naruto's eyes, his eyes harden as he thinks about this and how he can maybe even gain such power. He then asks Aang, is there any more? Avatar Aang tells him that there's ice bending, as well as blood bending, a water bending subcategory. And then there's also, well, we'll get into that later, but he tells him that the last one he doesn't need to learn yet, as he doesn't think that he could handle it. None of the other avatars have ever been able to master that one. At that point, Naruto agrees that he'll hunt down the other 4. He'll find A, metal bending, B, lightning bending, and C, the 2 water bending techniques, blood bending and water healing. He then asks Avatar Aang how he could possibly do this, and he then tells him to head to the lands of which the elements he speaks, and that's all the advice he'll give him. Naruto would not meet again with any of the Avatar spirits for the next 2 years. Sasuke, Jiraiya, and Kakashi are then explained to by Naruto about this mission of his, and now they all agree that this would be an excellent training idea. Jiraiya begins packing up, and they all start heading towards the Land of Waves. Naruto, as they're walking through the Land of Waves, talks with Sasuke and Kakashi about his dreams, as well as how Sasuke is improving so fast with his strength. Sasuke's been telling Naruto about he has this idea about a certain power his older brother has called the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he thinks that if he could use this Mangekyo Sharingan in Genjutsu, there's a certain Genjutsu that his brother had used on him that put him in a certain time loop. Kakashi knows of it well, as it happened to him from him as well. He then says that time slows down there. Kakashi spent 30 days in there in about 1 minute. If we could use that for training, if I could gain this Mangekyo Sharingan, or Kakashi could gain a Mangekyo Sharingan with the same ability, then we could actually use that for training and become stronger with it and gain even more time. Naruto thinks about this and then decides that, well, are you sure that would even work? Naruto then asks if Mangekyo Sharingan are all the same thing. This is when Sasuke remembers something. Naruto curses his luck and then tells Naruto that the Mangekyo Sharingan have their own unique abilities, and that if they were even trying to get that ability, they'd have to rip Itachi's eye out of his skull and implant it into one of either him or Kakashi. They decide to give up on the idea and continue when they finally make it to the Land of Waves. At this point, they go to the only place they know, and they go to Tazuna's house. It's been years since they've been there, and they decide it'd be good to visit. Tazuna recognizes Naruto, Kakashi, and Sasuke and waves to them and says that it's been so long. Naruto realizes that his bridge is still standing there and he smiles. When Naruto gets in, Tazuna tells them that it's been so long and that they should come in for tea. They told him that they can't stay long and that they'd come to visit since they were old friends. Tazuna smiles and tells him everything's been going well in the Land of Waves since you've gotten rid of that Gato problem. And he tells Naruto and Sasuke they look so much taller and more like young men now. They blush and smile and tell him thank you. Kakashi and Jiraiya are sitting in the doorstep and tell him that they have to get going. They walk out in the Land of Waves and they head off into the village. As the entire group is walking into the Land of Waves village, they notice that there's a lot of people who are working their daily lives and they're talking about someone. Naruto asks this lady who's talking about in a hushed tone to her son about a man. She asks who this man is, and she blushes and tells him about the old hermit named Oshigai. Oshigai is this weird old man who lives near the sea as a fisherman, and he tells all these strange stories about water and weird things. Naruto decides this is a good place to start and heads off there and tells Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Sasuke he'll be over there and that they should search for more intel. Naruto makes it over to that edge of the sea, and he walks towards the small house on the ocean. As he walks towards the hut, the door opens, and an old man with gray hair walks out with a scar above his left eye, and he has silver, dark blue eyes. He looks at Naruto and then asks what's he doing there. Naruto raises his hand and whirls his fingers and arm. The water near the ocean bends and folds into a high. The guy drops the boxes and then asks him if he knows anything. And then Naruto asks if he knows anything about what he's doing. The man tells him that he's using bending, and Naruto nods. He then tells the old man that he knows that he's a waterbender. The old man sits down and tells Naruto to come in with him. He tells Naruto everything about his father and how he discovered a secret Kekkei in their family where they could do bending of water. He asked Naruto if he was related to the Oshigai clan, and Naruto shaked his head. He explained to him that he was the Avatar, the spirit reincarnated of all bending types, and that he had come to learn a special technique that he believes he might have. Oshigai, the old man, then explains to him that their family has a special technique called water healing. It was a special technique that his father was a doctor in this village and had used for many generations. Unfortunately, though, his son Oshigai, Mr. Oshigai, Kazuna, his name is Kazuna Oshigai, is unable to use this Kekkei of bending, and he only knows how to do it, but he can't perform it himself. Naruto asks him to show him the formation of the hand signs as well as how to do it. Oshigai then explains to him how water works and how if you can use water to connect things together, then you can use it to heal. He shows the hand motions his father had showed him so long ago, and Naruto practices on a bird that they'd caught together. It works after, first off, Naruto trains with this for 3 days without seeing Kakashi, Jiraiya, or Sasuke, who are all worried about him. On the 3rd day, he finally understands it, and it works. He connects the cells between the bird's wound together as well using water, and then uses the blood with water in it to heal it. The bird stands up and flies away, and Oshigai smiles and tells him he did a good job. Naruto turns to the old man and thanks him so much for helping out with him. He then waves to Oshigai as he leaves, and the old man enters back into his house, thinking about the strange boy who had come and visit him. Naruto walks back into the Land of Waves, and as he gets to the bridge, he then sees Sasuke, Jiraiya, and Kakashi at Tazuna's house waiting impatiently. When Naruto comes walking to view, Sasuke rushes at him and then punches him in the face, telling him that was so stupid that he should have at least told him where he went. Naruto explained to him that he mastered a new technique, and then he takes a kunai out and slashes at Sasuke's hand. Blood falls out of Sasuke's hand, and he puts it in his mouth and says, "What was that for?" Then Naruto grabs Sasuke's hand and tells him, "Watch this." He pulls water out of the ground from it had recently rained from a ground puddle and uses it to bend the blood and as well as Sasuke's wound and mend it. Sasuke's hands heals and there's just a light scar left. Sasuke's eyes widen and he shows Kakashi and Jiraiya, and they're impressed with Naruto's new skill, telling him that's very impressive. Naruto then says that it's probably the most useful thing he's learned so far from waterbending, as he's not too good at that one, but he thinks that there might be some more potential in waterbending he just hasn't seen before. At that point, Naruto uses waterbending and creates a few waves just for fun out of the puddles on the ground. The children come by and run by his legs and ask him to make cool shapes out of the water for them, and they play with them. Naruto smiles and they wave to the villagers as they leave the land of waves. At that point, Naruto and Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Sasuke train even harder to become stronger, and they decide to loosen the seal on Naruto's Kyuubi, on the tetragram seal. Once it's loosened, the same thing happens as in the original timeline. The Kyuubi is beginning to overtake Naruto, and even though Naruto has spiritual stillness as well as being the Avatar, it's too strong. The Kyuubi's hatred and wrath is too powerful for him at this point, and Naruto's overtaken. Unfortunately, though, Jiraiya isn't alone this time, and Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Sasuke together have enough strength to reseal the tetragram, as well as give Naruto his sanity back. Naruto then uses waterbending healing on all of them and fixes all of them so that nothing bad happened and they all don't get injured. They thank Naruto and then tell him that they're not going to try that again for a while. They then head over to the land of Earth. In the land of Earth, they decide would be the perfect place to train as there's plenty of mountains. Naruto says that they should wait on searching for the other elements of lightning and the land, which is probably in the land of lightning, as it's probably a hostile nation to them at this point, and they're not too confident they can survive that. As well as that the land of Earth is pretty neutral and they're pretty far out. Naruto then spends the next 2 years of this training with the Rasengan, Shadow Clones, as well as learning something that he had been practicing a long time ago. Sage Mode. Naruto heads to Mount Miyaboku with Jiraiya. Kakashi and Sasuke split up from Jiraiya and Naruto as they begin to do their own training. At this point, Sasuke actually goes to a new location with Kakashi. Kakashi takes him to the very place where Rin, Obito, and him had been so long ago, where Obito had been killed. At this point, Naruto is saddened as he hasn't been able to master Sage Mode, but unfortunately due to his training, he's gotten far stronger, and they think that it's been about 3 years, so Jiraiya and him begin to head back to the village. Naruto is wondering what happened to Sasuke and Kakashi, and if they'll come back soon as well, and they begin to walk towards the Leaf Village. Hey guys, what's up? It's me, NonWeeb, here, back with another episode for What If Naruto Was the Avatar, Part 10, or Part 2 for What If Naruto Was the Avatar Shippuden. So, I have a few things I'd like to change since the last part. So, just a quick update. So, as we learned, Naruto last time learned how to use water healing, as well as he was beginning to learn more about his avatar abilities, and he's pretty much mastered the main elements now. Because if you remember, for some of you who haven't watched Avatar, in the original Avatar, Aang, in under a year, was pretty much able to master all the elements. So I would say that 3 years would give Naruto plenty of time to actually fulfill this ability. So at the start of Shippuden, this will be where Naruto changes now from being a little bit less able to control his abilities to where he can actually utilize all of his powers. So let's just get into the actual story itself and more onto what happened during the 3 years after Sasuke and Jiraiya and Kakashi and Naruto broke up and moved on their own ways. So starting with Naruto first, Naruto as well as Jiraiya had gone to Mount Miyaboku for some more spiritual training for Naruto, as Naruto believes that in order to learn lightning bending, he'll have to go to the land, the village hidden in the cloud, in order to learn from someone there, similar to how he had to learn the water healing technique. So now Naruto will be learning Sage Mode at Mount Miyaboku. This is where we get introduced to Fusaku, who Naruto is able. He can sense that Fusaku can sense that Naruto has a high amount of nature energy inside of him, as well as just the nature energy and Sage Jutsu just flow really easily throughout Naruto's body. And so Naruto would actually master Sage Jutsu far quicker than he did even when he was training for the pain fight in the original. This is because Naruto having the Avatar Spirit, which the Avatar Spirit itself is like an incarnation of spirit energy. Because in the world now, because the Avatar because he has access to the Avatar state, he has access to the abilities as well as to Spirit Walk, which means he can go and walk around in the spirit realm, and also he literally uses natural energy to bend nature all the time. So Naruto would also have some more abilities that come more like after he learned sage mode. For one, he'd become a perfect sage just like the original. But let's get into the video now that I've had that quick revamp. As Naruto and Jiraiya train out Miyaboku, Naruto is pretty quick at understanding this sage art stuff, as he would usually be confused by most jutsu as they don't make sense to him, bending ninjutsu energy. For some reason with this type of training though, Naruto completely understands it. As Naruto sits there, with even before using the Totodile, he can already sense the natural energy moving around in the air due to Raja's interference in his side of his body and his seal. Due to this, however, he doesn't really require as much training with the toad oil as he would in the original. Jiraiya is super impressed with this and even believes that Naruto has a way higher chance of being the child of prophecy. So, as Naruto, who then trains using the oil, he actually doesn't have like any of the characteristics of turning into a frog, as the entire aspect of being the Avatar is controlling nature and like bending it to your will, which is what Naruto's been doing since he was a young child. So he basically masters Seijutsu within a week, as the only difference to his normal output of power is that instead of using the power of nature energy on the outside, he actually takes the power that he's been bending to bend the elements and uses on the inside of his body. So he takes the Sage Jutsu energy and then figures out that if he can mix it inside of his ninjutsu and stamina, then he can create a perfect balance between all of them. Naruto even understands that due to him having the Kyuubi inside of him, that he can't do the merging that Fukusaku had told him about, and so he has to figure out another way in order to turn Sage Mode on while moving. And this is in case he's in a fight, or if he can't get Sage Mode right away, or if he has to find a way to escape but is stuck in a situation. Naruto comes up with a plan. So currently he can control the elements pretty much at will without much forethought or using basically most or any chakra. Naruto comes up with a plan that if he can use his air scooter, he and Jiraiya will spar. Jiraiya goes into his imperfect sage mode, while Naruto goes into his perfect sage mode. As Naruto and Jiraiya get ready to fight for their last few weeks before they head back to the Leaf Village, they then get into their battle. As Jiraiya then hops into the fight with a Rasengan, Naruto then bursts in and uses a wind-air slash, cutting right through his Rasengan as the Rasengan is sliced in half. At that point, Jiraiya then poofs as a shadow clone appears. At that point, Jiraiya's hands come shooting out of the ground as he grabs Naruto's legs. Naruto, who's slightly surprised by this, but can sense Jiraiya's energy, as well as can see the sage energy flowing into Jiraiya, is not too caught off guard. At that point, then, he manipulates the earth and bends it to crush Jiraiya. Jiraiya then poofs again, and he knew that Jiraiya was a shadow clone. The real Jiraiya then comes jumping out of a tree high above from Mount Miyaboku, as he comes crashing down into Naruto with a real Rasengan. Naruto looks up, and as the Rasengan hits into Naruto, Naruto feels pretty much no impact. As Naruto goes flying backwards, him and Jiraiya get into fiercer combat. Naruto then, without even using most of his jutsu he has access to, uses Fire Style. Fire Style Bending. Naruto uses his Fire Style Bending and creates a wall of flames to block Jiraiya's view, as well as temporarily blind his Sage Jutsu senses. As if he's correct, Naruto's actual bending energy requires Sage Jutsu. So when he uses Sage energy or natural energy, it then deters anyone from seeing his actual movements because it's like putting a large bright light in front of someone with supervision. Jiraiya then notices as Naruto comes blasting around on his air scooter. Naruto is sitting in an exact still pose. At that moment, the air scooter dissipates, and he opens his eyes, Sage Jutsu with the orange pigment around his eyes. Naruto and Jiraiya go scuffling for a while longer when Fugasaku as well as Mott and Pa Toad are tired out. Jiraiya and Naruto stop their sparring, and Jiraiya comments on how interesting it was how Naruto did that. Naruto explains that subconsciously he's able to control the elements now without pretty much any chakra consumption. And so, as long as he can stay on top of his air scooter perfectly still, he can actually move around without him physically moving, using only chakra in order to move around his body, so he can avoid attacks as well as attack others without him having to do anything. Naruto and Jiraiya would then conclude their training on Mount Miyaboku. As we then zoom in as Naruto and Jiraiya leave Mount Miyaboku and begin to head back towards the Leaf Village. For the next month, it would take them to walk there, as they don't have anyone there currently who can just reverse summon them. Kakashi and Sasuke, on the other hand, as I said, were still training where Obito, Rin, and Kakashi where they'd seen Obito die originally. Kakashi explains to Sasuke more about his abilities during the last 2 years, as well as how he can unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi explains that he, during those 2 years, along with Sasuke, had unlocked his Mangekyo Sharingan, and now Sasuke, in order to achieve it, you have to go through some immense emotional pressure, as it seems to me that emotions actually awaken the Sharingan. Kakashi and Kakashi and Sasuke would spend their entire time training and working more on Sasuke's lightning release. Sasuke would actually become very proficient with lightning, to the point where he and Kakashi together actually develop his Kirin Jutsu. Sasuke has perfectly mastered his 3 Tomoe Sharingan at this point, and now he only knows that there's one thing left he has to do. He knows that he has to take down Itachi. Even though Naruto had proven to him that there was so much power left in the leaf, and that with teamwork and with help from others, you could still defeat someone far stronger than you, as well as the fact that if Sasuke would train with him, he would become strong enough to defeat his brother. Sasuke still has the ambition to avenge his clan, as well as due to him being Indra's reincarnate, and Naruto being Ashura's reincarnate still. They still have that strong rivalry together. However, it's been toned down as Ashura in this reincarnation has another nature, energy, spirit tied in with him, which gives him an edge that puts him and Indra almost at the exact same mental and power level, which gives Naruto and Sasuke a relatively even playing field. Sasuke and Kakashi would also develop more on the lightning release side, as Sasuke talks to Kakashi one day. Kakashi-sensei, how did you get your Sharingan like that? I know that only the Uchiha members possess that, and I'm pretty sure you're not an Uchiha. Kakashi would explain to Sasuke that long ago, a comrade had entrusted this Sharingan to him. His name was Obito Uchiha, and long ago he had trusted him in order to protect their other teammate, Rin. And so, Kakashi and Obito grew closer as friends, very similar to Sasuke and Naruto. When unfortunately that day, Obito had been crushed by the rocks because they weren't strong enough, and as a Jonin leader, it was his fault. He holds his hand up to his eye and says that he'd promised Obito that he would see the future with this eye, so that they could see it together. Sasuke looks at Kakashi and thinks about all the times Kakashi said that people who abandon their friends are worse than scum, and he nods solemnly. After the 2 years, Kakashi and Sasuke begin to head back to the Leaf Village as well. As we zoom into the Leaf Village, suddenly we see 2 jets of cloud coming away from opposite sides of the village. You see Jiraiya and Naruto running at full speed as they're rushing to see who can make it back to the Leaf Village first, them or Sasuke and Kakashi. At that point, they then rush into the door, and as they get inside of the great doors, Naruto then leaps up on top of that same building and stretches his arms out and says it's good to be home. As he looks around, he then sees Kakashi and Sasuke are already sitting there, drinking some tea, as well as hanging out watching amuse as Jiraiya and Naruto come barging into the village. Naruto begins to lose a fit as he has a actual vein on his head begin to grow in size as well as anger inside of him. He looks at Kakashi and Sasuke and points at them and says that they totally got there first. Sasuke and Kakashi, who had been in the village for 3 days now, laugh as they said that they hadn't gone so far away from the village as Naruto and Jiraiya had. Naruto then climbs down as Sakura is happy to see both of her teammates again. Kakashi's actually happy to be back in the village as well. And so, for that now, next time we're going to be having the bell test with the new Team 7. Sasuke, Kakashi, and Sakura and Naruto.
Yo, what is up everybody? It's me, the Weeb here, back with another episode for What If Naruto Was the Avatar Part 11, or Shippuden Part 2, for those of you counting Shippuden and Naruto as separate parts. But let's just get right into this, so let's hop into it. Last time, Naruto and Jiraiya finally returned to the Leaf Village, and Kakashi and Sasuke were already waiting for them. Currently, Naruto and Jiraiya are about to go report to Lady Tsunade, so let's get right into the story and start our story off of Shippuden. As Naruto and Jiraiya begin to head over to Lady Tsunade's office, they walk in front of the door into the doors, and she turns around and sees both of them, quite surprised and also happy to see them. As they already know, Kakashi and Sasuke are there, and so Kakashi and Sasuke would go with them, and Sakura would be standing there with Tsunade, overjoyed at seeing Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto and Sasuke, as well as Sakura, would then be instructed by Lady Tsunade to be taking the bell test again with Kakashi. Kakashi would then head down from the actual tower himself, with Jiraiya and Tsunade staying there together, while the rest of Team 7, the original Team 7, goes down and begins to come up with a battle strategy at least. So Kakashi has his Sharingan, and we have Sasuke who can use his own Sharingan. Our main objective this time is to get both of the bells, as well as defeat Kakashi. Now, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura think they can do it. And so, the battle begins. As Sasuke rushes forward, deciding to be the front guard as he begins running in to attack Kakashi, knowing all about his weaknesses as well as being able to battle him due to their training before. Naruto takes the defensive approach and helps Sasuke with movement as well as just attacking and dodging in general. Naruto would use his earth walls to create stepping stones as well as making obstacles in front of Kakashi's way. He would then also, using all four of his other elements, assist as well. He pushes Kakashi off of trees with using his wind bending, as well as just using water bending in general to try and trap Kakashi and mess him up enough for Sasuke to get into the action. Then Sakura would jump in and then do a final attack, and now they start their attack plan. As the entire team goes running into the forest, Kakashi, who's reading his book at this point, senses and also sees using his Sharingan that Naruto's the first one heading his way. Immediately, he's gonna go down there and use a Genjutsu when Naruto senses him, and then quickly uses fire-style bending and bends flames, causing a wave of fire to go through the forest, causing the tree that Kakashi was on to burn down. This sends a smoke alert to Sasuke, who can see this as well as Sakura, and they all start running over in Naruto's direction. There, Kakashi gets into a fight with all three. Naruto quickly has Sasuke create a fireball jutsu, with Sasuke creating the Phoenix Flower jutsu and shooting it directly at Kakashi. Naruto then uses his firebending and bends the flames that Sasuke used in his jutsu. He uses this combined technique while Kakashi dodges out of the way. Then suddenly Naruto turns the flames as it envelops Kakashi. Kakashi quickly had used a substitution jutsu to escape the fireball, and then Sakura comes right behind him and punches him. The real Kakashi goes flying through the forest as he puts the book away and decides to take this way more seriously. He quickly activates his Sharingan at the 3 Tomoe and has it completely turned on as he watches the 3 students. Naruto creates 3 earth golems that he is controlling as he has them walk around. He has them head in 3 different directions to search for Kakashi, using them as guards as well as having Sasuke and Sakura looking as well. Naruto then would jump into the sky and using airbending would keep himself up there so he can fly. With Naruto's ability to fly from airbending, he then just flies over the forest looking to see if he can find Kakashi. Kakashi throws several shuriken as well as kunai towards Naruto and the other teammates. Before everything's over, Kakashi's taken out by Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke dive at him together, and with Naruto using a quick earthbending, he wraps a column of stone completely around Kakashi, not allowing him to use any hand seals. Sasuke then finishes him off with a quick lightning release stun, which sends Kakashi enough for Sakura to run in and grab both the bells. The entire team passes, and Kakashi's quite impressed with how much stronger they've all become. Now, Naruto, as well as the rest of the team, go and report to the Lady Hokage that they passed the bell test. Kakashi's quite impressed with his team in general, and tells Lady Tsunade exactly that he thinks that they're doing a great job. Now, Jiraiya laughs and says that that's his student for him as he gives a thumbs up to Naruto. Now, the rest of the team have a few days off as they take a break, when suddenly there comes an urgent message from the land of wind sent from the Sand Village. Their Kazekage, Lord Gaara, has been taken from them and is now being held by the Akatsuki. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, as well as Kakashi, are sent to go and retrieve the Kazekage, and so the team begins to head out on their way. As Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, as well as Kakashi, begin to head out with the entire Team 7. They wave goodbye to Jiraiya and Tsunade, and Naruto gives a thumbs up saying he's gonna get Gaara back for sure. They all begin running as Naruto's worried about his fellow Jinchuriki. Naruto himself, who, as we'll get into now, has, as I said, is able to use Spirit Walk, an ability of the Avatar, due to him having 3 years, which is triple the time that Aang from the Avatar series had to master all of his elements. Naruto would be able to use Spirit Walk, which is the ability to basically talk to people on the other side, as well as make contact with the other avatars. This ability, however, also lets him with will access his seal to visit Kurama, as well as his avatar spirit Raja, which allows him to be a little bit more in contact with them. And so Kurama isn't as hostile towards Naruto in this timeline due to this, and so he can relate, and Kurama actually can talk to Naruto in his head. Kurama isn't ready to give him KCM just yet because Naruto hasn't proven that he's stronger than Kurama or that he can defeat him. So he hasn't given him that, but he's more willing to lend him chakra if he needs to win a fight. Anyway, Naruto and the team, after a few days, finally make it to the Sand Village. As the entire team heads in, they then find that while they were on their way, Kankuro had tried to go and track Gaara when he got poisoned by Sasori of the Red Sand. Now, it's up to our team to try and save the Kazekage. And so, Sakura would immediately get to work as she begins using her medical ninjutsu skills and begins to work on healing Kankuro. Sasuke and Naruto would be sitting outside together and looking out onto the Sand Village, when Sasuke, while they're both sitting on the ground, looks over to Naruto and tells him that thanks for saving him back then. We quickly have a memory as Naruto and Sasuke flash back to the day where Sasuke was attempting to leave the Leaf Village and go train with Orochimaru. Sasuke looks at the curse mark on his neck, which is still sealed thanks to Kakashi-sensei, and he tells Naruto that he's never felt the need to use this thing again, and that he has attained much more power thanks to Naruto for saving him as well, and that if it wasn't for him, he'd probably be lost in the darkness. Naruto tears up a little bit as he hears this, as he never thought he'd get a thank you from Sasuke, but when he did, he then looks away for a second, when Sasuke then tells him that he's still an idiot though. Naruto laughs and then punches Sasuke over the head with an angry face, telling him that he's not an idiot. Then Sakura would come out of the medical room telling her to both her teammates that it was a success and Kankuro was going to be fine. Now both Sasuke and Naruto would get up as they head out with Sakura and Kakashi to go apprehend the Akatsuki. Lady Chiho, who would be standing there the entire time watching Sakura working, would immediately recognize that Sakura would be part of one of the students of Lady Tsunade for having such high medical skills. So Lady Chiho would offer and say that she would go with the team, and they would all agree as so they could have an extra member, as well as someone who knows the Akatsuki, the Red Sand member Sasori, for she said she knows a lot of his jutsu, luckily. Now the entire team begins to rush out over the sandy desert, as Naruto's feet feel hot in the sand. Naruto offers that he can probably control the sand like how Gaara does, using his bending styles, and let everyone get there faster. Kakashi says no, that there might be traps as well that Sasori had set up just like with Kankuro, so they continue to be vigilant as they head over to the Akatsuki's base. As Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi, as well as Lady Chiho now, open and get to the point where they can see the large stone door where the Akatsuki is currently sucking Gaara dry of his tailed beast chakra. We then zoom back to see Guy's team of him, Rock Lee, Neji, and Tenten begin to head over to the Sand Village as well to back up Team 7 with the fight against the Akatsuki. Naruto offers to move the stone, and Sakura says that he can take it this time. As Naruto walks down to the large stone wall, he gently places his left hand on the large boulder, and then he closes his eyes, taking in as much spiritual energy as he can and trying to move it in one big burst. Suddenly his eyes open with a small, faint blue light as he accessed a bit of the Avatar state, and he thrusts his hand forward, causing the entire large boulder to shatter as it turns into dust, leaving nothing but small rock pebbles. The entire team is amazed, including Sasuke, at the amount of control that must have taken to break every single part into dust particles for that matter. Then the team walks into the cave, where they see the Akatsuki finishing draining Gar as Gar is laying on the ground, dead. Naruto then looks up to see Deidara and Sasori of the Akatsuki. Now that the one tail has been removed from Gar is slowly dying as he passes away from chakra loss. As Naruto and his team look up to see who did this, they see the two members of the Akatsuki known as Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand. Now, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, as well as Kakashi in this, all can take down the two Akatsuki members. Lady Chiho tells Sakura that she and Sakura can actually take out Sasori together, and so the two team up as they begin to battle against Sasori. Naruto and Sasuke would then both go after Deidara. Deidara, Naruto, and Sasuke all run outside the cave as they begin to fight. Sasuke tells Naruto to not get in his way. At that point, he then charges lightning across himself as he rushes forward, thrusting a Chidori at Deidara. Deidara quickly forms some clay birds as they begin to rush around using their explosives to distract as well as injure Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto is defending these rather easily, as soon as Deidara can make birds to fly down and attack them, Naruto quickly uses his airbending as he just swipes his hand through the air, causing all the birds to just fall to the ground. Sasuke is mildly impressed by this, but this doesn't faze him too much as he continues to spin around as well as he jumps off and uses chakra to climb around, trying to get onto Deidara. At that point, Deidara decides he'll lure away the Nine-Tails brat, as he gets onto his own pet that he creates using his jutsu, and begins to fly away. Art is an explosion, is what he's thinking at that point, as he leaves some bombs behind to drop out of his path as Sasuke and Naruto jump behind him. Kakashi stays back with Sakura and Lady Chiho in this timeline to help assist in battling against Sasori. Sasori, Sakura, Kakashi, and Lady Chiho are faring pretty well against Sasori himself. Kakashi is using his Mangekyo Sharingan in order to use Kamui to erase the actual puppets that he's summoning, which is really annoying him, and so he begins to target Kakashi. All three of them win as they take out Sasori and get the information on the bridge, just like in the original. However, this time it's different, as now they're just mostly working on tracking Orochimaru, as Sasuke wasn't an important target for them since he stayed in the Leaf Village due to Naruto defeating him back at the Valley of the End. Anyway, back to Naruto and Sasuke as they begin to keep pursuing Deidara. Deidara is almost losing them each time as he draws them further and further away from the rest of the team. At this point, this is where we hear dynamic entry, as Might Guy and his team come flying in, kicking Deidara off of his bird. At this point, Deidara knows he's outnumbered as he sees all 5 of the Leaf Shinobi. Naruto then quickly forms his Earth Fist as he makes 2 on the ground, one of them rising up around Gaara and grabbing him, tightening its squeeze around him. He then tells Guy Sensei exactly what's going on and how Kakashi and the others might need their help back there. Guy quickly sends Neji as well as Tenten to head back towards where Kakashi and Sakura were, and so they begin to run towards the cave entrance, before they run into the traps where they begin to fight their clones. At this point, Deidara is cornered, and so he decides to get away using a cheap trick. He quickly makes a flash bomb which bursts into the face of everyone. Naruto quickly tries and shoots a wave of flame directly at him, but he gets out of this as he escapes out of their sight and away from them. Naruto curses his bad luck as he had avoided that attack from him as well as Sasuke. Sasuke is annoyed but says that they can get him next time, as they all decide to head back to check on Kakashi and see if they had gotten the other Akatsuki member.
As they head back, Kakashi and the others are fine, and they see Neji and Tenten returning as well. As everyone gets back together, they head towards the sand village. As Naruto carries Gaara's body, knowing that he's gone, he asks Lady Chiho if there's anything that can happen, anything they can do. Lady Chiho feels bad for everything that she had done to the poor boy by sealing him and making him his fate and making him a Jinchuriki. She decides to give her life for the next generation, to give a chance for the Kazekage to become stronger. Lady Chiho volunteers her life as she summons her chakra, the last of it, and uses the reviving jutsu she had used. Naruto aids her by pulling in nature energy and giving some to her, just like how he does to strengthen her. She successfully does this, but as she does so, she dies, losing her life. Sakura cries and tells everyone that she had planned on doing this from the beginning. Naruto feels bad for Granny Chiho, and then picks up Gaara as he holds him, wondering if he'll be alright. At that point, Gaara slowly opens his eyes up as he sees Naruto standing above him. He whispers, "Naruto?" And Naruto smiles, saying he hadn't forgotten him, right? Naruto then picks up Gaara as they head back towards the village. As the entire group heads towards the sand village, and they walk into the front gates, everyone cheers to see their Kazekage back. Lady Chiho's brother sees what she had done and honors her by not saying anything or crying tears of shame. At that point, he puts his hand on his heart and says goodbye to his sister. As Gaara is welcomed back to the Sand Village, he feels thankful for having all these friends and being able to protect his village, and he looks back to Naruto thinking of all of the fight that they had back during the training exams. After a few days, the ninja are all rested up, and as the shinobi of the leaf begin to head out, they begin to rush back towards the village. At that point, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto are talking. Sasuke says that next time they're going to get that Dater guy for sure, and that if Naruto and him hadn't held back, they easily could have taken him out. Naruto nods to this as he thinks about his techniques that he could have used, or something different besides just going easy on him. He told Sasuke that he had an idea that they could probably interrogate him to find out more about Itachi, his brother, as he remembered him back in the Valley of the End had said that he wanted to kill Itachi. Sasuke lowers his head for a while and then says he still has that dream in mind. However, it's more important to him now that he protects what he still has left rather than kill off something that had died a long time ago to him. Naruto then listens as Sasuke tells him that that thing, Itachi, isn't his brother anymore. At that point, Naruto and the rest of the team finally make it back after 3 days, and they rest up well. Now, they have another mission that's been occurring, as Kakashi, who had been being carried by Guy, had been knocked out for 3 days after using the Mangekyo Sharingan too much during their battle of Sorcery. Now, a new mission was being assigned to the Team 7. The team would be composed of Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Captain Yamato. In this version of the events, their mission is actually to figure out where Orochimaru's base is hiding so they can take him out and assassinate him due to him being a big problem for the Leaf, as well as them believing that he has another attack on the Leaf Village in mind very soon. Naruto and his team would immediately be heading out, and as they do so, they then notice a dark shadow creeping behind them, as Sasuke quickly throws a kunai directly behind into the darkness. At that point, he hears someone catch it, as we see Sai step forward, with a smile on his face, cold and dead. Sakura looks back to this person, and thinks that he and Sasuke look kind of similar, as we then see the rivalry first start between Sai and Sasuke. As Sai and Sasuke, Naruto, Yamato, and Sakura begin to head out towards the bridge in the village hidden in the grass, they then hide in the forest as Yamato explains his plan. Sai, who had come with them unofficially due to Danzo telling him to tail them, had decided to come along, and they didn't think it was a big issue. Everyone was fine with it except for Sasuke. Naruto has no qualms about having to partner up with Sai due to him not having seen him before. At this point, Sasuke and Sai are getting more pissed off at each other as they complement each other a little too well. Sasuke tells Sai that he's got this covered and that he should just sit back and watch how a real ninja does it, sitting on his hands alongside Naruto like the pansy he is. Sasuke laughs as they begin to get into the battle. His Sharingan are now activated at 3 Tomoe as he's feeling a little pissed. At that point, he then sees Orochimaru and Kabuto, and the curse mark on his neck itches a little, as if something is summoning him. Sasuke feels his body change a little bit, and he then quickly reels back in the curse mark as if nothing had occurred. He then tells Naruto and the rest of the team that they should be getting in there soon as Yamato's about to send the signal. As Yamato, disguised as Sasori using the transformation jutsu alongside his wood style, is walking along the bridge, a bell chimes from his Akatsuki hat. Suddenly, a cloaked man begins to walk across the bridge, and as we zoom in on his face, we then see that there is Kabuto under the cloak, saying that he's brought news for him, Lord Sasori. As last time you guys may recall, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, as well as Sai and Yamato, are now confronting Orochimaru, Sasori's attendant, or as we know, Orochimaru and Kabuto. However, our characters don't know that yet. As Naruto and Sasuke and Sakura are watching along with Sai, sitting on the hillside above, they look down to see the sunlight creasing through the trees and making the water beneath the bridge shine. As they look down, they see Kabuto reveal his face to Yamato. Yamato is a bit surprised from this realization that Kabuto is actually a traitor for Orochimaru to help the Akatsuki, or mainly his master Sasori. Now, our heroes, as we get back into the action, are confronting Orochimaru and Kabuto. Kabuto quickly creates a medical scalpel using chakra and tries to slice Yamato, or what he believes to be Sasori, in half. Quickly, Yamato deactivates the transformation jutsu, jumping backwards as Yamato sees Kabuto and they lock eyes. So, Lord Sasori, is this your true form? I doubt it. You must be an imposter. That means Lord Sasori has fallen to Leaf Ninja, apparently. At this point now, Naruto is about to activate the plan, as he was supposed to be doing. Naruto looks to his team and says, "Everyone, let's get into this. Ready? Go." He jumps off the side of the cliff, seemingly to his death, as Kabuto sees Naruto. Naruto's golden hair flies over his face, as he then pulls his hands out and begins spinning them into long flowing movements. He then quickly grasps his arms together and slams them together. As he does so, the entire hillside begins to bend into a long slide. As the earthen slide begins to form out of the hillside, leading to the bridge, the rest of the team jump in as they slide down the smooth surface. As they do so, they then begin to use the momentum to get into attack on Kabuto. As Yamato uses wood style, Naruto quickly manipulates Yamato's wood style, using his own water bending inside the wood and bending the water inside the tree to cause it to use Kabuto with their movements, with Naruto affecting Yamato's wood style to bend it so there's two people using it at the same time almost. Currently, Kabuto is overwhelmed. Orochimaru sees Sasuke and feels something inside of him that pisses him off. Orochimaru quickly rushes out to save Kabuto, but more so to see Sasuke's reaction. "Sasuke Uchiha, why didn't you come, You could have gained so much power with me instead." Now, Sasuke looks down at Orochimaru and tells him that he was where he belonged, and that Naruto and the rest of his team are way stronger than some old hag like him. Orochimaru grits his teeth and is kind of pissed off that Sasuke, his precious future body, would say something so harsh to him. "Well, no matter, Sasuke. We'll take you home with us today and get you in fixed on that curse mark just a little bit later than planned." Sasuke then says he doesn't think so, and as that happens, Sakura and Sai come rushing out of nowhere. Sakura using Tsunade's hard punches, using chakra-inflicted punches, to actually attack the enemy. Sakura quickly punches the earth, causing it to rise up as it slams into Kabuto, causing him to go flying into the air. Orochimaru takes this opportunity to take out Naruto, as Naruto is the biggest threat for him having such high-level jutsu from what he remembered last time. Naruto quickly uses his healing water style, which he learned during the 3-year gap along with Jiraiya, back at the Land of Waves, would heal Yamato quickly and tell him to get back into defensive, and that he'll take on Orochimaru in a hand-to-hand. Sasuke gets up in front and tells Naruto that, no, he needs to do this, and tells Naruto to hang back and support him. Naruto looks at Sasuke and they lock eyes, Sasuke nodding and reassuring him that he can do this. Naruto says he believes in him and says, "Do your best," as he gives him a thumbs up. Sasuke smiles and tells him that he's still going to show him what he's learned during the past 3 years. As Sasuke charges his Chidori blade,
longer than Naruto had ever seen, at least. At that point, then, Sasuke dives on towards Orochimaru, as Orochimaru and Sasuke begin getting to a taijutsu bout. As Sasuke comes in with a flying kick to try and catch Orochimaru off guard, Orochimaru quickly deflects this and takes it back by using his arm and transforming it into a snake, wrapping it around Sasuke's leg and grabbing him, spinning him around and throwing him to the ground. Naruto then quickly supports by sending out almost an arrow of flame. He creates and fires a flame arrow and shoots it towards Orochimaru, distracting him. Sasuke jumps up and tells Naruto to stay out of it and that he can do this, as he begins charging towards Orochimaru, activating his Tomoe Sharingan. With 3 Tomoe Sharingan activated, Sasuke is outclassing Orochimaru in speed and defense. Now that Sasuke and Orochimaru are getting deep into the battle, Kabuto is about to face off with Sai, as Sai quickly draws a tiger, which then forms out of the ink into using the Super Beast scroll Nimpo. Suddenly, the tiger then rushes towards Yamato, who slices in half as ink splatters over his clothing from the deceased dead drawn creature. Now that Sai and Yamato are fighting against Kabuto together, they begin to get more serious as Yamato uses wood style to corner Kabuto while Sai teams up against him. Sasuke is fighting Orochimaru and is actually losing now, as even with his 3 Tomoe Sharingan, Orochimaru has picked up the pace. Naruto asks Sasuke if he needs help, and Sasuke tells him to shove off as he gets more into the fight. Chidori! Sasuke takes another Chidori and tries to jab Orochimaru through the chest. As he does so, a molting of skin comes off of Orochimaru, blocking the attack and covering Sasuke, as Orochimaru jumps and leaps over Sasuke, laughing his head off while he's doing so. Naruto then asks Sasuke if he's serious and if he needs any assistance, at all. Sasuke then tells Naruto that they can tag team together, but he wants the final kill. Naruto sighs and says fine, as he quickly uses his own fire style and burns away the molting skin surrounding Sasuke. Sasuke stands up with a bit of char on him and wipes it off, telling Naruto he should be careful where he points that thing, gesturing to his hand. Naruto laughs as he tells Sasuke that he hasn't seen what he can really do yet, as Naruto is powering up his abilities. He looks towards Orochimaru and then looks at Sasuke as they nod. The two now high-level fighters and experienced ninjas at this point then dive towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru catches both Sasuke and Naruto's fists as he then takes their heads and smashes them together. Both of them fall back, grabbing their head and pointing at each other, telling them that don't get in his way. As Naruto then turns toward Orochimaru and is about to punch him. Instead of punching him head-on, however, Naruto gets down, does an uppercut, causing a fist of earth to come rising out of the ground and punch Orochimaru off of it. As he's in the air, Naruto tells Sasuke to do that thing now, as Sasuke begins to gather clouds around the area, beginning to form his ultimate weapon, Kirin. Unknown to Naruto, Naruto is about to have to handle Orochimaru for around 5 minutes, but before Sasuke can fully charge it. Sasuke, as he's working on completing and powering up his technique, tells Naruto to hold out, as Naruto tells Sasuke he can do this. As Naruto begins to rush towards Orochimaru, now Orochimaru has to dodge Naruto's attacks. Naruto goes in flying as he uses water style and absorbs Orochimaru in a ball of water and begins spinning him around, spinning the ball of water, confusing and as well as trying to drown Orochimaru. Orochimaru quickly turns into a snake and climbs out of the water ball, jumping out of it as it splatters to the ground. Naruto begins to change his bending style again as he gets into a more defensive and aerodynamic position, deciding that this might be the best way to hold him off. Naruto changes his style to that of the air nomad tribes and begins to fill his body with the nature energy required to activate his sage mode that he learned over the 3 years. As Naruto closes his eyes as he spins around on his air ball technique that Aang had taught him, evading Orochimaru while he powers up nature energy, he opens his eyes and the orange pigments fulfill them as Naruto looks up, looking at Orochimaru. Orochimaru realizes that Jiraiya taught this boy how to use the sage arts, and that this might actually be a tough battle after all. As Naruto gets into his fighting position and begins to use nature energy, even to a higher degree. Combined with the avatar style and nature energy that Naruto has his command over, Orochimaru is beginning to be outmatched, as Sasuke now has his entire Kirin fully charged, with Naruto coming in with an axe blade kick down on Orochimaru, who blocks as his feet get crushed into the ground. Naruto begins flailing high-speed
punches of machine gun blows as his fists are basically teleporting towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru barely able to dodge as some of his ribs are getting broken from Naruto's intense speed and aggression. Naruto beginning to get a little ticked off from this as some of the Kyuubi's chakra is beginning to leak out of the seal. Naruto's inner spirit of the Avatar spirit is trying to contain the Kyuubi using its own power, and Naruto feels himself losing a bit of chakra. He then tells inside of his mind for the two of them to stop fighting for a second as he has to focus on this battle here. Raja as well as the Kyuubi settle down for now, as Naruto begins punching even faster again. Orochimaru is now held there, as Naruto tells Sasuke he can do this. Naruto quickly uses Earth Style and locks pillars of stone around Orochimaru's arms and legs, causing him to not be able to use any jutsu for the time being. Sasuke, do it now! Sasuke then activates the Kirin with a thunderclap. Sasuke claps down as Kirin goes flying from the sky, the almighty dragon of lightning, using its ultimate form of nature, as well as chakra transformation. With Sasuke bending the energy of lightning itself using his own chakra, seemingly actually having to copy how Naruto uses his own movements of chakra, though to a much less degree of control. He actually completely obliterates Orochimaru, with Orochimaru being completely wiped out by the attack. Orochimaru's body is completely incinerated from the lightning dragon as he falls to the ground, dead. With Orochimaru dead for real, Kabuto has no time to escape, and he has to come up with a plan quickly. Kabuto throws a smoke bomb down to distract all of them, as Naruto senses his nature energy, as well as his natural energy beginning to move. Kabuto gets out of there, and Naruto has a lock on him. Now that Orochimaru is dead, Kabuto has no idea what he's going to be able to do, but he knows that he's going to have to bring Orochimaru back somehow. Someone needs to lead the Sound Village in order to continue to become a large power and defeat the Akatsuki to get out of their plans. Now, that's the end of part 13 for What If Naruto Was the Avatar. But let's get right into the next episode for episode 14 for What If Naruto Was the Avatar right now. So I hope you guys enjoyed that part, but let's get back into it. Let's just get right into part 14 right now. Naruto staggers upwards as his Sage Mode fades for a second, as he deactivates it to not expend any chakra. With Sasuke being a bit exhausted after utilizing so much of his chakra just to bend that one Kirin. He then proceeds to fall, where Sakura rushes over to try and heal the both of them. Naruto tells her to go get Sasuke first and then he can handle himself. As he analyzes his own body and sees many cuts and scratches, he quickly pulls some water from nearby a pond and begins to cover himself with the water. As it seeps into his actual body, he begins to mend it by activating his healing cells. With Naruto's scratches and burns healing, he asks Yamato if he can carry on using wood style, as it'll take him around 30 minutes to fully heal himself using his water technique. As Yamato picks him up using the wood style grabbing thing that he can do, he then picks up Naruto, and Sasuke is carried by Sai as they head back towards the Leaf Village. Inside of Sasuke's head, who is currently passed out, he sees something that he had thought he'd suppressed a long time ago. We see Sasuke as a young boy walking into his own house as a child. He sees his father and mother as his mother waves and his father also says what's going on. Sasuke waves to his parents and then hears a door open behind him. He turns around as him being only around 4 years old and sees his older brother Itachi smiling, looking down at him. Itachi picks up his younger brother and holds him above him as Sasuke laughs. Sasuke's dream begins to change as inside of him we see another dream. Sasuke then sees him and Itachi out in the forest training. Come on, please teach me the Shuriken Jutsu, big brother. You're way better at it than father is. Not today, Sasuke. I have a very important mission for the Anbu. But you said... I'm sorry, Sasuke. Itachi flicks him in the forehead as Sasuke then passes out again, seemingly into another dream. Sasuke is walking home from school, and this time he knows what's going on, and inside of his head now, knowing what's going on, he sees his younger self almost from him floating from a distance. No, I know what day this is. This was the first day for me at the academy. He sees young Sasuke, a younger version of himself, beginning to walk towards the Uchiha village at the edge of town. No. You can't go there. He's thinking as he's trying to grab his younger version's self-hand and lead him away. Sasuke seems to phase through him, though, as he continues moving forward. A younger Sasuke is now accompanied by our current Sasuke, walking back to the Uchiha village. As we walk into the village, young Sasuke stops as well as the older one, seeing a hand laying against the actual gate of the Uchiha village. No, what's going on here? Young Sasuke thinks he begins to breathe heavily. Sasuke then again says, don't go in there. As his younger self walks inside of the village, actual home, as he goes into the Uchiha part of the Leaf Village, he then sees bodies, tons of bodies, covered in blood and murdered by someone. Who could do this? Who could actually have killed his entire family? Everyone's dead. He then looks up as he sees movement and rushes back to his house. Father, mother, what happened to you? Are you? He opens the door and sees his parents' bodies laying on the floor with a pool of blood coming out of it. The blood he steps into is warm, killed recently, and as he looks down to his father's dead cold eyes, he thinks he'll never get the actual exception or be able to see his parents ever again. This is when he feels a cold sensation, and he looks up to see cold red eyes, the eyes of the Sharingan, merciless. As he looks up into those eyes, he then sees Itachi Uchiha, his older brother. Suddenly, Itachi looks from the younger Sasuke over to the current seemingly invisible Sasuke, and he says, Sasuke, what are you waiting for? I thought you were strong. You'd cultivate your hate and become strong enough to kill me. Or was I wrong? Scum. Itachi walks out of the house as a younger Sasuke now continues the conversation with Itachi as if though nothing had happened at all. Now, younger Sasuke is crying as Itachi tells him that he might have the possibility to obtain that power, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now that this has taken place, Sasuke is horrified as he recalls this moment, as Itachi walks away, and just quickly as he turns to lock eyes with younger Sasuke, puts him into the Tsukiyomi, the ultimate genjutsu of the Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi then walks off as he walks into the night, Sasuke in his actual current body, running after him into the darkness, as he feels a tap on his shoulder. Sasuke, wake up, we're almost back. What? Sasuke wakes up as he thinks Itachi, and he turns over to see Naruto tapping him on the shoulder while Sakura is turning watching him, who turns away rather fast as Sai laughs. Well, that mission's over, says Naruto with a rather bit of glee in his voice. Sasuke laughs and then says, yeah, it is over, as he looks up into the sky now, looking above, as he, Yamato, as well as the rest are heading back to the Leaf Village. As they get back and Sasuke's fully awake now, he realizes how long it's been since he's thought about Itachi. Conveniently, something else pops up immediately after around a few days later, as Sasuke and Naruto are actually hanging out and walking around the village while talking about how awesome Sasuke's and Naruto's combination was. This is when Shikamaru comes out of seemingly nowhere running with a notice. Sasuke and Naruto, I'm glad you guys were together. Actually, I got this notice from Lady Tsunade. She was asking if you guys could come up and meet her in her office. She has something she needs to talk to you and Team 7 about. Have you guys seen Sakura anywhere? Naruto and Sasuke shake their heads and say they haven't seen Sakura all day, actually. Shikamaru sighs and tells them to go find her before they head up there. Now, Naruto and Sasuke go rushing over to Sakura's house and knock on the door, where the Haruno's parents are standing there, where Sakura's upstairs sleeping. They tell them that they need her daughter in order to go on the next mission for Team 7. They wake her up, and Sakura, who comes downstairs for her hair mess, sees Sasuke and quickly rushes back up, yelling upstairs at her, being pissed off at her parents for not telling her that it was Sasuke or her team. Now Sakura comes back down, all ready to go, and they head over to Lady Tsunade's office. As they get over to Lady Tsunade's office, she then tells them that they will be going on a mission, as Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, as well as Hinata Hyuga and the Inuzuka Kiba will be heading out today. Naruto is wondering what's so important when she tells them that they'll be doing an eradication of the new forces that Orochimaru's now leftover subordinates have created. They're calling themselves Team Heavy. Sasuke looks up at this and wonders what's going on. This forces consists of 4 unknown members that we haven't actually confronted before. We know their names, and that's pretty much it. Their names are Suigetsu, Karin, Jugo, as well as one other person who we have no files on whatsoever. This person seems, however, to have a strong resemblance to someone you both have fought in the past, I believe. as Naruto himself is more concerned with. She then pulls the picture up as they see the pictures and faces of all of these ninja taken from rough camera angles. There, standing in front of them, seems to be Kimimaru. Naruto is confused and has no idea what's going on, as he thought Kimimaru had died, and Tsunade nods, saying that he had. This is probably someone else that they have never met before, or was either hidden by Orochimaru and Kabuto. Unknown to them, this new player in the arena would be created by Kabuto using the cellular DNA of himself, Orochimaru, and Kimimaru's dead body in order to create an ultimate being. However, the team and the Hidden Leaf, however, have no idea who this is. And now they're sent out to go eradicate Team Heavy, as well as two other people. Your other second half of this mission is to find them before they interlope and meet with the Akatsuki. We believe that they'll be meeting at the old Uchiha hideout, and the people meeting there will be Kisame, as well as Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke is shocked when he hears this, and is almost excited. He doesn't know why, but he feels like this is what he's been needing. He needs to avenge his clan, and this is what he's been training for, to be an avenger for all this time. And now it's time to really show what he can do. He nods, and Naruto and the rest of the team agree as they begin to head out. Tsunade has them all take on their camouflage cloaks to hide their scent, as well as to throw them off from any sensory-type ninjas like what they have on info on Karin. And so the team begins to head out, as Sasuke is about prepared to confront the Akatsuki, as well as this Team Heavy. The entire team of ninja and shinobi begin to climb out of their seats as they tell Tsunade that they'll be back within the next few days, saying that they'll have completed this mission. The team heads out of the village as they begin to prepare to get back into the action, with Naruto leading the front as he tells everyone that he can get them there all faster using his technique. Naruto uses the avatar-style technique of bending and creates balls of air that form underneath everyone. He tells them that in order to keep these moving, you have to flow your chakra into it and allow it to be taken in by the whirlwind to power the seemingly miniaturized tornado. As everyone climbs on top of these air vehicles, Naruto leads the front as they all get on their air bikes and begin to zoom out through the tops of the forest trees. You see the entire composition of the team that had originally gone after with Naruto to try and retrieve Sasuke again. However, in this time, Sasuke had been defeated by Naruto in the Valley of the End the first time. And so Sasuke was with them on their mission to defeat Team Heavy, as well as stop their union with the Akatsuki members, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame. Now the team is on top of Naruto's airbikes that he had used using his avatar-style chakra nature, as he had created the airbikes for everyone to get towards them faster. As they continued going through the forest, Kiba was using his senses of smell, as well as Hinata using her Byakugan to try and scan for any enemies. Sasuke was using his Sharingan to look for any movements or traps that could be placed within the trees, as Naruto was using his own nature energy senses to look throughout the ground to try and find any sort of lead on anything. Naruto is able to use Sage Mode already, due to Jiraiya believing that this type of training would be superior for him to gain more power in the Avatar state. And so Naruto now is in Sage Mode as he's looking around through the forest using nature energy. Suddenly he senses someone, but they sense him right back. Suddenly we see Karin from Team Heavy look up as she tells the other three of her teammates, which include Jugo, as well as what we know to be Suigetsu, as well as one more member, Tsuchimaru, which would be the clone that Kimimaru's cells mixed with Kabuto and Orochimaru's cells had created. Tsuchimaru would look up as Karin exclaims loudly that they're after them, and that she senses many powerful chakras on their way. As Karin and the rest of the Team Heavy keep moving forward through the trees, they decide to leave some traps behind. Karin uses her seals to throw them off guard, as well as to stop their senses from trying to break through and follow them, which affected Kiba and Hinata. As the Inquisition team from Konoha approaches near to the old Uchiha hideout, Itachi using his Sharingan can see Sasuke from such a far distance away. Sasuke feels an odd presence watching him as he turns to the left to see crows flying off into the distance. He would ask Naruto if he sensed that, and Naruto would agree. He said using Sage when he had felt a faint presence of Itachi. Sasuke's eyebrows would furrow, as his forehead squinches up with him thinking about him having to fight his brother already. He asks Naruto if he thinks that he can beat him, and Naruto looks over to him. To be honest, Sasuke, I'm not sure. Your brother was so strong he could take out your entire clan before. Who knows how much stronger he might have gotten over these past few years. Sasuke punches it into his air bike, which stops it for a second. Damn it! I know you're right, Naruto, but still.
I could have used some encouragement. Naruto would say that if he really needs help, we have the whole team who could be able to fight with him. Sasuke would sigh as he says he knows. As they approach nearer to the area where they'll fight, they then see the Team Heavy has already met up with Kisame and Itachi. As Kisame and Itachi see Sasuke, along with the rest of the team from Konoha, ride in on their air scooters. Immediately as Sasuke and Naruto fall to the ground after Naruto deactivates his air scooters, his chakra returning to him. At this point, Naruto and the rest of the team would get ready for a fight, with Sasuke being especially antsy as he sees Itachi staring right at him. Itachi would disappear in a burst of crows as his words echo out over all of the people standing there. Sasuke, come and meet me inside of the Uchiha relic of our old hideout. If you wish to fight me, then there is the only place suited enough for us and our battle. As Itachi says this, his crows fly off into the actual Uchiha hideout through different vents as he appears inside. Sasuke would rush past. As Team Heavy is about to confront him, Kisame holds his hand out and lets him pass through, with Team Heavy being confused. Kisame would say that this is something Itachi's will has demanded, and he will not let one of the fellow Akatsuki members be denied. He then looks over to see the rest of the team, as Naruto's standing there wondering if Sasuke will be able to take Itachi Uchiha on all by himself. Naruto doesn't have time to ponder on this though, as immediately as he believes to think about these thoughts, suddenly a kick comes flying at him as he dives down to see that Jugo is about to attack him. He sees that Jugo has an immense amount of nature energy all around him, and as Jugo is about to power up using his own Kekkei Genkai to absorb nature energy, Naruto then says, "I don't think so," as he commands nature energy. He pulls all the nature energy away from Jugo and towards him, as Jugo tries to power up but can't absorb any nature energy. The grass where Naruto had pulled it away from had died, as he holds his hands together praying, saying he was sorry that he had to take their lives in order to save his own. Jugo would growl in frustration as he has no idea what's going on, as then Tsuchimaru would intervene. "Jugo, allow me to take care of this one. He has some sort of chakra ability that allows him to manipulate the chakra in nature, similar to you. However, he seems to be able to almost bend it to his will." Naruto would smile as he says he has no idea exactly how he means that, as Naruto tells the rest of the team to take on the rest of the Team Heavy while he takes out this guy. As Tsuchimaru gets ready for battle, he quickly shoots a bone ash shot at Naruto's face. Naruto dives out of the way as he avoids the attack by using his own stone clone. By using the earth around him, he had created a perfect clone of himself and had used this to get behind Tsuchimaru. As Tsuchimaru turns around, he creates a sword out of his bone and tries to slice at Naruto. Naruto is barely able to dodge, as an arc of stone he waves at comes from the ground, blocking the strike, but also slicing through the stone pillar while slowing its momentum. Naruto would scream as he says, "Ugh!" from wind energy towards Tsuchimaru, as he goes flying back. As Tsuchimaru's in the air, he then shoots a volley of bone shots towards Naruto, who is forced to use flat fire style. He breathes a fire style avatar style as he shoots a wave of flame towards Tsuchimaru. As Tsuchimaru's bones are all turned to ash from the flames, they fall to the ground harmlessly, not even connecting with Naruto's body. Tsuchimaru begins to form hand seals as he creates a jutsu. Bone Forest style. Ash Wooden Forest. As he slams his hand down to the ground surrounding them, and as the rest of the team begins to fight with Team Heavy, Naruto is surrounded by a forest of bones. As he looks around, not being able to sense the nature energy within the bones, as there's so much chakra in each one that it's hard to decipher between them. Kimaru would then suddenly appear from behind as he stabs at Naruto's shoulder with a kunai. As the kunai goes stabbing into Naruto, he would realize that this kunai is actually made out of his bones. He turns around to see that Tsuchimaru was actually inside one of the bone trees. As Naruto blasts the bone tree using a water-style aqua jet, which he uses to push through the bone and shatter it to pieces like a drill, Tsuchimaru would already have moved to another one, using them like reflection pulls to try and get away from Naruto while attacking him. As he continues to shoot bone shots towards Naruto, Naruto dodges and weaves using his own fire style as well as water style to slice through the bullets. As Naruto gets out of the bone forest by jumping into the air and using his own wind style of airbending to push him into the sky, he then launches a volley of flame down to the area below. As he then uses water healing to heal one of Sakura's injuries as she was just hit by one of Jugo's attacks. This is when we see the other parts of the team from Konoha fighting, We see Suigetsu swing his executioner's blade. As he goes down on Sai, Sai quickly summons one of his own beasts, which take the attack as ink splatters everywhere. We then quickly see Karin using one of her own jutsu as she uses sealing jutsu, trying to seal away the attack that Hinata had shot with her own wind style towards her. As she blocks the wind gale palm using her seal, she then reflects it back towards Hinata, who dodges out of the way. Naruto would look back down as he then sees Tsuchimaru waiting there for him. Tsuchimaru creates a pillar of bone shooting up towards Naruto. As Naruto rushes back, having to use one of his secret techniques, Gaia Kami no Jutsu, Naruto would say as he summons the earth god that he had used against Gaara's hand. He then slams his hand down on Tsuchimaru, who dodges out of the way just in time, as the hand goes smashing into the ground, causing an earthquake across the entire area. This shifting in footing would cause Team Heavy as well as the rest of the Konoha team to fall down into a small area below into a crevice as they continue their fight. Naruto had shot that he said that he'd go and save them later from that hole, as Kiba would shout back telling him to worry about his own fight. Naruto would begin getting ready for another barrage from Tsuchimaru, as we then zoom in to see the inside of the Uchiha hideout. Well, 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 Itachi would say as Sasuke comes walking through the door, his red Sharingan with one tomoe in each, shining like a lamp through the darkness. Itachi would activate his own Sharingan as the two red dots meet in the darkness. Sasuke, my poor, innocent younger brother. Innocent, huh? Sasuke would say as he looks at the blood that is now crossing the entire room, as he sees the images of his parents and the rest of the Uchiha clan laying on the ground dead. Don't even try to use one of your genjutsu on me, Itachi. I know that all of them are dead. By your hand. Itachi would snicker as he then tells Sasuke that he's there for one reason alone. He desires what he truly needs and also wants is Sasuke's eyes, as Itachi holds a hand up and grasps it around the red image in the darkness. You see, Sasuke, my vision isn't quite what it used to be, as Sasuke looks forward, surprised at this remark. Well, Itachi, he says with a spiteful tone, if you think you can take them, come and get some. As Itachi walks forward into the darkness. Sasuke would then say, oh, you're approaching me? Well then, I guess we'll have ourselves a real fight. As Itachi bursts into a wave of crows, Sasuke quickly creates lightning as it begins to form in an arc around him in the room. He creates a Chidori and slices around him in a spinning motion, cutting up some of the crows. Itachi would appear behind him as he then slices through Sasuke, seemingly killing him. Suddenly, Itachi would open his eyes as he realizes that he was placed under a genjutsu. Now, Sasuke had taken the jump on him using 3 Tomoe Sharingan originally, had placed him into a genjutsu before Itachi had even used the original genjutsu. Now do you see, Itachi? My training along with Kakashi Sensei, as well as the rest of the ninja in the Hidden Leaf, has given me strength that you never could achieve. He then stabs the Chidori through a chair, as some crows pop out as they disappear. Damn crows, Sasuke would say as he rushes around the room trying to grab each one. Itachi would reform as he creates a fireball jutsu, which Sasuke barely gets out of the way. However, he is singed by the attack as he goes flying into the air. Damn it, I took damage, he says he thinks as Itachi comes climbing up to the top of the roof. As they stand on the concrete roof, down beneath them they can see the Uchiha crest, now in the sunlight for the first time in years, as dust throughout the entire area is beginning to flow from their battle. Sasuke, you will never defeat me. Your hatred never became strong enough. You didn't cultivate it. There's no way you can. Shut up, Itachi. This is what Sasuke says as he powers up even more. His Sharingan now glowing a bright red as he tells Itachi that he's going to take him out no matter what. Itachi sighs as he seemingly has Sasuke come running at him. As Sasuke goes running towards Itachi, he creates a fireball jutsu blocking Itachi's vision. As Itachi's vision is blocked, he would use this clone as he creates a shadow clone to burrow itself underground, away from Itachi's view. As this version of himself would then continue to dig throughout the concrete ceiling of where they're standing, Itachi would then dissipate the fireball of his own. Sasuke, you really think such a low-level fire attack would actually do any damage to me? Sasuke says as he snickers, never thinking that this fight would ever come. Well, Itachi, I guess it's time to take you down in the honor of our clan. This is when Sasuke is standing on the roof as he begins to charge chakra.
Itachi says that that's not going to work, as he says it in a loud voice, "Naruto, do it now." Naruto would look up from his battle with Tsuchimaru, as both of them are surprised. Naruto quickly uses his avatar powers as he summons clouds into the area and fills them with his own avatar style using water bending. "What are you doing, Sasuke?" Itachi would be thinking in his head as he sees clouds begin to form. "Perfect. Just the kind of cumulonimbus we need." Suddenly, lightning begins to crackle over the area as Itachi's eyes widen, being surprised that Sasuke could actually master such a technique. This is when Sasuke and then says, "Do it now," as suddenly the shadow clone pops up from behind Itachi, who had no idea it was there as it grabs onto Itachi, holding him there, using a genjutsu to keep him paralyzed. "You're gonna die, Itachi." As Sasuke says this, we see a white dragon made of pure arcs of electricity begin to come down from the heavens as it crashes its way directly into Itachi Uchiha.
Yo, what's up, guys? It's me, That One Weep here, back after almost a week or 2 weeks of not posting a What If, and today we have our long videos beginning. If you guys watched the stream, which was a pretty important announcement stream, go up here to the top upper right hand corner. There'll be a playlist of all my live streams if you want to go watch that stream. It's the newest one. Basically, it was an announcement stream where I announced that I'll be trying to finish and take up the initiative to finish every single one of my current ongoing What Ifs, which at this point in time is 22 ongoing series. Now, I'll be starting with the ones that are closer to the end that I didn't get to, and I'll be finishing up with some newer ones, I guess, or the ones with less parts. But yeah, they'll all be pretty long, and I'll be having 22 videos just like this coming out for the next 3-ish weeks. Hope you guys are ready for that. I'll be posting other videos and things like that too along the way. Thank you all so much, and I'm going to be trying to get these out as fast as I can. But yeah, let's just get into this, part 16 to the end of What If Naruto Was the Avatar. Welcome back, everybody, to the final part to my series, What If Naruto Was the Avatar? Now, I know it's been almost a year now since the last part, so that's a long time. If you haven't, please go back and watch the series if you want. I know it may not be as good as you could say some of my more recent series, since it is the second series I ever made, but it'll help you understand things better now in the finale. Anyway, we'll get into a recap for those of you who do remember what happened in the last part, and then I'll be getting into the story, and finally finishing up the tale of What If Naruto Was the Avatar. So, let's get right into it. Last time, Itachi had been hit by Sasuke's Kyurem attack. Sasuke in this version knows how to use shadow clones, and actually was able to use one shadow clone to hold Itachi down long enough for him to get a full-on frontal assault with the Kyurem. We have no idea what happened to Itachi or Sasuke. And meanwhile, while that battle's going on, Naruto is battling a genetic clone of Kimimaro, mixed with Orochimaru's DNA and Kabuto, called Tsuchimaru. This monstrosity of genetics is now battling against Naruto, using its bone ash and snake type jutsu, which Naruto's now on the defense against, using all of his bending styles in order to evade and attack. But let's just get back right into it right now. Naruto could see the giant lightning dragon arcing overhead as it crashed down to the Uchiha lair where his friends Sasuke and Itachi were battling. What? Naruto think? Naruto had never actually seen the Kyurem attack before, and so seeing it for the first time, he was shocked. It's amazing! As the explosion hits the entire ground and the entire ground begins to shake, this is when Tsuchimaru takes the attack initiative, as he then teleports inside one of his bone forests near Naruto, as he tries to stab Naruto in the head with another bone spike coming out of his palm. Naruto turned to the right as he then blocks with his forearm, taking a scratch, as he would then grab the bone and then pulled Tsuchimaru out of the bone forest. Tsuchimaru is shocked, as Naruto would then use his bending style as he pushes upward, using air bending as he sends Tsuchimaru flying up into the sky. Tsuchimaru, now having some distance from Naruto, would try to use his rib attack as he then sends hundreds of bones flying down towards Naruto at fast speeds. These amount of tiny bone projectiles, Naruto would easily be able to move aside, just using air bending, as he would then use a fire bending attack. Will of Fire! Suddenly, Naruto would create a geyser of flame bursting out of the ground.
almost like a molten volcano. Flames would erupt from the ground, as Tsuchimaru would be completely enveloped in the fire. Naruto would narrow his eyes as he turns up the heat, charring Tsuchimaru. Damn it! Tsuchimaru would try to send more bones out to try and defend himself, but the fire was too hot, and he was in midair, he couldn't move. He didn't have any air techniques like Naruto did that could move him out of the way. Tsuchimaru would transform into a snake using Orochimaru's cells inside of him, as he would then try and rip himself through the air like a snake, and erupt out of his mouth to escape the flames. However, Naruto can bend the flames, and as he would do so, he would rupture them, causing him to change shape as they would then chase after Tsuchimaru's escaping form. Covered in his own saliva along with any other liquids that would have been covering his newly formed body, Tsuchimaru would begin to bubble as he would scream as he could feel his insides burning. As Tsuchimaru would then evaporate, completely disappearing, burned to ash, as Naruto would have used all of his firebending skill at that certain time to completely dismantle and completely kill Tsuchimaru. Everyone on the Konoha side would think one down, as they only have 3 more members of Team Taka that they need to either restrain or kill. Naruto would think in his mind that he's sorry, but this is for the sake of the mission, and for the sake of Sasuke. Naruto would be thinking about everything he had heard from Sasuke over the years about Itachi. I can't let anyone intervene in their battle, Naruto would be thinking. This is when Naruto would decide he'll take on Kisame. Kiba, Hinata, Sai, do you 3 think you can take the other 3 out? He would say as he looks at them. Hinata looked towards Karin, as then Suigetsu would then meet Kiba's eyes, with Sai then seeing Jugo. As the 3 would nod, deciding that their battle would be ready to begin. Yeah, we got this covered, Kiba would say. Naruto, be careful with that Akatsuki member. Don't get overconfident, Hinata would tell Naruto. Naruto would nod, saying he'll make sure that he can take him down swiftly, as Naruto then began to approach Kisame. Naruto would clasp his hands as he uses Earth style, Avatar style. Naruto would slam his hands into the ground as he would then raise them up to the sky. A large wall, at least 3 feet thick, of dirt and rock would then rise between him, Kisame, along with those of the other side being Karin, Jugo, Suigetsu, Kiba, Hinata, and Sai. That way, he would think, Kisame can't use any of his friends against him as a hostage. With this wall here, he'll have to climb it, giving me at least 3 or 4 seconds, which will give me time to attack him. Also, this splits up the battle, which would put my back in danger too. Now if the battle's fully separated, though still on the same field, Kisame would think that this kid's pretty smart, as he began to approach him. If you want to die, come closer then, Kisame would say, as he begins to pull Samihara out of his back, as he tells this kid and asking what his name is. The name's Naruto Uzumaki, Avatar, and also Jinchuriki the Ninetales. The Ninetales, huh? Well, I guess we'll get another good thing from today. Itachi will get what he wants, and we'll get what we want, Kisame would say. He would then lick the blade, as he tells Samihara to do her best, saying that they're going to take this kid down. Naruto would narrow his eyes, saying you can try, as the battle would then begin between Kisame and Naruto. Water style, shark bomb! Kisame would use, as a shark made purely out of water would then come crashing towards Naruto. Bad mistake, Naruto would say. Naruto would simply use his 2 fingers on his left hand, his thumb covering them, as he then pushed upwards, flicking up towards the sky. Kisame would be shocked, as his jutsu would then be lost control from him, ripped away from him almost instantly. As the shark would then turn around as it begins chasing after Kisame, as Naruto would then take his 2 hands and clasp them together, as it bites down, chomping down on Samehada, which Kisame luckily just grabbed out and used to block in time. The shark bomb would then explode with water gushing everywhere, as Kisame would be shocked, wondering what that was. Damn it! How did he do that? I didn't see him make any hand signs. Some sort of jutsu takeover? That was too fast, though. Hey, if you're too busy thinking, you'll get distracted, Naruto would say. What? Kisame would look up as we see Naruto coming down, now with 2 huge fists of earth surrounding his hands. Mighty Earth God. Gauntlets of Gaia! Naruto would land with his hands clasped together as 2 large rocks, now carved into the shape of hands, would slam down on Kisame. Kisame would try and block with Samehada, but the amount of weight from the rock along with Naruto enhancing it with chakra to make the blow stronger would cause Kisame's knees to buckle, as he'd fall to the ground, still holding up the rocks using his Samehada blade. But even the blade itself began to get shaky as Naruto pushes more power into it. Fine! Naruto pulled back his left hand as he creates one. Avatar style. Flame Rasengan. Suddenly a ball of pure flames would begin to burn in Naruto's stone hand. its palm beginning to melt and turn to magma from the heat. Damn it, Kisame would think. Naruto then slammed down with this flame Rasengan, as somehow then laughs as it eats the chakra. He would then feed the chakra to Kisame as Kisame get powered up. Interesting, Naruto would think. Naruto deactivated his jutsu and attack as he lands back to the ground, skidding and using air style to push some distance between him and Kisame. Kisame would test his new strength as he feels chakra flowing through him. He'd lick his lips. Thanks for the snack. Now time to die. Kisame would decide to use his domain expansion, decided to use his ability as he creates the jutsu, creating a dark ocean. This ocean begins to swirl as it begins to surround himself and Naruto. He can't control a jutsu that's wild like this, he'd be thinking. There's no way. As the ocean begins to cover both himself and Naruto, Kisame will transform into a shark as he begins charging throughout the water and starts going towards Naruto. Naruto would proceed to act helpless in the water as he begins to grab his neck, acting like he's drowning, when in reality he has a very small thin layer of air that he coated around his skin using airbending, basically acting like a shield from the water and also allowing him to move freely within it just using airbending. As Kisame approaches ready to attack, the moment he would strike, Naruto would move out of the way incredibly fast. I fell for it, damn, Kisame would think. Naruto begins spinning his hands incredibly fast as he then forces downward. Suddenly the entire ocean begins to spin as Kisame loses control of the jutsu. Even this one? Kisame would be shocked, now fully realizing that Naruto has complete control over water. Damn it, I fell right for his trap. Kisame would have been sucked down to the vortex as it then slammed into the ground below. As he was now stuck in the ever-spinning vortex, Kisame had nothing he could really do. This is when Naruto would barrage him with attacks, and Naruto would finally use his final and ultimate attack. Similar to Sasuke's Kirin, Naruto had also created his own technique, his own jutsu, mixing bending and jutsu together. Naruto would create 4 different hands out of earth, using his earth-style bending. The hands would begin to spin as Naruto would pour chakra into the palms, creating 4 elemental-style Rasengans. Naruto would make them massive Rasengans, as he calls them the Avatar Rasengan Barrage, as each hand would have one of the elements: earth, fire, water, and wind. Naruto would give it his all as he clasped all the hands together, combining the elements, creating a sort of white light Rasengan. As Naruto would create this massive Rasengan of energy from all 4 elements, he would collapse it into the hole where Kisame was, as Kisame would be completely enveloped by all 4 of the elements. As Kisame would scream out in pain, as he could feel himself burning away. Kisame, at the last of his consciousness, would slip inside Samehada, which would begin to absorb some of the chakra, protecting him. But this much energy would prove to be too much for Samehada, as Samehada would be filled up with chakra incredibly fast, as it would then take most of the damage, destroying parts of the sword and almost pretty much just ruining it, as Samehada would be burned and broken in several places from the attack. As Naruto's multiple style of elemental Rasengans would have proved to be incredibly effective. This loud explosion could be heard across the entire field, including where Sasuke was. Speaking of which, back to where Sasuke was, we can see Sasuke's face in shock. As where Itachi was previously standing, we can see Itachi now covered in soot and ash, surrounding the entire area with destruction from where Kirin had landed. Sasuke's shadow clone had dissipated by this time, and Itachi had blocked the attack. We can see the shattered ribs of Sasuke's Susanoo, the orange chakra solidified, covering him and protecting him, as we see the unfinished, covered with partial muscle and cloth, as we see Itachi's Susanoo protecting him. This monstrosity of chakra. What is that? Is that the true power of the Mangekyo? Sasuke would be thinking. Amaterasu! Itachi would act like the Amaterasu, staring directly at Sasuke. Suddenly, Naruto would arrive just in time. After having defeated Kisame, as the Amaterasu just hits Sasuke as he begins to burn, Naruto would wave his hand, as the black flames would then jump off of Sasuke's body, barely touching him. As Sasuke would turn around, seeing Naruto manipulating the black flames. Naruto, this is my fight. Back off. What? Naruto would be confused as he asked Sasuke if he's really sure. Sasuke would nod, saying thanks for the save, but I won't trip up again. Naruto would deactivate the black flames of Amaterasu, shocking Itachi. The Amaterasu is supposed to be eternal flames. Damn it. Naruto would nod to Sasuke as he puts out his fist, as we would see an image in their mind of each other giving them a fist bump. Naruto would then use his air bug as he then flies down the hill back towards where Kisame is. As we can see, Kisame wrapped up and knocked out after Naruto had defeated him. Meanwhile, Hinata, Kiba, and Sai are already having their fight with Jugo, Karin, and Suigetsu. And the fight's going pretty even right now, with Sai on the back foot against Jugo. Naturally, since Sai is more of a long-range fighter, and Jugo is more of a short-range. Suigetsu and Kiba are pretty much even, with Kiba using his Fang over Fang attack, and continuously spinning and attacking the water form that is Suigetsu. Karin and Hinata would be pretty much even in combat, with Hinata having a bit of an upper hand since she can use Gentle Fist and has already deactivated several of Karin's chakra points. "Hey Kiba, can I lend a hand?" Naruto would ask. Sure, Kiba would say. As Suigetsu transforms into water to dodge Kiba's next Fang over Fang attack, Naruto would simply wave his hand, as suddenly Suigetsu would lose control of his entire body. What? What's happening? Suigetsu gets swept into the air, as Naruto would pull out a glass bottle from his ninja supply bag. He would simply pour Suigetsu into the glass bottle and put a top on it, locking him up. That's cheating! Naruto would laugh, saying, "Well, it's your fault that you turned yourself into something I have pretty much complete control over." Suigetsu would curse himself for being so dumb, as we can see the executioner's blade fall to the ground where he had originally had it. Kiba would thank Naruto for the help. Kiba would decide to aid Sai in his battle against Jugo, since Kiba is way more adept at close combat, and him and Akamaru would actually put up a pretty good fight along with Sai. Naruto wouldn't feel the need to intervene, since he wanted them to have some time fighting too. Not to mention he was also pretty exhausted after fighting and defeating Tsuchimaru and Kisame, who was an Akatsuki. And so Naruto would take the opportunity to rest, telling them to let them know when the fight was over, as he would simply lay down and create an earth shell over himself as he would then fall asleep, snoring. Did he really fall asleep? Karin would think. Watch your own fight, Hinata would think, as she would then throw another punch using the Gentle Fist style and deactivate another chakra point. Damn it, Karin would think. Karin and Hinata's fight would go on for only a few minutes longer, before Hinata had successfully deactivated all of her chakra points and swept her out of the fight. With Suigetsu captured and now Karin down for the count, it was just Jugo. In his enraged state, he only knew he had one thing to do. He would grab Karin and then make a run for it, as he'd use the booster jets on his arms and legs using nature energy in order to get the hell out of there. With Jugo and Karin having escaped, Hinata, Sai, and Kiba would then decide to go after them. Naruto would pop out of the shell telling them that they don't need to go after them, saying that they already captured 2 of their members, and they successfully stopped the actual goal of the mission, which was not allowing Orochimaru's forces to connect with the Akatsuki. They'd agree as they'd hesitantly stop, with Sai also seeing the value in not wasting resources, as they would all say they're going to go help Sasuke against Itachi now. Naruto would tell him to hold up, saying that Sasuke was going to fight this by himself. "Are you insane?" Kiba would say. Naruto would nod, saying this is Sasuke's fight, and Sasuke is trying to win back what had happened to him and his family that Itachi had done to them all those years ago. Everyone aside from Sai would find this reason to be admirable and would agree that it was good enough for them to wait. And if Sasuke does need help, then they can just go up and help him curb stomp Itachi altogether. So everyone besides Sai would be happy with this, but Sai would insist on going to intervene in the fight, saying why waste their time when they can just jump him right now and take care of him. Naruto would look up to him as he says, "Your funeral," saying Sasuke will probably get pissed off at you if you do that. Good luck. Naruto would lay back down as he rests looking at the sky, and would recover his chakra, thinking about the battle that had happened today. Meanwhile, only a few hundred feet away, we see Itachi breaking down, as his disease and illness is finally catching up to him. As Sasuke approaches the Chidori about to stab him, Itachi would run forward, as Sasuke would think he's trying to grab for his eyes. Suddenly, Itachi would embrace Sasuke with a hug, as Sasuke's Chidori would pierce straight through Itachi's heart. What? Sasuke would be shocked. Itachi would deactivate the Susanoo immediately as the Chidori is about to pierce through him. And now, as he laid on Sasuke's hand, which his arm was already through Itachi's back and his entire body, he would tell Sasuke a few things. "Little brother, once you attain those eyes, the strain on your body, the strain on them will cause you to go blind. When that time comes, you have to take my eyes." As he says this, Itachi would then flick his finger onto Sasuke's forehead for one last time, as his hand covered in blood would then fall down Sasuke's face, tracing as Itachi would pass out and eventually die. Why do I... Sasuke would feel tears welling up in his eyes, as Sai had just come over the border to see Sasuke having successfully taken out the target. Alright then, target secured. Let's get out of here, Sasuke. Bring the body with. Lord Danzo wanted us to. As he says this, Sasuke would turn around, his eyes having changed to the Mangekyo Sharingan. He didn't know why, but those last words from Itachi were filled with so much care, so much worry. Was I wrong about Itachi? Sasuke would think, the last echo of his brother in his mind. Sasuke had changed. He wasn't just a raging, mindless beast. After his battle with Naruto in the Valley of the End and having trained him for so many years, Sasuke had mellowed out as a person and he considered things more heavily now. The impact of Itachi's words really hit Sasuke, and this is why he unlocked his Mangekyo. Sasuke would take Itachi's eyes as he would seal them into a scroll, saying, "If that time ever does come, I will." Sasuke would then use the Amaterasu, burning away Itachi's body. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" Sai would ask in an empty tone. Sasuke would turn around as he had wiped the tears away, saying he didn't want his brother's body to be desecrated by anyone besides himself. As Sasuke would walk away, as the final piece of the Akatsuki's robe would burn to ash. Naruto would be lying on the hill as he looks up, sensing Sasuke's chakra. "Welcome back. How'd it go?" Sasuke would say nothing, saying that he got the job done, telling Naruto, "Let's get back to the village." As Naruto would snap his fingers as he waves his hand, suddenly airbikes would appear as they would all hop on top of them, as the entire force, along with now Kisame on Naruto's back, wrapped up, and Suigetsu, having been captured, would begin to head back towards the Leaf Village. Obito, or Madara, would know that Kisame had been captured, and so he would have sent Hidan and Kakuzu to the Leaf Village in advance to try and pursue the team which had captured both Kisame and Suigetsu from the Team Taka from Orochimaru's forces. It was now about time for Obito's plan to begin, as he begins to move some of his pieces into play. That specifically being Kakuzu Hidan, as well as Nagato and Konan. Naruto, along with the rest of the team that had been sent to disrupt the Akatsuki and Orochimaru's forces, were now on their way back to the village with 2 hostages in tow. Obito, or Madara, was not particularly keen to have his subordinate Kisame be taken in by the Leaf Village at this time. "My plans would not suit for this as of now," Obito would think, as he decides that there must be some way he must retrieve them. He would send Hidan and Kakuzu, 2 of his immortal team, in order to find and reclaim Kisame, or at the very least make sure that he's not breathing or capable of giving any information to the Leaf, destroy any trace of him, or reclaim him alive. Needless to say, Hidan and Kakuzu were leaning towards either option, whichever suited them the best, with the both of them both being rather sadistic in nature. As Hidan and Kakuzu would be approaching the village at rapid speeds, moving at fast pace across the forest tree line, they'd eventually cross paths into the team returning from their mission. Team 10 would then move out, as they decided they needed to block the attack from the Akatsuki, as Hidan and Kakuzu would then run first into battle against Asuma, Shikamaru, Inu, and Choji, as the battle between Team 10 and the 2 Akatsuki members of Immortality would begin. One big difference is that this time the Leaf Village would actually have a slight advantage over the Akatsuki, that being that they knew they were coming, since the Akatsuki would not want any information about their plans to be leaked. Not that they actually have a key member of the Akatsuki captured and not able to escape through Naruto's team in their battle. There's some way that they might be able to unravel their plan and be able to preemptively stop them in time, which means that Naruto and the group has to get back to the Leaf Village as fast as possible. If Naruto can deliver Kisame to the Intel Core fast enough, it might be possible in order to actually read through his memories to find what the Akatsuki are after exactly and what they're doing with the tailed beasts. Naruto would be hesitant about not going to help Team 10 with battling against the 2 Akatsuki members, but he understood the importance of the mission. As Naruto was moving closer and closer to the village, he would also begin to feel a growing fear in the pit of his stomach, as Naruto would turn around, quickly dumping Kisame on now Sai and telling him to bring him back to the Intel Core. Naruto would run off, telling everyone to continue with the mission as he deactivates the air bikes. Naruto would leap into the air using cloud bending style, combining water and air bending as he forms a cloud underneath him and would move extremely fast, now floating as he goes flying towards where the Akatsuki members are battling. Shikamaru, Inu, and Choji would all be struggling against Kakuzu, while Asuma Sensei would be battling Hidan alone. Hidan's scythe would be clashing against his chakra blades, his knives and the metal against each other now scratching, making a shrill sound echo throughout the air. Naruto could sense this as he then heads down towards the forest floor below. Suddenly, Hidan would catch Asuna off guard, with Asuma having landed a blow and Hidan having simply taken it, walking through the strike, as he's about to slash Asuma's head off with his scythe. Naruto would scream out, "No!" as suddenly he would raise his hand, pulling up as fast as he can. Just as the spike's about to pierce into Asuma's neck, a boulder would come flying up from the ground, ripping through as a spike of earth would then shatter against the blade, causing it to slow down and lose its momentum. This would give Asuma plenty of time to then retrieve his blade from Hidan's body. "Thanks, Naruto." "Yeah, no problem." Naruto would land to the ground, using airbending to cushion the fall. "Naruto." Shikamaru would turn around. "Focus on your fight," Naruto would say, as Kakuzu would blast more elemental chakra types against the 3 members of Team 10. Shikamaru would leap into action using his Shadow Possession Jutsu, as he would capture Hidan in his own shadow, causing him to be unable to move. This would be when Ino would use her Mind Transfer Jutsu, and the Inu Shikacho technique would be used, causing some damage, but minorly. Meanwhile, Asuma and Naruto would be battling against Hidan. Hidan with his immortality against Naruto with his Avatar and Nature Energy Jutsu, along with Asuma using his Smoke Jutsu, as well as just infusing his chakra into his chakra blades, which allows him to get some cuts on Hidan, but they fade quickly. Naruto would be using every bending technique he knew in the book, hitting Hidan from all sides, but nothing was working. "Why won't he die?" Naruto would be thinking. Shikamaru would come up with a plan. After their attack against Kakuzu had failed, he would decide and look at Naruto. "Switch!" Team 10 would then all focus on Hidan while Naruto would take Kakuzu. The two would be a much better match, as Kakuzu using elemental abilities would prove to stand no chance against Naruto, who could simply bend any attacks made out of elemental energy and chakra away from him. And so the battle would then be tilted towards the Leaf Shinobi's favor, as Kakuzu couldn't really use any of his Mask's abilities or even his tendrils against Naruto, since they'd be made out of Earth-style nature. Meaning Naruto could just simply throw them away or even just destroy them up out of his own free will. Kakuzu himself really just didn't seem to stand a chance against Naruto, and he would just get belted over and over again. Naruto destroyed 1, 2, 3 of his hearts. With only 2 left, Kakuzu decided it was time to run, as he tried to escape. Naruto would simply use his avatar abilities to pull Kakuzu back using his own body, which would be filled with the earth tendrils of the earth-style nature energy of chakra. Naruto would simply bend this back towards him, and then throw a punch and then imbue his fist with chakra, sending Kakuzu flying into the ground, as Naruto would grab another heart from inside his chest. "What is this?" Naruto would be thinking. Naruto would gently squeeze his hand as he would then burst the heart into a million little pieces. Kakuzu would cry out, with only 1 heart remaining, as Hidan would turn for a split instant. Shikamaru would use his Shadow Possession Jutsu and then cease Hidan's movements, as Asuma, Ino, and Choji would then use all of their attacks against him, cutting up into several bits, as Hidan's head would be ripped apart from his body, still not dead. Kakuzu would have been destroyed much like the original, however, it would have been much more brutal this time, considering Naruto would have just been brutally beating him with jutsu, and randomly finding his hearts and destroying them for almost 30 minutes now, while Hidan was just getting volleyballed around by Team 10. Positive from this fight is that Naruto has actually saved Asuma's fate of dying from Hidan, meaning that we don't have that sad moment with Shikamaru and Asuma, so that's cool. Asuma lives, yay! Anyway, after Obito's forces had failed to retrieve Kisame, and he'd actually lost more than he ever had been able to gain, Obito would decide that it was time to just completely wipe out and cut his losses. And so he would send the 6th Pass of Pain, Nagato, as he would contact Pain and Konan to go and eradicate the Leaf Village and capture the 9 Tails. Oh, yeah, speaking about Nagato and Konan, actually in the Rain Village right now we can see that they have complete and total control over the entire village, and this would be when Jiraiya would have actually been inside of the village. And Jiraiya would have been gathering intel for the Leaf as well as trying to find the whereabouts of the Akatsuki. Jiraiya would have been found out just like he did in the original and would unfortunately die. Naruto, who would have just been getting everything sorted out and was just about to sit back down in the Leaf Village, would suddenly feel a burst of fresh air as he turns around, the wind soaring past his face with a leaf on it, cut it into a few pieces. Jiraiya? Naruto, you thinking? Naruto would slap his face, wondering what that was all about, saying, "There's no way." As Naruto would get back to work and just finish off submitting the report for the now 2 Akatsuki members they had captured, that being Hidan and Kisame, Pain and Nagato would be on the way. As suddenly, after around a week or so after the Hidan incident along with Kakuzu, would when the old Grandpa Toad would show up, with writing carved into his back, the last message from Jiraiya. This writing would be their saving grace, as they'd eventually begin working on deciphering it in order to find the code Jiraiya had left in the meaning behind his words. Naruto would have recognized the page number from his Make-Out Tactics book, as he would then point it out just like he would have in the original. This would have immensely helped with trying to decipher it just like it originally had, and another big difference in this timeline is that Naruto already has Sage Mode. Naruto's power-up is a bit higher just because Naruto had learned Sage Mode over the 3-year gap, along with all of his bending styles and avatar style. And so Naruto doesn't really need to go anywhere in order to train to master Sage Mode. So Naruto would just stay in the village and guard it, and just generally wait for any threat to come to attack them, while their reconnaissance team would be working on Kisame and Hidan, trying to extract information about the Akatsuki's plans. As everyone in the Leaf Village would be relaxing with them having seemingly won the day, and for the past week and so now, everyone had been happy and peaceful. Suddenly, several signals of interference would then be sent to the barrier ninja in the Leaf Village, as they would notify the Lady Hokage, Tsunade herself. Tsunade would be shocked as she hears about the 6 entry points, but they were so high up. What? That's impossible. How do they enter the village so fast? Tsunade be thinking. Tsunade wouldn't have time to act, but Naruto would have already sensed the disturbance, as Naruto could feel the passive energy having been moved. Naruto would then jump out of as he gets ready to fight, getting and zipping up his jacket as he then hops out of his house, opening and slamming the door as he runs out. Looking above, we can then see it, as Pain is about to attack the village. Almighty push, Shinra Tensei. Suddenly, the wave of pure physical energy will begin to combat itself towards the village, as an invisible wall will begin to try and push to completely destroy it. We seek Naruto Uzumaki. Give us the 9 tails and our comrades and we'll leave, or die. As the almighty push is just about to make its way to the ground and create its massive crater, just like it would have in the original, we suddenly see it begin to get pushed back. What? Pain would be shocked, Nagato would be shocked, Konan would be shocked. A Rinnegan ability malfunctioning like this? What's going on? The energy itself, the pure physical chakra, would begin to move, as Naruto would access his avatar state. The threat that he had felt would allow him to access the previous spirits of the avatars, as Aang, Korra, Roku, and all the previous before him would enter his body. Naruto in the avatar state would fly up into the air, as he's now nose to nose, eye to eye with the Tendo Path of Pain. Naruto would have cancelled out the almighty push, as everyone would now have time to react, as shinobi are getting ready to evacuate the village, and other shinobi are getting ready to fight. Since the other 5 of the 6 Paths of Pain would also be fighting, Naruto would be fighting the Tendo Pain in the air. This fight would look almost similar to how a Dragon Ball Z fight would look, since the two both can have the ability to fly, with them having shockwaves from Naruto using airbending and earthbending, while we can see the Tendo Pain using the almighty push, Naruto being able to cancel it out using airbending, as he physically pushes it back with a barrier of equal strength. Naruto would be using all of his avatar energy, as we can see him with his whiskers having now turned to that bright blue and his eyes having turned that color as well. What is this power? Nagato would be wondering. This is not the 9 tails. If he activates the 9 tails power, I don't know if even I can win. Naruto, who would already be in Sage Mode, would be already a big threat, just because he's already mastered Sage Mode to the point to where he can use it for longer periods of time, especially since he had mastered it during the 3 years where he and Jiraiya had been training together, along with him having mastered the water healing bending, and other different bending styles from different bending masters. Naruto would have continued training, and this is how he is basically able to curb stop the 6 paths of pain. Naruto in this version would have been extremely pissed after having heard about Master Jiraiya's death. That same scene where he had broken down would have happened, but there would have been no Shikamaru moment where Shikamaru had lost his master, Asuma. Naruto had protected Asuma. He was alone. There was no one in the world like him who felt exactly how he did. No one could know what it was like to lose the person closest to you in the blink of an eye, without even having the opportunity to try and save them. Naruto was, as I said, pissed. Naruto would grab the Tennopath's Pain's face as he rips him all the way, spinning him around and throwing him down into the street below, crashing into the ground as a crater would form around him. Naruto would then create it, Earthbending style, Fist of the Great Earth God. The same jutsu and bending style that Naruto had used in order to defeat the One-Tails all those years ago, he would then use again as he creates the massive stone body of the giant Buddha. As Naruto would then use its massive fist, colliding into the ground over and over again, palm striking the pain, the Tendo Pain would be ripped apart. Suddenly the Healer Pain would come by, as we have a few of the other paths now guarding the Tendo, as they would heal it. A healer, huh? Another benefit from Naruto having the Avatar powers means that basically, the entire village doesn't get murked for a second time by pain. This not having happened means that Naruto's fight would be much more intricate, just because of all the buildings in the area and how he'd have to fight them. This also means that we don't get a Konohamaru moment, since they don't have to wait for Naruto to show up, which kind of sucks, but aside from that, it doesn't really change too much. Kakashi does not die in this version, which is pretty cool, so that doesn't happen, but he also doesn't have the opportunity to meet his dad. But other than that, Naruto would then get back into the fight, as Naruto, using just his bending styles, is able to take care of pretty much all of the passive pain. Using nature energy, and the one that can absorb chakra isn't really a threat to him, since bending isn't even chakra. So he would just slam him using fire bending and water bending until he'd eventually just break the doll. Naruto would eventually have figured out through the chakra rods, as well as using Sage Mode, that someone else was controlling these corpses. Someone else was behind the scenes, a puppet master. Naruto would quickly dispatch the other 6 paths of pain, focusing on the healer and using his Frog Kumite style, mixed with bending in order to use airbending strikes and attacks, slashing them all up in a matter of seconds. Naruto would then use airbending as he flies up into the air. Closing his eyes, he senses the surrounding area. Using his avatar connection to nature, he'd eventually find it, as he holds the chakra rod and pours chakra through it. Naruto in this version has pretty much never used the Nine-Tails chakra, at all, comparatively to how he did in the original. He doesn't really rely on it as much since he relies on his bending and skill. And this will come into play later, but aside from that, Naruto then flies over to where Nagato and Konan are, and the same conversation would take place and ensue, where Nagato would ask Naruto how he's so sure about how he's able to protect this world. How? How can you be so confident? Naruto's answer would actually be a bit different this time. Naruto would say exactly what he had said in the original, however he'd also add a few things. Naruto would say that his job as the Avatar, he was the savior of this world, to keep everything in balance. True peace can be acquired if everyone has equivalent power. Naruto would say that you can't give up on humanity before you even give them a chance, as Naruto would now actually use Tang no Jutsu and successfully convince Nagato. Because Naruto stopped Nagato for a majority of the kills and deaths, Nagato would not die using the Rinne Rebirth. And this means that Konan and Nagato survive. Naruto would invite the two to actually stay at the village, saying to leave the Akatsuki behind. And the two would then think about it. Before Konan and Nagato both agree, they have a few things they need to do first. They might consider it, and they might come back someday, but not yet. Konan and Nagato would take their leave, as they need to take Yahiko's body back to the Land of Rain to properly pay their respects before they can start this new life. Naruto would have been praised as the hero of the village, having defeated not 1, not 2, but 3 members of the Akatsuki, seemingly by himself. And this is not some small feat. This is a huge organization of S-tier ranked criminals. Naruto is now becoming a hero of the Hidden Leaf by his own right, and people are beginning to respect him more. People are starting to think of him as more than just a monster, more than just the kid that had that huge fox sealed inside of him. Now, I know that you guys don't like when I break into the story here, but I will do it again. And that is that you guys might be wondering, why is the pacing getting so fast for the pain arc? And that is because I'm trying to finish up the story, and I'm not going to lie to you, the war arc is going to be incredibly different in this version. And I really want to get to that, but also the pain arc would definitely have some more minimal changes, aside from Naruto just being able to beat everyone. Now that we're actually getting past the pain arc, where Sage Mode was its top priority, Naruto had been relying on Sage Mode for a lot of the series up to this point. Now that we're actually past the pain arc, villains and characters are going to be surpassing that, meaning Naruto and the Nine Tails, their relationship is going to become much more important. Anyway, enough of me just talking. We can actually get back into the story now. Sorry about that. Hopefully it didn't bother you too much. But anyway, let's just get back right where we left off. Naruto is now the hero of the Hidden Leaf. And with minimal damage to the city, everything could be repaired really with minimal worry. And everyone would be cheering Naruto on. Having minimized the damage, they knew what that attack could have done. And the way that he had positioned that attack, and they'd seen that wave of chakra about to flow out, he could have destroyed the entire village if Naruto hadn't been there. Sasuke would have been fighting some of the other paths of pain while they were now just terrorizing the village beforehand. But aside from that fact, Naruto was really the one to change the minds of Konan and Nagato. This was definitely a full victory for Naruto. Sasuke at this point is not jealous of Naruto anymore, and he's happy to see his friend accomplish something that he'd been hoping for years. Naruto would cry tears of joy, as he had finally been accepted by the villagers and wasn't treated like a monster anymore. Naruto had pretty much reached that goal, and now every time he can take a step forward to protecting his family, to protecting the village, he could feel support from all sides of him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Stupid Nagato. What a failure of a chess piece. I should have been able to wipe them out easily. Something's not right here, Obito be thinking. It's too fast. It's too fast. I'm losing more pieces than I can play. If I'm not cautious about this, then I may have lost every aspect, every opportunity left in order to win. The infinite Tsukuyomi might never come to fruition. Damn it! Obito would slam his fist into the stone table, shattering it. Naruto Uzumaki, I want to kill you myself. You're such a pain in my side at this point, it's not even worth keeping you alive for the Nine Tails. I'd rather wait another few years than have to deal with you. Damn. Obito, after his little temper tantrum, would begin to plan with Black Zetsu and Zetsu, as they decide they need to speed things up in order to actually be able to still win. With their Zetsu still not even being close to done, he didn't know if he could even start the 4th grade Shinobi War and make it a challenge yet. And Naruto had easily defeated Pain, which was one of the most powerful members of the Akatsuki in what seemed like a few minutes. Something that Jiraiya would have struggled with for a longer time than Naruto ever could have. Suddenly a new breakthrough would occur in the reconnaissance office, as they would have been able to finally get into Kisai's memories, along with the other Akatsuki Hidan they had captured. Tsunade would be shocked at the information she had learned, as she began to call her own 5 Kage summit. The Ride Kage had actually been thinking the same thing, and had already sent messengers to the Leaf Village, who would be coming in a few days later, after Tsunade would have been sending out the crows in order to alert the other villages of her urgent meeting. Needless to say, both the Hokage and Raikage would be rather eager in order for this meeting to begin. And so, they would all begin to gather their forces on who would be going with them to the 5 Kage summit, and how it would be going on. Both Danzo and Tsunade are both alive and conscious in this version, meaning that Danzo's character and what his actions and what he had done still will not have come to light. Sasuke is still in that innocence where he doesn't realize what Danzo had actually done to Itachi, what he had forced his family to happen to them. At least, for now. Tsunade would be fine with going, and she would decide that she needs to bring a few guards with, just for protection, in case of anything like the Akatsuki attacking. Tsunade would actually consciously choose Naruto to come with, which would cause Danzo to get infuriated. You wish to bring the Nine Tails out of the village? Are you insane? Senju? Am I insane? That Nine-Tails Jinchuriki that you're trying to hide in our village is the one that saved us from one of the strongest members of the Akatsuki, Danzo. Well, maybe if our Hokage was more competent, we wouldn't have to rely on our secret weapon in order to defeat our enemies for us. Well, I didn't see you out there fighting, Danzo. Where were you, cowering underground with the rest of the root, Anbu? How dare you, you foul wench, Danzo would say. Danzo and Tsunade would needlessly be going at each other's throats, and eventually Kakashi would even have to break up the fight. As Yamato and Kakashi would be stopping the fight on both ends, the two would be not fans of the other, as both Danzo and Tsunade would be pretty pissed off. Naruto would then actually come into the room, the tent I should say, as Tsunade would have been making temporary outposts and welcome reservations for the coming Cloud Envoy. Actually, I'd like to go with, Naruto would say. What you like doesn't matter, Danzo would say. Naruto would be silent, as he then says that it might be beneficial of him in order to learn about the other villages and see what their government leaders are like. Naruto as the Avatar would seek to do this naturally, since that's kind of his goal, is to seek peace between all four nations, or well, all of the current 5 great nations I should say now, with Naruto doing his best. Naruto would ignore Danzo's proclamations and they just wouldn't bother him. Naruto would then continue his point. If I attend the 5 Kage Summit along with Lord Fifth, I'll be able to defend from any attacks from the Akatsuki that could potentially occur, Naruto would say, trying to sound as intelligent and dependable as possible. I've already defeated several members of the Akatsuki already, so if one does show up then it won't be too much of a threat, Naruto would say. Naruto's point did make sense, since Naruto was pretty much carrying the battles against the Akatsuki, and it made sense to have their strongest fighter go with to defend the Hokage, but Danzo still did not want the Nine Tails leaving the village, and so the conflict would continue for a few more minutes, before he eventually was overturned by both Tsunade and Naruto's pleas. Naruto would choose Sasuke as the other guard that'd be sent with, and so Naruto and Sasuke would both go with Lady Tsunade on their way to the 5 Kage Summit as guards. Kakashi would be worried about Naruto and Sasuke, but as the two walk out of the gates, they would turn around one last time, giving Kakashi a thumbs up, telling him that they're gonna be okay. Kakashi would see images of them and their younger selves, as they walk out of the village and then join the Hokage to defend her from anyone else that might attack at the 5 Kage Summit. Speaking of which, elsewhere we actually have our attackers beginning to plan out what they're going to do. We have around a day and a half until we can actually make the strike, Obito would say. Obito would be speaking to Jugo and Karin, the two people who had escaped from the attack that the Leaf Village had sent after Itachi, Kisame, and to prevent their forces from combining. One difference this time is that Kabuto would actually be attending the meeting himself along with Jugo and Karin. After Suigetsu had been captured and Tsuchimaru had been killed, Kabuto was beginning the experiments on his own body to try and merge himself with Orochimaru's cells. Tsuchimaru had been the prototype, the test of that. But anyway, that's for the future. As for now, Jugo would agree, as he and Karin would decide to go to the 5 Kage Summit in the Land of Iron, and disrupt the meeting long enough for Obito, or Madara, in order to get his message out to the Kage. The message of the start of the 4th Great Shinobi War. Naruto, Sasuke, and Tsunade are heading towards the Land of Iron. With the two young shinobi now finally going on one of their first ever big missions, this was a big task that Tsunade was putting her complete faith in them in. She wanted to prove Danzo wrong, that Naruto could actually defend himself and wasn't just some Nine Tails vessel. And Sasuke was going with because Naruto had invited him. He had asked him to come with him as his fellow garden partner. The trio would have been traveling for around a day now and would have successfully reached the Land of Iron. After spending the night sleeping in a nice hotel, it was time for them to get moving again. Naruto would have been using his air bikes so as they didn't have to walk, and honestly it was pretty nice. Tsunade appreciated it greatly, and it also sped up their travel time, changing the time from what it usually would have taken at 1.5 days to get to the Land of Iron and to the meeting to only 1 and maybe a quarter of a day, since the speed increase wasn't really that great considering how fast shinobi already are. But it also conserved their stamina in case they ran into any fights or anything. Anyhow, Naruto using his air bikes would have gotten there pretty quickly, as he, Tsunade, and Sasuke would be one of the first Kage groups to arrive, with the Land of Iron surprised but welcoming the Leaf Shinobi, along with the Hokage herself. Lord Fifth, along with her two guards, who would both be wearing Ambu masks and the strict black clothing so as to not stand out, would enter into the building. And yes, you may be wondering why they're all dressed like that, and that's for two reasons. Because one, Sasuke is one of the last Uchiha, so him being there is a big threat, and Naruto being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and being pretty well known would really have to stay hidden. So the two of them had decided to agree to wearing disguises while they were guarding Tsunade for the sake of both the mission as well as defending themselves. As Naruto and Sasuke would arrive inside the building, they'd be waiting aside Tsunade as she would take her seat at the table, with 4 other empty chairs awaiting their masters. Anyway, the next would be the Mizukage, who would come from the Mist Village, who would greet Tsunade. Eventually, Gaara as the new Kazekage would arrive, along with the Raikage and the Tsuchikage. With all 5 Kage now being present, they would all take their seats as the meeting would begin. Almost immediately, the Raikage would slam his fist into the table, shattering the table, as his guards would sigh as they practically facepalm. Naruto and Sasuke would look over as they see his outburst. Raikage I would then begin to explain, in a more yelly, angry tone, about how the Akatsuki had been trying to go after his 8-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. As the conversation would continue, he'd eventually just break down into anger as he begins to blame the Stone Village for having done dealings with the Akatsuki before, explaining how Deidara has been a major thorn in their side for a long time now. He would eventually bring up how all of the shinobi from the Akatsuki are all from every village except his, saying that this must be blamed on the leadership of those villages for creating this monstrosity of an organization. Everyone would take offense to this as everyone begins to yell, as all the Kage begin to have an argument amongst themselves. As the shouting would get louder and louder, suddenly the entire facility would begin to shake, as dust would crumble down from the ceiling. All the Kage would immediately stop yelling as they look up, as their guards would prepare to surround them. Naruto and Sasuke put their arms in front of Lady Tsunade, as the two wait for any incoming threats. Naruto would close his eyes as he enters Sage Mode. Using the Avatar-style Sage Mode, he could feel the nature energy in the air, and would sense around for any threats. There, I found it. It's Jugo, Karin, and Kabuto. They're here, Naruto would say. Orochimaru's forces. As Naruto would whisper this information to Lady Tsunade, Tsunade would nod. Enough bickering, she would say. All the Kage would look towards her, as Tsunade would stand up saying that 3 powerful members from the Sound Village, Orochimaru's previous forces, are here to attack them. And along with them, the Akatsuki are probably going to attack as well. Almost as if on cue, while all the samurai and most of the guards would have begun to leave the room, suddenly Obito would appear, or, well, Madara, as the characters themselves would know. We see the man appear as he stands on top of the table laughing, as we see his orange spiral mask curving around his face, hiding it from the light. He would introduce himself to the Kage, saying that he is Madara Uchiha. Sasuke and Naruto would prepare for battle, as the two are ready to attack at a moment's notice. The Raikage would immediately lunge forward, using his lightning cloak, as he attempts to attack Madara, or, well, Obito. He would phase right through as he's about to strike Lady Tsunade, who's across from the table. Naruto would immediately thrust his hand upwards, as a spike of rock and earth would then come shooting out, shooting the table up into the air as it then collides with the Raikage's fist, blocking the attack. Tsunade would hold her hand back, thanking Naruto, telling him to stand down, as the Kage are ready to face this threat. Madara would then say, "Tisk tisk tisk, Kage. Always so quick to fight, aren't you?" He would then notice the presence of Naruto, as he notes that the Nine-Tails is here. Anyway, as he would then continue to talk to the Kage, speaking to them, "I simply came to let you all know that war is coming." "War?" the Tsuchikage would ask. "That's preposterous. None of us are going to be fighting each other." Obito would begin laughing, as he then says, "My apologies. I think I should explain. No. You see, I will be the one taking on all of you, all at the same time. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 4th Great Shinobi War." Everyone would be shocked, as Madara would then announce that he'll be taking all of the tailed beasts by force, and he'll be enacting his plan of the infinite Tsukuyomi. The plan to put everyone into a dream of their making, their own freedom, the freedom of reality. Naruto and Sasuke lunge forward, with Naruto creating a stone rock fist and arm connecting to his body, as he throws a clapping slam against Obito. with Sasuke using his other side as he creates half of the Susanoo's arm, slamming into Naruto's hand as the two collide into each other, causing a now loud shockwave right where Obito is standing. Is he gone? Naruto would think. Sasuke and Naruto's thoughts would be in sync as they're scanning around the room, trying to see if they can find him. You should be careful where you point that thing, Obito would say, as Naruto would flick his eyes to the right, seeing Obito directly behind him, patting him on the shoulder. Naruto would turn around as he thrusts his fist directly to where Obito's chest is, but it phases right through him. What the hell? Naruto would be thinking. Sasuke would then use Amaterasu exactly where Obito was standing, but he would disappear just as Sasuke would have blasted it, now hitting into the wall. Sasuke would deactivate the Amaterasu, and as Naruto and Sasuke would surround Tsunade on both sides. All the other guards would surround their Kage as well, as everyone's now in a tense situation ready for a fight. Obito would laugh as he disappears, saying he'll be coming for your tailed beast soon, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto would be shocked as he feels his hair stand on end, as Obito would teleport away using Kamui and escape the building. He would alert the other three who would cause the distraction in order to avert the samurai as well as everyone else away from the main actual attack, as they had completed their mission. Obito, Kabuto, Jugo, and Karin would then take their leave, as the four would escape without any casualties. Damn it, Naruto would think. We could have captured the leader of the Akatsuki right there. Tsunade would tell him it's no big deal, saying that no one was hurt, and especially the fact that the Nine Tails was kept safe. Everyone in the room would be pretty shook from what happened, with the Akatsuki easily able to attack the 5 leaders of the 5 great nations' main shinobi villages with almost no retaliation. Everyone would be really disappointed in themselves, especially the Raikage, who would be punching himself thinking, damn it, how useless am I? Suddenly, from far away we can hear Sakura sneezing. Achoo! You okay, Sakura? Ino would ask. Yeah, I think someone's talking about me. Meanwhile, back to the 5 Kage summit itself, we can see as the Kage begin to debate, having now been forced together by Madara, which is pretty ironic that it takes an attack from a terrorist organization to get political leaders to work together, but I digress. As the 5 leaders would eventually decide with the same plan they had in the original, that being the now 5 great combined allied shinobi forces, with Gaara actually being assigned as the troop's main general, while the rest of the Kage would be performing their main actions behind the scenes and eventually, if need be, actually return to the battlefield themselves. With everything agreed and everyone beginning to send how they're going to be assigning troops and battlefields for the next upcoming weeks, days, before Madara sends his strike on the attack on the shinobi world, everyone was pretty much ready to go. And so Naruto, Sasuke, and Tsunade would take their leave, as they begin to head back to the Leaf Village and have to decide on how they're going to tell the rest of the village about the news of the upcoming war. Lucky for Konoha, because Naruto actually cancelled the almighty push in this version, Naruto kind of saved the village from being behind in terms of everything. Since originally the Leaf Village was kind of already down on its luck, considering that Pain had just attacked it and had completely murked all of them. But now that Naruto had stopped that in this version, that wasn't a problem, so the Leaf was actually pretty much up to par with the rest of the villages at this point, with only minor damage from the attacks from the 6 Paths of Pain. Sasuke would be feeling rather down, as he tells Naruto that even with both of their full strength, they couldn't even have touched him. What was that ability? It was some kind of phasing attack. The Amaterasu couldn't even touch him. The Eternal Flames. Sasuke and Naruto would be debating, as Sasuke would then confide in Naruto that he's actually been losing his vision recently, as he's been using the Mangekyo Sharingan's powers to practice, and ever since the attack against Itachi, having obtained his eyes, and Sasuke had been using his own Mangekyos since that point, but he even could tell that he was losing vision. Not nearly as fast as he would have in the original, when he had to fight Danzo at this point, and when he had first attacked the 5 Great Summit in the original timeline. Anyway, the main point of this is that he would ask Tsunade if her and Naruto would be willing to operate on him to implant Itachi's eyes. This would give him the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, something written in the Uchiha tablets of long ago, that if one exchanges their eyesight with their kin, then they'll gain more power. Tsunade would ask if Sasuke was sure, but Sasuke would nod, without any hesitation, saying, after today, after what he had saw against Madara, there's no way you can fight him the way he is now. So, if Itachi's eyes can give me even a bit of strength, then it'll be worth it. Tsunade would agree to performing the surgery on Sasuke only and only when they had to return to the Leaf Village, saying that she would much rather have actual medical tools to perform the surgery. Sasuke would agree to this condition, and Naruto would support him on it, with the two of them being best buddies and all. Anyway, Sasuke, Naruto, and Tsunade would return to the Leaf Village unharmed, as they would then convey to the rest of the villagers and the elders exactly what happened at the Five Kage Summit. Danzo would be outraged that Tsunade and the Nine Tails boy and Sasuke had to let the leader of the Akatsuki get away. He'd be using this for sure in the next time he had the opportunity to try and seize Hokage, which everyone had pretty much already predicted by this point. While the great nations were spending their time mobilizing their forces and getting everything ready for the Fourth Great Shinobi War, Naruto and Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, would be sent to a hidden island to protect them from the war so they don't successfully capture the tailed beasts. Naruto and Killer Bee would be sent to the island that is controlled by the Land of Cloud, aka the Cloud Village. A major difference is that Naruto actually knows the war is going on from the beginning. And while Naruto had insisted on going to the battlefield himself, Sasuke and the others had managed to convince him to at least wait a while to see how the tides of the war would turn out. If they brought out their big ace up their sleeve immediately, and then they lost, there would be nothing to back them up. So if they're losing, then Naruto should come save them. Sasuke would punch Naruto on the shoulder, telling him, "Hey, you won't even have to come fight since I'll be taking care of them." Naruto would smile. By this point, Sasuke had already gotten his eye surgery by Tsunade, and now has the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, meaning he doesn't have to worry about having to lose eyesight anymore and can actually now use majority of his Susanoo. Every day as Naruto was on the island, he'd be asking everyone who was inside of the radius, especially Iruka-sensei and a few others, how the war was going, with them contacting and getting data every few days saying it hasn't even started yet, or when it would start. Naruto was antsy and nervous, and it was in his nature. As an avatar himself, his main point was to stop war between nations. And Naruto himself, along with Aang and the other avatars, would be consoling him. With all the previous avatars telling Naruto to just bite it out and wait, saying that they couldn't have waited this long either, telling him to at least do some training or something while he's stuck here. Then by the time he gets out, he can show Sasuke how good he is. Naruto would then put his hand in his fist. That's a great idea! Naruto would decide to go confront Killer Bee, having heard that he's a master Jinchuriki. If Naruto could master the Nine Tails power inside of him, then he might actually stand a chance at beating that guy. The one in the mask. I couldn't even touch him before, but maybe, if I get stronger, then I can. Naruto would tighten his fist, as he decides to go and approach Killer Bee about it. Hey. Yo, what's up? Killer Bee would ask, just relaxing as he's looking out over the island. I was wondering if you could maybe tell me about how you control your tailed beast? Naruto would ask, as he doesn't really know how to approach Bee, as he's another Jinchuriki, and aside from Gaara, he has never spoken to another Jinchuriki before. Bee would tell Naruto to buzz off, saying unless you can prove to him that he's on his level, then he's gonna have to pass. Huh? Naruto would say. Bee would then sigh, saying, if you can improve yourself over the animals of this island, then I guess I'll teach you about the tailed beast if you can do that. He's testing me, Naruto would be thinking. Fine, I'll do that. In less than 1 day, then I'll tell you something juicy too. Bee, needless to say, wouldn't be very interested, considering that he doesn't really know about the war or anything like that going on, especially since the Akatsuki hadn't had the chance to attack him like they would have in the original. So Bee would be completely in the dark about everything going on with the war. So Bee and Naruto would be stuck on the island with Naruto knowing instead of Bee this time. Anyway, a day would go by and Naruto would have his filler arc just like in the original, where Naruto would befriend or help and also just tame the beasts on the island. Naruto would finish this in less than a day, as he would then go back to Bee, showing him as the other animals would then come as Naruto brings them with him. They would respect Bee as they bow, and Naruto would be confused, as Bee would explain that he's kind of the king of this island. But it seems you've done a good job. Bee would raise his fist to Naruto, as Naruto would be a bit confused, as Bee would then tell him to lock fists with him, to show that they're equal. Naruto would raise his fist as he locks with Bee, as the two would have completed their first act of friendship. Bee would decide then he'll help Naruto, as he asks Naruto what he actually wants to know. Naruto would ask how he even speaks to his tailed beast, since Naruto has barely ever spoken to the nine-tailed fox. This would be when Bee would begin to explain the name of his tailed beast, Gyuki, as well as Gyuki would speak to Naruto, talking about the Nine Tails and how he's a bit of a temper tantrum case. They would then head up towards that temple on the island where Bee himself was actually trained to master his tailed beast. Yamato would be on the island as well in order to actually control the Nine Tails if the need had come, but the relationship between Yamato and Naruto isn't what it is in the series originally, so he seems more like a background character rather than the more so important side character that he actually is in the series. Anyway, Naruto and B would head out to the temple, where B would then tell Naruto to put his head inside the stone lion statue. Naruto would go inside of it as he finds the switch and decides to play a prank on everyone just like the original, where he comes out and it looks like his head was cut off. Yamato and the other guards who had come to watch and make sure that Naruto didn't freak out or the Nine-Tails didn't escape would freak out seeing Naruto had just died, as they begin panicking, not knowing what to do. Naruto would pop his head out of his jacket as he then laughed, saying he fooled them all, with them all getting mad at Naruto for playing such a prank. B would think it was hilarious and then tell Naruto to continue on, as the room was now open. As Naruto would enter the room, B would begin to instruct Naruto on exactly what he needed to do to begin with. Naruto would already have the key to the seal, considering that the Pain Arc had already happened and he already had acquired Sage Mode during the 3-year gap of training, so Naruto had already gotten the key from Jiraiya before he had died. Anyway, as Naruto enters the room, this would be when B would tell Naruto he needed to unseal the Nine-Tails in order for him to actually battle it and pursue dominance over it, similar to what he had done with Gyuki, to show that you're an equal to the Nine-Tails, to make it respect your power. Naruto would understand as he would then close his eyes as B would then make contact with him, having Gyuki force Naruto's consciousness into the seal. As Naruto enters the seal, we would see the normal bars that Kurama has surrounding his cage, but outside of that there would be a thick wall of chakra. Almost like a force field, we would see a blue energy coursing through the liquid. This gelatinous substance would actually be created by the spirit of the Avatar Spirit, as the Avatar Spirit would have been holding back the Nine-Tails' rage and wrath whenever Naruto had gotten upset, or whenever Naruto had been in a fight. It's actually because of the previous Avatar's influence on the seal that Kurama couldn't escape as easily, or couldn't even allow his chakra to leak out, meaning that Kurama was pretty much on lockdown the entire time that he had been inside of Naruto. As Naruto approaches the wall of water, he would use his avatar abilities as his whiskers and eyes begin to glow blue as he connects to the previous avatars and the Avatar Spirit. Move. I need to contact the Nine-Tails, Naruto would think, as Naruto moves his hand forward and touches the wall. Several previous incarnations of Avatar would appear, as they confront Naruto asking if he's sure about this. Naruto would nod, saying that if he wants to confront the future and defend all of the nations, then he'll need the power of the fox. I'm going to protect all of the nations, and the tailed beasts. I don't want the nations to view the Jinchuriki, to view us like tools any longer. I'm going to free us from that fate, that path, Naruto would say, as he confronts the future head-on. The Avatar would let him through, as Naruto easily walks through the thick wall of chakra and nature energy. The nine-tailed fox would have been in a deep sleep, as a singular eye would open. The red pupil would dilate and then quickly shift back to a tightened stance. As you can see the small fluctuation of the small black pupil in the middle of its eye, changing as it appears to see Naruto entering its domain. The Nine-Tails would then open its mouth as it has a large yawn, with an echo from its deep and huge throat. Naruto would then float up as he uses airbending, floating up towards the seal, as he prepares to use the seal key as he then removes the tag, saying, "Alright, Nine-Tails, let's do this." As Naruto finishes pulling off the tag, a small flash of golden light would flicker in the corner of his eye, but Naruto would ignore it for now, as Naruto would then use the key on the seal, opening it fully, as the Nine-Tails would then push through the gate, saying it's going to rip through that wall of chakra.
I'm going to take your body.
Kurama would tell Naruto this in confidence, as he would then shoot a tailed beast bomb directly at the wall that the avatars are creating. The wall would easily take the hit from the Bijou bomb, barely taking a dent, as Naruto said it's going to take a lot more than that to defeat him. Naruto would then use his avatar-style abilities along with the Rasengan. Strike of the Earth God, Rasengan. Naruto created a huge arm compiled out of the stone within the seal. As Naruto takes his hand, he would then use as he slices, hitting the Nine-Tails in the side of the neck, causing it to get sent flying, as the seal begins to shake and tremble from the Nine-Tails hitting the side of it. Kurama would grunt, as Naruto would then begin to spin chakra into the hand, creating a massive, huge Rasengan. Naruto would then create several other hands that begin spinning around it, creating a massive spinning mass of chakra. As Naruto would then lunge forward, using airbending to shoot himself at a fast speed, he'd use airbending as he slashes at Kurama, causing several cuts to appear over his skin and fur, his orange fur now filling with red. Damn it! Kurama will be using his chakras. He hisses, snarling at Naruto. Naruto then grabbed Kurama with a huge earth hand, grabbing him by the face and shoving him into the ground as he then rubs him back and forth across the stone, causing Kurama to feel pain and distortion. Naruto with his other hand would then slam the Rasengan directly into the Nine Tails, causing the Nine Tails to screech as it gets completely pushed out and then slammed into the wall against the back of the seal. This would be when B would tell Naruto to do it now, as Naruto would then make the connection between his own chakra and Kurama's. "You're mine," Naruto would think. As Kurama would be pulling with all his strength, saying a tiny, puny human like him cannot beat him, Naruto would suddenly feel hands on his shoulders, as Naruto would turn around, seeing the rest of the avatars all throughout history pulling on Naruto's chakra with him, as Naruto would have a huge line, almost like a giant tug-of-war between all of these people, all of himself, and Kurama. Now! As Naruto would pull with all of his strength, chakra chains would come flowing out of his body, now surrounding Kurama and locking off his seal, as Naruto would successfully have taken the Nine Tails chakra, causing him to thin out, as he looks like skin and bones. Naruto would then close the seal as the Nine Tails would fall into a deep sleep, having been completely drained of energy. Naruto would then open his eyes as he realizes he's somewhere else. Naruto would be in a white, cloudy area, as he looks up and sees a golden sky. Where am I? As Naruto turns around, he would see two people, a lady with red hair and a blonde. As his eyes were now beginning to get adjusted to the brighter light since he was in such a dark place, he would see the redhead slap the yellow-haired one over the head as he falls over onto the ground, laughing. The two would then notice Naruto as they turn, waving towards him. Naruto would then rub his eyes one more time as he opens them, seeing them clearly for the first time. He would see the fourth Hokage and... What? There's no way. You're not the true form of the Nine Tails, are you? Naruto would ask, pointing in shock. Kushina would then laugh as she asked if he was really serious, before then saying, "Oh boy, you better take that back." Minato would then look into Naruto's eyes, telling him to run, as Naruto would then realize who these two are. And why is the fourth Hokage here? This would be when Minato would have a sad look on his face, realizing that his son never even knew who he was. As Minato would then explain that it's only natural for a father to know his own son's name, as he called out to Naruto. Naruto would be shocked, taking the information in all at once, realizing that this is his mom and dad. Naruto, Minato, and Kushina would have a long talk, as they talk about Naruto, how Kushina and Minato had met, with Kushina explaining how she'd wanted to be the Hokage originally and how she'd been treated differently when she first came to the village, and Minato saving her from being abducted. And as the two would talk, Naruto could tell that this was what his family was. This is who he would have been. He imagined a world where they two hadn't died, where the three of them, had been a family together. Anyway, Naruto would get advice from Kushina along with Minato, as they would then both see that Naruto had actually mastered the Nine Tails power. Minato being impressed and proud of his son, telling Naruto that that new form is something that he has earned, telling Naruto to continue moving forward, saying that he knew Naruto would be powerful enough one day in order to subdue the Nine Tails. Kushina and Minato would bid Naruto farewell as their chakra would be running out, saying they'll see him again someday. Someday, hopefully not too soon. As Naruto would with tears say goodbye to his parents, having gotten to actually know them for the first time. Naruto would wake up in the white room with B, as he looks down on himself covered in a blue-white light chakra cloak. The same light color that his eyes and whiskers would take whenever he entered the Avatar state. This is because the Avatar power within the seal and Kurama's chakra had mixed, creating this Avatar QB form, with the Nine Tails cloak being covered with the Avatar energy, giving Naruto both way more elemental energy and chakra. So that's the Nine Tails chakra, huh? B would say. It looks different than I thought it would. I thought it would be, how do I put this, redder? Naruto would laugh, saying that's kind of his fault, but even if he wanted to see it, he couldn't turn it off or anything, since it's part of his power. Naruto would then tell B about that information he told him about before. "Oh, you were serious? I thought you were just joking. What is it?" Naruto would then tell B about the war, everything happening with the Akatsuki and what they need to do. "We need to get out of here, and we need to stop this war. Now that I've actually gotten the Nine Tails power down, I bet I could even take down that masked guy." After B understands the whole situation from Naruto, he definitely agrees they need to get out there. And so, B and Naruto would then break out of the room, as they then rush past the guards who were standing there. Yamato wouldn't even be able to seal the Nine Tails power at this point since it was so mixed with the Avatar's chakra and nature energy. As Naruto and Bee escape the building of the temple, they would then begin moving out at fast speeds as they try and get off the island, quickly running into several barriers. Now, one quick thing I should mention before we get out of this arc is that Naruto did not have to take the waterfall test or the waterfall of truth test, which would in the original have shown Naruto his hatred. That is because of two things. Because one, that barrier I mentioned about the avatars blocked Kurama from the rest of Naruto's chakra, so Naruto wasn't really affected by the Nine Tails, meaning that this evil Naruto would have never spoken to it, so that wouldn't have been a problem. And second, Naruto as the avatar is a reincarnated spirit from hundreds of other people, and so there would be no true malice or evil in his soul, as the avatar was designed to be a pure soul reincarnated over time and time again to protect the people from their own evil. So it'd be pretty ironic if the avatar had to deal with that. Anyway, back to the plot. Iruka would have given Naruto that same message after he tried to seal him unsuccessfully, and Naruto would eventually read the letter later on, with Iruka telling him that, if you're reading this, then it means I failed to stop you. I've seen you grown as a shinobi over time, and as a warrior, and I'm proud of you, Naruto. Now, when you get out to that war, do your best. Save as many people as you can. I want to see you end this thing, alright? Naruto would quickly wipe away a tear as he and Bee continue bashing through barriers one at a time, shattering through them with ease, as Naruto would easily slice through the barriers just using his Avatar and Kurama ability, using the Tailed Beast Bomb. As he slashes and destroys through them all, him and Bee would eventually escape the island, as then begin moving at fast speeds, with them now heading towards the battlefield of the Fourth Great Shinobi War. As Naruto and Bee arrive closer to the battlefield, this would be when the duo would be confronted by Tsunade and Ai, the Raikage and the Hokage. Bee turned back. Both Bee and Naruto would stand strong, as the two refused to move or turn back. Then I guess there's no choice. We'll take you back by force. Tsunade and Raikage be ready to fight. Naruto would plead, telling Tsunade that they don't have to do this. There's people dying right now, and me and Bee can be saving them. I have to go. Naruto would look her in the eyes. He has this resolve around him. Tsunade, like in the original, would eventually fold, as Naruto was the savior of the Leaf Village, the hero of the Hidden Leaf. Tsunade put her trust in Naruto. She decides that she'll help them out. The Raikage would say that she's insane. As Naruto would move forward at blinding speed, the Raikage would try and use his lightning cloak to outspeed Naruto. Naruto's eyes would watch the Raikage the whole time, easily able to sense his whole position, since Naruto's new Avatar Kyuubi cloak is basically Sage Mode combined with the Kyuubi's power and strength and emotional senses, since the Avatar is theoretically just a way better version of Sage Mode. As the Raikage approaches, Naruto would flick his fingers, as the lightning surrounding the Raikage would suddenly disappear as he then falls to a stop, crashing into the ground. Damn it! Raikage would think of Minato at this moment, as Naruto clearly outspeeds and blitzes him, moving far off into the dust. Alright, we don't have time. Bee, let's go! Bee would then give his brother one fist bump, saying that he tried, but Naruto is just too strong now. Let's get out of here. Bee would then go with Naruto, as the two would then head towards the battlefield. Tsunade and I would then head back to the main camp where the rest of the Kage were waiting, or those that weren't on the battlefield. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we can actually see a certain someone having their own battle, as we see Konan, Nagato, and Obito in the Land of Rain battling while the war is going on. Give me the Rinnegan, Obito would say. No! Nagato and Konan would be defending themselves, as Nagato doesn't have his puppets anymore, or Yahiko, but he still has his own ability. His body would have been pretty much wrecked from all the years he had not been moving, though, and so the battle would mostly be up to Konan and Nagato using long range. By this point already, Naruto would have sent out his shadow clones to every battlefield across the world, and Naruto had a huge sensory range because he had the Kyuubi's chakra and the Avatar say active at the same time, so Naruto could feel everything, everyone's emotions, people dying, people suffering. Naruto could feel Nagato and Konan as he realizes that they're fighting Madara. They're fighting that mask guy. Damn it! Naruto would then split up with Bee, saying that he has to head over there himself, redirecting his shadow clone towards another battlefield, as Naruto would now be on the way towards where Nagato and Kon's location were. Naruto would be moving ridiculously fast, using the Nine Tails chakra combined with the airbending. He'd be flying through the sky so fast that he'd actually create a sonic boom as he travels, with Naruto eventually landing into the Land of Rain, directly into the battle. Almighty push! Nagato would use the almighty push against Obito, who would simply use Kamui to phase out of reality for a split second to evade the attack. As Naruto arrives, the moment Obito would phase back into reality, his hand a mere inch away from Nagato's face, gripping, trying to rip out his Rinnegan, suddenly Naruto would appear. As a giant spike of earth would then hit Obito in the chest, as he gasps, not realizing it even was there, as he gets sent flying back. Naruto would land on the field, the Kyuubi's chakra completely covering him, along with the Avatar spirit. Nagato, Konan, are you okay? Konan would be grabbing her arm, as she's taking a lot of damage from trying to defend the both of them. With Naruto there now, the three of them might actually stand a chance though. She'd be breathing heavy as she says, yeah, they're fine. Konan and Nagato would then get ready for a fight, as Naruto says that he'll play close range. Sasuke would actually be on the battlefield when Kabuto would then activate his part of the plan, as the White Zetsu until this point had been the only armed forces that the shinobi had been fighting. That is, until the reanimation jutsu was cast. Suddenly, fighters of old would awaken, as across the entire world now, coffins would be opening up and sending forces towards them. As you see the previous Raikage and Tsuchikage would then appear at the great battlefield where Gaara's main forces were at. Naruto's Shadow Clone would be arriving there shortly, as Naruto would see the destruction in the reanimation jutsu's wake. Meanwhile, KCM Avatar Naruto would actually be a pretty good matchup against just Kamui Obito, since Obito doesn't even have a Rinnegan yet, so Naruto only has to watch out for that one attack, Kamui. And the moment he phases out, Naruto's so fast now that he can get an attack in, because of the Kyuubi's speed. Now, some of you guys might not like what I'm going to do here, but I think it actually makes a lot of sense. A weakened Nagato and Konan plus Avatar State Kyuubi Cloak KCM1 Naruto is probably more than enough capable-wise in order to defeat Obito with just his one Mangekyo. So I believe that Obito would actually meet his match here, as Nagato can play a ton of different support roles, considering he could heal and has a lot of other technical applications for his abilities. And Konan would have a lot of other long-range attacks you could use while Naruto played close range, and Naruto is just so versatile and uses so little chakra, I don't think Obito could really get out of this. So Obito's only two options would really be to run or to die, and he cannot leave the Rinnegan, because without the Rinnegan he cannot control the Ten-Tailed shell in order to actually absorb the Nine Tails and the Eight Tails, which totally prevents him from creating the 10 Tails to begin with, or even reviving half of its power, which was what happened in the original. And so inadvertently, this what if actually just causes Naruto's ending to be really mundane. Naruto, Nagato, and Konan all together would be able to defeat Obito, as he'd eventually run out of stamina and chakra from using Kamui so much, and after he would be unable to obtain the Rinnegan, he just couldn't do anything. If he ran, he still couldn't be able to do anything, because then the plan wouldn't move forward, and then his Zetsu would just be eventually taken out, and then the war would end. But if he didn't take the Rinnegan now, then he would die. And so that's what would happen. Naruto, Nagato, and Konan would eviscerate Obito, as Obito would run out of chakra, not having any idea what to do, since he had never predicted this outcome to begin with. He realized his main mistake was not taking Nagato and Konan out faster. If he had only done that, then the plan would have been a success. Damn you, Naruto Uzumaki. There's no talk no jutsu in this time, just Naruto using flame bending, as he just completely evaporates Obito, as all we get is a charred husk with the mask on it. Naruto would be thanked by Nagato and Konan for his help, and Naruto would then reciprocate these feelings, saying they did a really good job. And due to this, Kabuto would not know that Obito had actually died. So when he's continuing the fight, there's only the White Zetsu and then the reanimations left. There's no one to control the Ten Tails anymore. But I will finish up the rest of the arc for the sake of it for you guys. Back at the battlefield, Sasuke would actually be with the main forces with Gaara, and he'd be helping out with planning and organizing troops. This would be when the previous Tsuchikage and Raikage would appear, and they would have to battle them. With the Raikage being nearly indestructible, Sasuke would have tried using Amaterasu on them, but they just keep regenerating due to the effects of the reanimation jutsu. He would have even used his Susanoo, and that wouldn't have been strong enough for the third Raikage to shatter through. Naruto's Shadow Clone would eventually arrive, as Naruto would then greet Sasuke and Gaara, saying he has a plan. As Naruto would then use Sage Mode, and would eventually figure out how to defeat the Raikage just like the original, using his Rasengan attack on the Tsuchikage to get him out of the fight for a while. Naruto then focuses on the Raikage as he eventually comes with the same plan he did in the original, using his own fingers attacks, his own spear attacks you could say, against himself, figuring out that if he had damaged himself against the Eight-Tails, this was the most likely cause. As Naruto uses this attack, he would use the Rasengan against the Raikage's hand, sending his own fingers piercing himself in the heart. Once the Raikage was down for the count, Gaara would then seal him using his sand, and then the forces would be trying to find and focus on the Tsuchikage, who would be turned invisible in order to escape and evade the attack. This would be when another box would appear. This would be the actual corpse of Madara Uchiha himself. As Madara would appear, Naruto from the Land of Rain could sense through his clone the immense amount of chakra and power on the battlefield. Nagato, Conan, I need to get going. Protect the Rinnegan for the rest of the battle, alright? And I'll let you guys know once the war's over. See ya. Naruto and Conan would wave as Naruto then heads off, flying off into the sky, with his blue chakra cloak now covering him as it begins to move over his body at a faster rate. Naruto had burned through more chakra as he then heads over to the battlefield, where the true Madara Uchiha would be standing. By this point, Naruto's clone, along with Sasuke, Gaara, and the rest of the allied shinobi forces, would be fighting Madara. And Sasuke would be its pretty much last defense, as Gaara would be giving Sasuke support in the battle. As Madara would launch his Great Destroyer Flame Jutsu, Naruto's Shadow Clone would run up at fast speeds, as Naruto would simply wave his hand. Interesting, Madara would think, as Madara sees his entire humongous Flame Jutsu completely deactivated by a single shinobi, as it's then turned around and blasted back at him. Madara prepared to defend as he activates the Susanoo's ribcage, defending the flame attack and defending himself from getting burned. Madara would be extremely intrigued with this fighter, as he would then descend the cliffs and begin to attack the allied shinobi forces, focusing on Naruto. Naruto would start by using his earthbending as he throws rocks and different walls of earth towards Madara, but Madara would just dodge, evade, or shatter through them. As Naruto would then use waterbending, sending a wall of water flying at Madara. Madara would be shocked seeing that this person isn't using hand seals to create such powerful jutsu, or even to manipulate others' jutsu. What kind of power is this? Some sort of Kekkei Genkai? Madara would think. Naruto would continue pelting Madara with attacks, but eventually he'd run out of chakra, as Madara would eventually be able to make it to him and the rest of the allied shinobi forces, shattering through Naruto's Shadow Clone and causing it to poof into dust. A Shadow Clone? Huh? Madara would be thinking. Madara then attacked the rest of the allied shinobi forces, as Sasuke would watch in horror as his predecessor, Madara, would be ripping the entire force apart. One shinobi, this Madara Uchiha was strong enough in order to just completely disassemble the allied shinobi forces. Eventually it would become a 1v1 scenario where Sasuke would be the only one standing left, as Sasuke would be fighting Madara with everything he's got. He'd be using Amaterasu flame control, trying to burn Madara away, as Madara dodges and weaves using his own attacks and his own Susanoo in order to block. Sasuke would activate his own Susanoo, now because he has Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan being able to do so. Ah, you possess those eyes then, Madara would think. He says so aloud. Come on, why don't you join me, Sasuke? Together, the last of the Uchiha, we can make this world an entirely different world free of our clan's suffering. Our clan's curse of hatred in this cursed shinobi world. Sasuke would look up as he then says, the dead shouldn't speak. He would then use Amaterasu flame control as he creates a black flamed blade, slicing using his Susanoo towards Madara. The two Susanoos would clash, as Madara would say, Tisk tisk tisk, Sasuke. Well, I suppose killing a few more Uchiha won't matter to me. As Madara would then prepare to strike against Sasuke with his own blade. It's so strong! Sasuke wouldn't be able to block the attack, as suddenly a thick wall of earth would shatter Madara's blade. Madara's blade would completely snap against the rock, as it'd be made of the hardest earth from the very depths of the surface. We see Naruto appear, as he stands atop of it, looking down at Madara Uchiha. Come on, Sasuke, you're gonna lose that easily on me, huh? Naruto would say, turning around. Naruto. Sasuke would allow Naruto to enter his Susanoo, asking what's the plan. Naruto would be running low on Kyuubi chakra at this point, but this would be when Kurama would speak. This would be when Naruto would first learn his name, that being Kurama, as well as Kurama offering Naruto some chakra. Don't think it's because I like you or anything, Baka, Kurama would say, as he then tells Naruto that he just prefers him over Madara. If there's any way that he can take that bastard down, then he's going to help out. Naruto would give Kurama a fist bump, as he then opens the gate, allowing the entire thing to be broken, as Kurama's fur would then be covered with a blue light, as Kurama would then be mixed with the Avatar state, giving Kurama the Avatar abilities as well. Naruto would open his eyes as he's now covered in the KCM2 cloak with the blue energy of the Avatar surrounding him. Alright Sasuke, let's do this. Naruto would then use his QB Link transformation with the Kurama and Avatar spirits. The Avatar spirit would be engraved on Kurama's chest, as it'd be surrounded by the ribcage and the outer layer of Sasuke's Susanoo armor surrounding it. Let's do this! Kurama! Sasuke! Madara would be forced to battle against Naruto, Sasuke, and Kurama, as he would then laugh, saying the tailed beast will fall under his control. Madara would then send one of the meteors down, as Naruto would look up, seeing that it's made of earth. You haven't learned this yet, huh? Naruto would simply raise his hand, as the meteor would stop falling. Madara, who would be asking just as he's about to say, what about the second one, would then realize that the meteor just stopped, both of them. What? How about a third one, Naruto would say, as suddenly Naruto would rip up a huge meteor from the ground, ripping it into the sky. Naruto would then swipe down with both arms. Naruto would feel the pull of the earth, as Naruto using his earth bending would send 3 meteorites on top of Madara. Oh god damn it. Madara would use his Susanoo to try and block, as 3 meteorites would drive into him, causing him to be damaged severely. Naruto using KCM Link Kurama would be able to bend massive amounts of earth, wind, fire, and water, as he would drop practically a lake on top of Madara and then boil it, as Madara would feel everything burning. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Itachi would have gone to the cave to meet up with Kabuto. And by meet up, I mean deactivate the reanimation jutsu. And going with him would be Nagato and Konan, as he ran into the 2 of them before he'd head off to the cave. The 3 of them would now be confronting Kabuto as they battle, with Itachi using Shisui's eye, which he never had the opportunity to give to Naruto in this version, to put Kabuto in an infinite genjutsu, canceling the reanimation jutsu, and then saving pretty much the rest of the shinobi forces. Madara would be the only one to escape this fate, as Madara would be the last shinobi left on the battlefield. Naruto and Sasuke would see the souls of the captured reanimations now leaving, as they realize that they can take Madara down. Alright, Sasuke, Kurama, let's take him down! Naruto and Sasuke would then move forward at blinding speed, as Naruto would bend a wall of fire over Madara. Madara Uchiha would then use his own fire attack using the Majestic Flame Destroyer Jutsu, as the fire would be burning against each other. Madara would then say that you may be strong with elemental power, but I'm strong in every way. Madara would then create a huge Susanoo as he creates Limbo clones. And by the way, the Limbo clones aren't necessarily his Rinnegan power. We never actually learned what his true Mangekyo Sharingan ability was, so I'm going to say it's Limbo clones. Anyway, Naruto and Sasuke would now have invisible enemies attacking them, but they wouldn't know from where. As Naruto would close his eyes, telling Sasuke to focus on the main fight. As Naruto could sense the actual energy coming from their attacks, using his malice sense using Kurama, combined with his avatar senses. Naruto would be able to bend earth as he defends, using multiple shadow clones as he makes clones of Kurama. He'd create clones of Kurama's avatar, defending them from the huge Susanoo clones, as Sasuke using Amaterasu and clashing using his blades against Madara. Sasuke by this point would have perfected his Susanoo in battle, as we see the perfect Susanoo level Madara versus perfect Susanoo Kurama synced Naruto and Sasuke. With the assistance of the previous avatars, Naruto and Sasuke would eventually be able to overpower Madara, as the rest of the allied shinobi forces would have been given enough time for all of the Kage to appear, as they'd be battling helping Naruto and Sasuke, as the entire shinobi world fights for their right to live, their right to freedom, as every single one would pour their chakra into Naruto. Naruto would eventually come up with the same plan again in the original, creating shadow clones and spreading Kurama's chakra, with all of the allied shinobi forces now contributing as they're connected. Naruto would gain chakra from every single one of them, as they all push forward creating the allied shinobi forces jutsu. Madara would be completely enveloped, as he has nothing he can do. It's just him versus everyone. Him, completely alone. Madara's last thoughts would be that of Obito. Where were you? Why did you fail me? Obito, we were going to make this world a dream, the perfect world. Madara would see flashbacks of his childhood of Hashirama. Hashirama, perhaps this generation of shinobi isn't weak as I thought. Madara would then be completely taken aback as he thinks about this before he would die, with Madara, Sasuke, and Naruto seeing each other one last time. No one learns about the reincarnations, but Sasuke and Naruto at this point had already made up, and there was no need for Hagoromo to appear or the Sage of Six Paths. The Ten Tails would never be revived. Naruto would save the rest of the Tailed Beasts after finding where Obito had stored them using the Tailed Beast joint location, and he'd fight for their rights in order to be free, as Kurama would respect Naruto, and he becomes the next meeting place of the Tailed Beasts, the next Sage of Six Paths, as one could say, which would be rather fitting for Naruto as the Avatar, actually. The Tailed Beasts would all thank Naruto for helping them, as Naruto would be hailed as the hero of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, both Sasuke and Naruto being regarded as the true finishers, being able to actually finish off Madara, putting them at least at Kage-level fighters, with the Kage having contributed almost nothing to the war compared to the two of them. Nagato and Konan are actually alive in the end here, which is something different that I think would be really interesting looking forward into Boruto, and honestly this ending's kind of a happy and bittersweet one, since Madara and Obito never even got to reactivate their plan. Kakashi never knew that Obito survived, and there's just so many things that we never got to learn, but as we know, this ending is something that happens because of Naruto's avatar abilities, because he can control the elements and has that power. And honestly, it's just interesting to think about if this had occurred. But with that, the end of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, that brings an end to this story. The end to what if Naruto was the Avatar. If you guys want me to go into Boruto, and you guys want the movie, the Naruto the Last, as well as maybe some Naruto Hinata stuff, then be sure to get this video to 1,000 likes, and maybe I will continue the series. Anyway, subscribe to my channel if you enjoyed this and want to see more what ifs in the future, but it is 1 in the morning, almost 2 in the morning for me now, so I'm going to sleep. I hope you guys enjoyed this, and yeah, see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.